Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this live episode of In Lay Terms, a special edition of Election Night in Canada 2025 from coast to coast. My name is Andre Meloche, and I will be your host for this election, which in many ways will be probably historic. I will be joined by a talented team, including none other than PM Newfoundland, People's Party of Canada candidate in the riding of West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sea to Sky Country, a permanent host and creator of the In Lay Terms podcast, Timothy Knight, CEO of the Fraser Valley Regional Association in British Columbia for the People's Party, David Gardner, the host and creator of the Freedom Conversation podcast, and Don Buckley, who is a key figure in the National Citizen Inquiry and who will be joining us later in the evening. David Gardner will be our first co-host for the Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic provinces, followed by PM Newfoundland for the Quebec-Ontario region, Timothy Knight for Central Canada, and finally, but not the least, Don Buckley for BC and the Northwest Territories. All night, we will welcome People's Party candidate, special guest and skilled commentator of this historic event. Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à cet épisode en direct de l'émission In Lay Terms, édition spéciale intitulée La soirée des élections au Canada 2025 d'un océan à l'autre. Mon nom est André Meloche et je serai votre animateur pour cette élection que l'on pourrait qualifier, à plusieurs points de vue, d'historique. Je serai entouré d'une équipe de talents composée de nul autre que PM Newfoundland, candidat du Parti populaire du Canada dans la circonscription de West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country, animateur permanent et créateur du podcast In Lay Terms, de Timothy Knight, président de l'Association régionale de la vallée de Fraser en Colombie-Britannique pour le Parti populaire, de David Gardner, animateur et créateur du podcast The Freedom Conversation podcast, et de Don Buckley, qui est une figure clé de la National Citizen Inquiry et qui se joindra à nous un peu plus tard au cours de la soirée. David Gardner sera notre co-animateur pour les provinces de Terre-Neuve, du Labrador et de l'Atlantique, suivi de Payman Askari pour les régions de Québec et de l'Ontario, Timothy Knight pour le centre du Canada et enfin Don Buckley pour la Colombie-Britannique et les territoires du Nord-Ouest. Au cours de la soirée, nous accueillerons de nombreux candidats du Parti populaire, des invités de marque et des commentateurs aguerris pour cet événement historique. Gentlemen, messieurs, soyez les bienvenus. Payman, Tim, and David, could you give us, our audience, your first impression of the election? And Payman is here, so let's welcome Payman.
Hello. I feel obligated to wave.
Go ahead.
Is it me, or I thought we were going with David?
You can go. You can go ahead.
Late. Last in, first out.
Sorry for being late. I had to zip down on the Sea to Sky Highway. It's amazing to be here, David. I don't know where he is. You replaced him with a guy with a tie. I don't know.
That's so good. I was impressed too.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's a good thing I didn't go with my T-shirt. I was going to go Dave style. But I guess this
I purchased this to today. This tie. This is my only tie. Just for this.
What's the brand again, David? You said it was.
I don't know. My wife said it's
Christian
I
Dior.
don't know.
Christian
That's it.
Dior.
My wife said it was a good deal at the thrift store.
Good. So, welcome, gentlemen. What's your impression today about what is happening now?
I went and I voted this morning. I should have voted a long time ago if I was a responsible candidate, but I left it to the last minute. There weren't very many people there, but I don't know. I don't really have a sense. I see a lot of Patrick Weiler signs out. He's the incumbent Liberal candidate. So we'll see what happens, but we're going to be the last province to figure out because we're far West Coast.
Yes, you're right. David, any comment?
Well, I voted for the first time because my wife told me to. As you know, I'm a little bit of more of an anarchist type of a guy, but I voted this year, so I guess I'm not an anarchist anymore, am I? I voted by force. She made me do it, so I went and I did it, and it was a very interesting experience, very dystopian almost too, because I walked up to the place. Not sure what to expect. It's been so long. We had to vote out Harper, as you remember back. That was the last time I ever voted.
That was in 2016.
Yeah, so I haven't voted since 2016. So anyway, I walked up to the door, and the guy said, "Don't stand too close to each other. They don't like that." And I was like, "Okay, what are we going into here?" Anyway, you know the deal. I went in and voted. It was fine, but
so you didn't have to. You didn't have to stay 6 feet away from each other because of COVID mandate.
Yeah, no, it was all right. I don't know. Felt weird. As you know, as I say, I'm a bit of an anarchistic type of guy. It's hard to break that. The older I get, I feel I should mature a little out of this anarchistic attitude, have my values. But they're deeply held values. Right?
You're wearing a tie, so you're starting.
I know. I'm growing up as we speak. I got a tie today. I like that. And
that's good. That's good. Tim, how about you? In purple, the purple man.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I have enough purple on today. I can't shill harder, right?
I told you, eyelashes.
Right. I went and voted this morning as well, Payment, so you're not alone. And it was very interesting with how fast it was. So I walk up to the door. There's maybe a half a dozen people milling in and milling out. It's very orderly, and it was at an annex of a local church down there where I live. It was smooth. It was quick. It was painless. I even joked with both of the ladies there, and it was done. And it felt very Canadian in a 2008 kind of way.
Interesting. I went to vote with my wife this morning. Well, around 11:30, and when we arrived at the poll, voting poll, we had our passport and our election card with the address, and I practically had the fight with the volunteer who was there because he was asking us a second ID card. I said, "What do you want more? We have the election card and we have the passport." So I made a row. I started to talk loud, and everybody was looking at me. I said, "Shit, I should have been a candidate. It would have helped." But like you mentioned, it was fast. But I live in the small area, so maybe. And what will be the outcome for tonight? What's your prediction?
Who are you asking?
Well, all of you.
Liberal minority.
I think the CPC are going to win. I'm only gauging that from my own region. It's the blue signs are everywhere here, 3-1, and not many Liberal signs around. I don't know. That's all I can gauge by that. But of course, Halifax, Nova Scotia is very woke. Lots of universities. So probably. But here's the thing. I was thinking about this. The wokery of Nova Scotia and Halifax, they're probably going to vote NDP, the Greens, and the Marxist-Leninists, for goodness sakes. We have that going on out here too. So the people are worried about splitting the vote for the Conservatives by voting PPC. But all these, they're so liberal around here that they're going to split their own liberal stuff by voting for the freaking NDP out here and stuff. So just a thought I had. Just a thought.
That's good. Payment.
I've had this belief for a while now. The Liberal Party strategy is to minimize the Conservative Party lead. So ideally, they'd bump it down from a Conservative majority to a Conservative minority. Mm-hmm. They're basically in crisis mode, but it doesn't feel that way because they control the media and the media is projecting a Carney 101% lead kind of thing. I think it's going to be a conservative minority government. I don't know how big it's going to be. Respectfully, Tim, I don't see that much of a change. Maybe it's my weakness. I have to have faith in Canadians and believe that after 10 years of torture, they wouldn't make this big of a mistake.
Well, there's one thing that you're mentioning, Payment, is that because the Liberal controlling the mainstream media, they're also controlling the polling agency. We just look at the Polymarket, which is a betting website, and Mark Carney now is at 82%, compared to 18% with Poilievre. I think they are provoking, and the Léger firm in Quebec admitted that they were trying to influence the vote with the polling agency, with polls. So I think you're right. Maybe we will be in a minority government, but go ahead, Tim.
There's an interesting aside. There has long been suspicion about betting agencies and the faces behind those actually able to force professional sports to win or lose matches because there's just so much money on the table. What if that happens in politics as well? Right? So what if politics actually becomes a blood sport, but it's money? What if you can actually manipulate a political party or manipulate an election based on the money behind polls? So what
we know it happens.
It's full of bookies, right?
Yeah, most probably, and we know that people are. We can influence them quite easily, with advertising, and so.
I was looking at the betting websites, and as you say, I'm wondering about this now because it seems to me the betting sites, the bookies, go by the polls, right? And they lay so it's 3-1 for Pierre Poilievre to win. Yeah. And I was thinking, I don't trust the bookies, I don't trust the polls. Is there some sort of game being played here where they're all betting on Pierre in the background, in the back rooms?
Yes.
Or anyway, I'm just thinking out loud here.
Literally, it's like a hedge market, but using polls and betting. Okay, now we're off into the weeds. Now we're off into the weeds. Yeah.
There's one other element to this. The left has had dominance over the media for decades, maybe even since World War II. And then Donald Trump came along and he kind of upset that apple cart in 2016. They went crazy. They had Trump derangement syndrome. Now it's 2024. They lost X. They lost the U.S. House, Senate, and presidency. And I think they're overreacting. And I don't know if you guys know what Blue Sky is. It's basically the leftist version of X, Twitter.
Yes.
And what you're seeing is what was traditionally done through legacy media, CNN and Fox News, is now being done on trying to do it on social media. And basically what I'm saying is the left has completely lost all objectivity. I wouldn't put it beyond them in this election to completely use polling and whatever they have to manipulate the public into supporting Carney.
Good. That's a good thing. Gentlemen, maybe we take a small break and we will welcome our first guest. So dear viewers, we will take a short break and we will be back with David Gardiner, will be our co-host for the Newfoundland, Labrador and Atlantic region. And we will welcome some new guests. Stay tuned. Chers spectateurs, revenez-nous dans un instant en compagnie de David Gardiner pour d'autres résultats électoraux et de nouveaux invités de marque. So we are back with David Garner from the Freedom Conversation podcast. So David, we will start with maybe some general comments about Newfoundland, Labrador, Atlantic provinces. What you expect from this especially because I know that the Atlantic region are liberal red, if I see this.
That's not my feeling that it's all liberal. I mean, maybe a lot of people live in the cities, Halifax and so on here. I have lived in Newfoundland 10 years in the city of St. John's, so I can give a little bit of thought there. And I see my camera's a bit choppy. I think that'll stop in a moment probably. But
yes, it's okay.
You know, I live in rural Nova Scotia, about an hour from Halifax, and here it's all pretty conservative people. I've been doing a lot of work in my yard and building a garage, doing things. Work people are coming and going, and I talk to them, and they hate the Liberal government. They're not just conservatives. They hate the Liberals. So I don't know, a general vibe just in my own community, my own neighborhood, my own property, people that are coming, and it's 3-to-1 signage for the Conservative government in my whole area, the larger town that I live near. Very conservative. I don't know, not as many Liberal signs. So that's just one thing I'm noticing.
Maybe.
And neighbors who during the COVIDian scam era were very on board with the totalitarian agenda. However, me and my wife lost our jobs because of the vaccine mandate, and they didn't really care. And now they're having a change of the other cheek. They're becoming very less liberal, and they're speaking very directly to me about how they're really changing their views about things that have been going on in Canada of late. So there you go. Like hardcore liberals in my own freaking neighborhood are telling me that they're changing their tune, they're thinking differently. So there's another sign that, I don't know, there's hope that people will snap out of this liberal psyop.
Maybe you're right. We have a first guest, Mr. Robert Lucas, who's a PPC candidate from Charlottetown. So maybe Payment can bring him up so we can have a discussion with Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas, how are you?
I'm my normal 112%, thanks. How are you guys?
That's good. You're a candidate for Charlottetown. How was your campaign?
The campaign has been really interesting. There's been a number of challenges, like a windstorm that took down almost 90% of our signs. And so we had to reconstruct them the following day. So that's one of the challenges. However, it's been interesting. And I, like David, have heard in going door to door and in talking sometimes in depth with some of the people on the island here in Prince Edward Island, that there are a number of Liberals that I've talked to that have said very clearly they are not going to vote Liberal again. They are not going to vote CPC. And so it's been very encouraging from my perspective to realize how, as David has in your talking with your constituents, that people are starting to waken up. They're starting to realize the major challenges, damage that the Liberals have done. And with that, we're now in a position where we are looking at potential change. And there was a little discussion in your first segment and talked about possible Liberal minority, CPC minority. And I believe that the best possible outcome for this election is another minority government. And does it really matter which side? No, I don't believe so. So it's been an interesting process and a good learning experience. I'm not a politician, and yet the Lord has led me to be here in Charlottetown for a time such as this.
That's interesting. Yes, David, you want to add something?
Well, I just can't help but think that, sure, some people are snapping out of all of this stuff that's been going on in this country and the vaccine mandates and all that stuff. It's just unbelievable. The whole world is looking at Canada thinking, what in God's name is going on there? This state, this totalitarian state that's forming there. And I think either people are waking up or they're going deeper into this cult, as I will call it, right? So with, the wokeness is not ending here in my area, that's for sure. So I was just thinking of that. Either they're going deeper into the cult or they are waking up, but it's hard to gauge who's who and what's going on that front broadly.
So Robert, you said you were not a politician, but what brought you to run for the People's Party?
Well, excellent question, Andre, and it's our leader. I believe that Maxime Bernier is the best, most honest, truthful, a trustworthy leader in Canada today. And so that's the initial draw. From there, although I don't believe in all of the policies, because some of them are tough and some of them are challenging and some of them are going to hurt, but I do believe that they're necessary in order to bring Canada back to the Canada that I've grown up in and that I've lived in for decades. So we've got to make some major changes in order to bring about a major correction in the direction that this country is heading.
So in your opinion, you say that what would be the best would be a conservative minority government with, I would say, some candidate from the People's Party that would be the real opposition, I suppose.
Our voice would be heard by having members of parliament from the PPC party. With that, I believe that it puts us in a position. And by the way, I do believe in miracles.
That's good.
And I realize that we really need a miracle to have members of our party elected, but I believe we're going to see some miracles this evening right across the country. And I'm anxious to hear the results.
Well, that's interesting. I followed the polls in many provinces in Canada, and in some riding, I see that the People's Party are a little bit more ahead of others. But I think it is David was talking about the poly market and the polling agency. We see that Mark Carney will have a great lead, and so what's your opinion about polling agency? Do they manipulate the mind of Canadians?
Literally, Andre, it's been disgusting when you see two different polls in PEI that I have received that don't include the PPC as one of the choices. That is undemocratic. It is governments, and it's like the leaders debate commission, where they specifically changed the rules, and then they've been manipulating things to the extent, and we don't know, and we may never know the extent, but simply by having polls out there and not having the PPC even as an option on the poll is one of their ways of controlling, of ghosting and canceling the PPC.
Yes.
So that's what we're up against.
Did you during your campaign? Did you went to debates in your riding with the other candidate of other parties?
I definitely did, and certainly beneficial to have been involved, because otherwise I would be a total unknown. Yes. Because we're new permanent residents here in Charlottetown.
So your campaign door-to-door knocking went well?
It did. there are people that are set in their minds, as David has said, and people that are set in their ways. And I think that there are people that are still asleep. They've accepted the COVID controls that we were put on or put under. They don't see the reality of Mark Carney, a World Economic Forum very involved member, and the potential negative impact that he and the Liberals will have on our country if they're reelected.
Well, there was a RCMP report that got out this week, or I think last week, and about how Canada could become a very conflictual territory, especially with the policies of the Liberals. So that doesn't surprise me. We had many discussion toward what is coming out. You mentioned Mark Carney. Yes, he was the governor of the Central Bank of Canada for many years. Then he went to London to be the governor of the Central Bank of England. He's a globalist. He doesn't hide the agenda, but he tries to distance himself from the heritage of Justin Trudeau. Try to paint himself as a new messiah, if I can use the expression. You mentioned that. You think he will be as evil as many people think?
I do.
You do? Go ahead, David.
Well, with international bankers, and I'm just going to speak my mind here, they're Satanists. And I'm sorry to bring that up. In my mind, I believe that the bankers are the worst people on earth.
Yes.
Blowing up countries and whatnot. I mean, we don't need to talk about this. We're talking about the election here. But the fact that an international banker has been crowned without an election in this country is very hair-raising to be a citizen here, I can tell you. That's just my feeling.
That's good. That's good. So we will have a new government, whether it is liberal or conservative. I just hope that we will have some candidate from the PPC will be in the House. So they will be able to, like you mentioned, Robert, they will be able to have a voice for Canadian, because I don't think that now that all the parties that are in the House now, I think about the NDP or the Bloc in Quebec. I was looking at the outcome of Polymarket today, and if it is a minority government, it's about the same thing that we had when Mark Carney triggered the election. So the minority government would give the People's Party a voice, and I would say a strong voice to oppose, in my opinion. So, Robert, you have some more last word of hope, maybe?
Well, I believe that we're going to see miracles.
Oh, choppy.
It's okay.
Frozen.
We'll be back.
He thinks he's going to see a miracle. Well, I hope so.
Well, everybody is hoping from it.
If Mark Carney wins this election and becomes the prime minister, there's two issues here. One is they stole it, or the people really are not waking up. Both of these are bad.
Yes.
There's no way they can win. But what they've done to humanity at large in this country, unbelievable.
Right.
The whole world is looking at Canada like, what the fuck happened there?
Well,
if the Liberals win this election, we're in big trouble.
It's interesting what you're saying, David, because the whole world is looking at Canada like the whole world was looking at Canada during the Freedom Convoy. I think that's something that could be important. So we will take, dear viewers, we'll take a short break, and we will be back with David Gardner and for more electoral results and some new guests. So stay tuned. Chers spectateurs, revenez-nous dans un instant en compagnie de David Gardner pour d'autres résultats électoraux et de nouveaux invités de marque. So we are back live for this election night in Canada, and we welcome Mr. Leighton Gray from the Gray Matter podcast, if I'm not wrong. How are you, Mr. Gray, tonight?
I'm very well. I'm even better after listening to the Goldberg variations. I love Glenn Gould's version because you can hear him humming as he plays it.
That's a very good remark. And I was thinking when we were preparing the show, let's bring some great Canadian like Glenn Gould, and he's the only, I would say, the only pianist who would hum like this in a concert. That's incredible. So I'm happy you enjoyed it. So
quite brilliant. I don't know how anybody can listen to that music and not be uplifted. So great.
Yes,
choice.
yes. And we try to to calm down a little bit the temper of our guests between the segments. So what would be your general opinion about what is happening now in Canada?
Well, I was listening
especially with the election.
Yeah, well, I was listening to David, and I quite agree with David about bankers. Rishi Sunak, former Prime Minister of Great Britain, he came out of Goldman Sachs, and of course, Mr. Macron came out of Rothschilds, and we're seeing a pattern here. And this is Mark Carney is of that ilk. He's an errand boy sent by a grocery clerk to collect a bill, to quote Apocalypse Now. And the people who are running all of this are the Communist Party or the Chinese Communist Party. They've infiltrated Canadian politics. And why do I say this? Why do I mention this? Well, I had kind of an extraordinary experience that made me a PPC party member. And that is, I actually did Max Bernier's bail hearing when he was arrested in Manitoba.
In Manitoba, yes.
Yes, and we had a conversation about politics and about his party, and I knew nothing about it at the time. He said something to me that really struck me, and he said, one of the main problems with Canadian politics, the reason why we're in such a mess to a large degree, is we now have the concentration of political power not in our legislature the way it was intended, not even in our courts, but in one person, in the Prime Minister's office. And we saw this starting with Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Sadly, even Mr. Harper was guilty of it, but we saw it reach its zenith really with Justin Trudeau. And those of you who are skeptical about this, I can prove what I'm saying. Back in October of 2024, we had Parliament basically shut down because of the Green Slush Fund controversy. And of course, the Speaker of the House agreed to shut things down. Then, of course, we got into the November break because of Remembrance Day. Then we got into Christmas. And then we get into January, and our former Prime Minister resigns. And at that point, he formally prorogues Parliament, which hadn't sat since October. Now we're into an election cycle until April 28th. And no matter who wins, Parliament is not scheduled to reopen until September the 15th. That means if it opens on time, which is a dubious proposition, Canada will be without a sitting legislature for nearly a year. So people watching this know and understand what do we call a country that does not have a functioning elected body, a legislature, and that is governed by one man who's spending money. He's spending more money than Justin Trudeau did already. He's talking about aligning us with the European Union. Canada has become a dictatorship. And the reason why I support the PPC, why I support people like PM Newfoundland and Jason Levine and others, is because they understand that fundamental change is needed in this country. The Conservative Party of Canada and the Liberal Party of Canada, I'm sorry, folks, it's Cold Wars. They're both brown, and they're both going to rot your teeth. They both make you sick. And I haven't seen any sign that if Pierre Poilievre is through some miracle elected, and I don't think he will be tonight, if he is elected, I don't think that he has any intention of divesting himself of the immense power that sits in the Prime Minister's office right now. I haven't heard him say a single word or take a single action that would suggest that. I think he simply wants the same power that Justin Trudeau had, and he's promising to wield it differently. Well, that's a fool's bargain for Canadians. And this is why I think the real sea change in Canadian politics has to come, and it can only come when we get out of this false dichotomy this uniparty system of the CPC and the Liberal Party of Canada. So that's, in a nutshell, that's why I support the People's Party of Canada, because it's the only party that actually supports what I call true conservative values, that places proper checks on abuse of government authority, and puts Canadians and Canadian values first and foremost.
That's quite interesting what you're talking about proroguing the government for so many months, and it is I feel the lethargy of Canadians who are not aware of what is happening, and but some bills were terminated because of the prorogation and the general election. The bill C-63, on hate speech, and so many bills. You think that a minority government will? You said it will not be in the House until September. That's quite.
Well, they're going to break.
Serious.
Yeah. Well,
No
you think
government.
about it. Well, you think about it. There's going to be a transitional phase,
Yes.
no matter who wins, and then we're going to have the summer break, the traditional summer break. So we're probably not going to see Parliament come back until September.
But the state of emergency right now, with the elbows up, the Team Canada, and not the threat, but I would say the suggestion of Donald Trump will maybe push the agenda forward, saying that if you have to negotiate North American free trade agreement, maybe the government will come back earlier during summer. Do you think they will not?
I don't think Mark Carney has any intention of bringing Parliament back. I think he's going to govern by fiat. That's certainly what his predecessor did.
Yes. Okay. Now I understand.
I don't think this is the thing. Is the Conservative Party of Canada is not conservative. They're actually a progressive party. If you look at their core policies, they really, they're pro-choice. That's a huge one. I haven't seen them come out and be opposed to MAID, which is it's just, to me, is a metaphysically evil policy. Then, of course, their support for the proxy war in Ukraine. They push multiculturalism, which is anyway, slice it as anti-Canadian values. Then you look at, I think equalization is a problem, particularly for Western Canada. And then, they want to get the government into the business of building houses. Well, that's not a conservative policy, because conservative policy is to let the private sector do things like build houses, because we know they do a lot better at running businesses than the government does. We need to get them out of building houses. Yes. So really, when you start to look closely at the Conservative Party of Canada, they're not very conservative. They're still about big government. What you're seeing is just a sort of a subtle, you're seeing, sort of rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, and that's not going to save the ship. The ship has hit the iceberg, folks. And what's going to have to change it is we got to rebuild the ship. That's the only way we're going to save the people on the ship, is to rebuild the ship. And by the way, some of the people on the ship are going to have to leave because they don't belong here, because they're stowaways.
Yes,
to kill the metaphor fully. I think people can see where I'm going with this.
Well, it's quite fascinating, because voting, when we go to vote, and especially in Canada, we have two official languages, English and French. And some people in some region, like in Brampton, they don't speak French or English. It's quite amazing how they could arrive here without speaking the language. I'm still shocked about it. So,
well, and I'm shocked that Francophone people in Canada are not more concerned about this, because I think I'm an Indigenous person. I'm a First Nations person. You talk about all this nonsense about this woke nonsense about colonialism, but I mean, I say to Indigenous people, I say you should be more concerned about mass immigration, and protection of the preservation of the Francophone culture, which is core to Canada. That's core to Canada. I'm not a Francophone person, but I'm a Canadian, and I cherish our Francophone history and culture. And obviously our our future Prime Minister Max Bernier would agree with that. But I mean, he also calls himself the Quebecer from Alberta, so he's very popular. His policies are very popular out here. as you know, because they're pro-Canadian. He actually puts Canadians first.
First, exactly.
Yes, first and
Exactly.
foremost, and he means it. I mean, he's the only one who goes out and goes out in the streets and talks to foreign students and said, "Look, your visa's up. You got to go home." That's exactly what they need to hear, and that's a type of leadership, walking out leadership that Canada needs, and it's certainly we're not going to get that with Mark Carney or Pierre Poilievre.
Yes, I think you're right, David. You want to add something?
Yeah, I got some thoughts. Oh, gee whiz.
Go ahead.
Everybody's here on the show so far is saying they really think Mark Carney's going to win this gosh darn thing, and I have such little faith in this country if that happens. My goodness. But I guess a question I could ask to Leighton is, and it's great to talk to you, by the way. I like your podcast. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Oh boy, what can we predict? What would you guys say? Let's say Mark Carney does win, and they continue to tighten the liberal screws on us. What can we expect? Skyrocketing, prices at the grocery store, and also here's my greater concern: the CBC News getting even more money, spitting more propaganda. We're in a psychological war with our own government in this country and with our media.
Absolutely.
And I would go even further and call it a spiritual war. So, what would you predict if this guy wins?
I totally agree. First of all, I agree with you about the spiritual war. I think we are living out a good versus evil struggle. The Liberal Party of Canada is a death cult. Okay, it's plain and simple. I think the answer to your question is we can just look overseas, and we can see this is a script. Okay, and it's a story as old as time when it comes with socialists and communists. They want to basically what socialism is, and the reason why the so-called elites like it so much, and the reason why King Charles III likes it so much, the reason why the royals liked it so much, is because it's basically feudalism revisited. And so what they want to do is they want to take all the wealth, take it away from the middle class and the working class, and concentrate it in the hands of a few. But the answer to your question, David, is that we're going to see civil unrest here. I was talking with a lady from Manitoba, and they're hunting moose to provide meat to her workers. She has a company that has about 40 employees because people can't afford groceries. And that's I think what we're going to see in Canada if Mark Carney does what we expect him to do, what every other central banker has done once they've gotten into power, is they're going to foment civil unrest. Because of course this is part of the plan. We have civil unrest, then that gives the impetus to restrict civil liberties even more so, and then of course we have to track people, and so we have to have those digital IDs, right?
Yeah,
and we have to
biosecurity,
social credit score. So we know that the script is, if you want to see how this movie goes, where maybe we're in Act 2, or hopefully only Act 2, but if you look over in Europe, some places are in Act 3 and Act 4, and some are actually in Act 5, where the globalist stuff starts to get rejected in a serious way, like we're seeing over in Ireland, we've seen in Italy, and hopefully we're going to see in France if they can get Ms. Le Pen out of jail.
Yes, and also what you're mentioning, Romania, a lot of countries are pushing back, and I would say the globalists, they're starting to be more aggressive in their message. They don't hide anymore. We will arrive at the point where we will have to stand up, and not only on social media, we'll have to stand up and for our rights. And I think you're right. So, Leighton, thank you very much for your presence. Always appreciate. We like your podcast, and keep up the good work. We will be back, dear viewers, with some more guests after this short break. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So we're back live for election night in Canada with David Garner from Nova Scotia, our co-host for Newfoundland, Labrador, and Atlantic City. We are here with Mr. Alan Obu from the People's Party of Canada and Arnold Aino from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. How are you, gentlemen, tonight on this, I would say, historic election?
I think it will be historic.
And how?
Well, I've been listening on for the last half hour, and the one thing that keeps coming up on the media, the social media, are these polls. And I spent my career manipulating numbers, and I know a little bit about polling and about statistics.
Manipulating, wow, that's good.
Yeah. And I feel pretty confident because we're dealing with people, and that's something that's really hard to peg. But the one thing to keep in mind is the election in the U.S. last November. Who was leading in the polls right up to election day? Do you recall?
Kamala
Her
Harris.
name started with a K.
Of course.
Who lost by a big margin? Because, and this is something I keep putting up on X all the time, these polls, they're not designed to inform, they're designed to lead.
Yes.
They want to try and convince people to vote this way. It's just like a nose ring and pulling people around by that. And that's really all the polls are. And you look around you, and like, I'm in a little town off on the Trans-Canada Highway. I'm not sure if any of you are even familiar with the name of it. It's called Nipigon. And if you go from east to west or west to east in Canada, you drive through Nipigon because you have no choice. The only highway between east and western Canada goes right through our community.
So it's a hub.
I look around here and I see a few election signs, two for the incumbent, who's the Liberal. There's one crazy guy. Oh, dear. You'll have to excuse me. I'm working right now.
No problem. No problem.
I'll join you in a minute.
No problem.
Okay.
Arnold, how are you?
I'm living the dream, but you?
I'm fine. And we are with David, so maybe David and
Arnold was on my show.
You already know each other anyway.
Yeah, we've had an interview. Yeah,
100%. I just want to touch on what Alan said there. Last summer, when I was picking boats and driving boats from Lower Michigan, and the one thing I knew was the sign said that it was definitely a Trump, totally a Trump election. And I think what's her name? Go back to 2016. I can't remember the girl's name, lady's name. And I remember she was on some podcast, and everybody laughed at her and said, "Who's going to win the election?" And everybody she said Trump. Why? Because the signs were there. I think in this election, going through the Algoma region and Sault Ste. Marie region, I think this is going to be a lot closer election than we think.
Me too.
Which is scares the shit out of me, honestly. And I say that for a reason because we went for the last 10 years of going through hell. We've had our business shut down. We've had bank accounts frozen. And to this day, we still have bank accounts being frozen. I talk to truckers in Sault Ste. Marie are afraid to talk because they're afraid they're still going to have their bank accounts frozen. And yet, people just, I'm going to go back with the what's the word I want to use? I'm not part of that hippie era, but what that hippie era is, which are parcel that their houses are paid off right now. They don't give a shit in the world what's going on because everything's paid for. I'm cool. And that's, I think, is what's going to change this election around. I hope to God that the kids from 18 to 25 have actually woken up and said, my parents at that time, when I was their age, like when I was 16 years old, I bought my first car. That was my freedom. I had my first job at 16 years old. The problem is 16-year-old kids to 18-year-olds, they have no chance in hell getting a freaking job or their first car, or 18 years old or further getting your first house. Why? Because of mass immigration. Because these people come over from other countries and they've taken every hope of our young kids away. And yet no other party wants to talk about that but the PPC party. We're willing to talk about the freaking hard questions. Like in my park building, Sault Ste. Marie, people ask me, can you help me find a job? I said, no. I could give a shit about you. And I don't mean that in the wrong way, but I have people that have lived here all their lives. And they're asking me to find them a job. And you're coming from another country that's founded by our liberal government. And I said, no, I can't help you find a job because I have to worry about the people that were born here in Sault Ste. Marie. The problem is the Liberals, the Conservatives, the NDP, the Green Party, they don't want to talk about these hard questions.
Don't forget about the bloc in Quebec. I can talk about it.
You're right, yeah.
I would like to welcome Patricia Collin from York Durham. How are you, Patricia, tonight? And how was your campaign?
Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
Just unmute your microphone, Patricia. There.
Oh,
Good,
sorry
we can
about
hear
that. I'm back. I'm here now. Sorry.
There we go.
It's okay. It's okay. And
I
Alan
je
is
m'appelle
back
bien.
too.
I'm tired. Je suis un peu fatiguée, mais we really worked hard. Similar to Arnold, we're up against so much. I felt because it's a new riding, and I've already run twice previously and did, relatively speaking, well based on all the factors that we had a chance. But the polarization is massive. It was shocking. It's either Trump bad, I'm voting Carney, or Carney's bad, I'm voting Poilievre. And, when you had those people who had actually done rational research, it was clearly our choice. It's like, then you'd meet, just like a breath of fresh air, you'd meet someone, yeah, I did my research. You have the best policies, the best platform. Mass immigration is an issue. In my debate, every single party was like, yay, this immigration's great. So I noticed in my two debates, I was the only one with different opinions on most topics. And the mass immigration is really killing, the youth's jobs here in my riding as well. A lot of mothers are saying their kids can't get jobs. And it's really a growing tragedy. And unfortunately, the older than 70, even maybe 60 crowd are entrenched. They're either entrenched blue or entrenched red because they haven't felt the pain. It's total selfishness. Their houses are going up in value. They have a pension, a little bit more for groceries, but not really a lot of pain. And so they stick with their voting patterns. So I don't know how we're going to get a path to victory. That's the real, like the sad truth. And maybe the youth are waking up. But yeah, I mean, we had an amazing team, amazing effort. We had great signs coverage. We had great media, 2 strong debates. I would say I won them. Some good comments. I said, I'm the only conservative in the room. Everything that we've done. But yeah, it'd be really nice to win seats. And I'm very trepidatious because if the result is not good, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for all of us who've worked so hard.
Well, there's one thing that we could say, when we have hard time, soft time creates soft men, hard time creates hard men and hard women, because we need both. And I think it's very important to be dedicated and committed to politics, not only as a candidate, but also as a citizen. And I think what is happening now, like you mentioned, Patricia, I think many young people are waking up. They cannot find a job. They cannot buy a house. It's very problematic. Maybe David, you have some question for Patricia.
Yeah, as you were speaking there, I was thinking about this whole elbows up stuff, the 51st state stuff, and you're saying people are entrenched. They in their side of the blue or the red, whatever. They hate Trump or they hate Carney or one or the other. And I was thinking about this word entrenchment more. And, I think that Canadians and people in the Western world in general need to come to grips with something called propaganda. People are trusting, just turn on the news when you come home, just listen to it in the background while you make supper, whatever. It's just a part of life. The gardening shop that I go to shop for gardening supplies, the CBC is always just on through the whole store. So the employees are there, people are walking in there and hearing all of this. It's actually poison for people to listen to the CBC News in Canada. It's actually that bad that somehow a conversation needs to be offered or had with everyday people, entrenched people, everybody. That, do you trust the news? What's going on in this country? Why is it such a mess?
That's a very good question, or a tricky question.
Yeah, well, it's a good question, and even Poilievre, who I mean, personally, I think he's as bad or worse than Carney, because he's actually voted for all these things that have caused such harm, pushing the shots, the mandates, the lockdowns, benefiting through his wife's company. God knows how many millions of dollars they made, and voting to remove the parental rights. I mean, voting for the sustainability goals, supporting net zero, which will cripple us. So, I mean, and he now is backtracking on defunding CBC too, and as all of them. I mean, if we don't have accountability, my opinion, and I'm sticking with it, is we need absolutely new leadership. When people see the truths of the harm that were done, not just the last few years, but going back to Harper and Mulroney. Harper sold off all of our resource companies to China. He's the one who signed Agenda 2030, really locked us into these globalist agendas as well. And Mulroney, with his free trade agreement, deindustrialized us, just destroyed our manufacturing sector. So if people are putting their hope in Poilievre, it's just totally false. And I think the future is local citizenship rising up, because there are people who are awake, but they're not stepping up. And, that might force a change of votes for the next round. But unless we put accountability, and we need to fire the whole top layer of CBC for what they did during COVID. What did they say? The unvaccinated should die. It's okay if they die. I mean, they caused so much division that people do need to be fired, I think. And then funding needs to be decreased and based on balanced reporting in the future. But will that happen even with Poilievre? I'm not confident.
Alan, you're back. You were talking about you were talking about statistics.
Yes. Okay. So my prediction is that the polls are very wrong, and that
even Polymarket, which is
no Polymarket, yeah, because it's you buy into it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, you buy a vote. So it's whoever's got the deeper pockets. So it's a fraud. Everything about these polls are frauds. Like the national polls, they quickly go over. If you look at Canada 338 is just an aggregator. So if you want to see all the polls, you just go there.
Yes.
But if you look at them, they usually average about 1,200 people per poll. And this is trying to tell you, or all of us, what all 40 million people across this country think.
Well, it's a sample. It's only a sample. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a very and not only that, but it's a bias sample because they had their own groups that they go to all the time. So they've already pre-selected the people they're going to ask. They're not random. And that's the key to a good poll. It has to be truly random.
Truly random. You're right.
And
that's
there's not. And on top of it, the sample size is way too small. So there's 343 elections now in Canada. 343 ridings. Each one's an independent election. And how can you get a sampling of that? Because they're very fraudulent in saying, "Oh, this sample represents all of Canada." No, it doesn't. Not in no way, shape, or form.
Yes.
And if you just take it and take 1,200 divided by 348, you only get like 4 or 5 people per riding if it was true national.
Yes. So what's your prediction for tonight? Who will win? Majority?
I'm going to say it's going to be Conservatives because that's just the way Canada goes around here. I was before I had to scoot out the first time. There's maybe 24 political signs that I've seen. 2 of them were for the Liberal incumbent. One house. He's a Liberal or a NDP diehard. He's got 6 of them all around his property, and that's it for the NDP. All the rest are the Conservative guy.
Patricia, your prediction?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say a Conservative minority is what I'm gonna predict. And certainly my riding, sadly, is Conservative. What the Conservatives do to cheat, and they did it in the by-election. So they have these polite letters at the beginning that they put on people's doors with a sign. So they put out signs without people asking. And it's a bit of psychological warfare because they put out all these signs. And so already people are like, oh, well, assuming, oh, I might as well just vote Conservative because they're going to win. And a lot of people I talked to in the by-election didn't ask for the sign. And then I even found a letter this time. So they do that to maybe 1,000 people. And already that's like psychological advantage. And then they have such money. They blanket the riding with several mail outs. They don't show up for the debates. In my riding, it was that Canada did not show up for the debate, and even in his own town, and they don't answer any questions. So it's very shallow. We know there are slogans, and people are starting to see that, but they aren't ready to shift. So certainly, I predict in my riding a Conservative win, and I think nationally a Conservative win.
Majority?
I think it'll only be a minority because there are a ton of people who love Carney.
Yeah, that's quite amazing. Arno,
I can't believe it.
Arno, what's your prediction? Minority, majority government?
I really hate to say this, but I trust me, it grieves me soul to say this, but I think Carney's going to get a minority government.
No,
it might be,
and I think because Canadians are politically illiterate.
Totally.
And I think that's what it boils down. And if somebody is to be asked me, can you tell me why? The PCs have missed the boat. They totally missed the boat. And honestly, I'm going to say this live TV right now. I think the People's Party missed the boat too. They totally missed the boat to decimate the NDP and decimate the Liberal government. I hate to say this, but the Liberal Party they done the research, just like the Democrats in the States. They did it very well, and they did the research. And Trudeau, and it kills me to say this, but when Trudeau came out and said, and he had a live, wasn't supposed to be open to the live media, but we said that they're going to do the what's the word I want to use?
Cheating?
Yeah.
Not the cheating, but when he had the open thing where the tariffs, and he Trudeau purposely made sure that the CBC media heard that thing. That was a perfect storm to get everybody in Canada to vote for Liberals. And I hate to say this, trust me, it tears me in the gut, but the PCs missed the boat, and I will say our own party missed the boat too.
Well, you're mentioning the CBC. May I call them the Canadian Bolshevik Corporation, where they are only propaganda for the Liberal government. Will they be the propaganda with the Conservative Party?
Yeah.
I don't know. We will know after the election. So anyway, Alan, Patricia, and Arnold, thank you for being on the show. And we wish you, Alan, and Patricia, we wish you good luck. Maybe one seat for the PPC. And
little bit more.
Pardon me?
Can I just say just a little bit here?
Of course, go ahead.
No, I just like this fascinates me because again, I've spent my career analyzing numbers, and from what I can tell, the NDP are kaput. Like I don't know how few are actually going to get elected. So where are those voters going to go? Are they going to vote Liberal?
Liberal.
Right?
Yeah.
Are they going to go Conservative?
No.
Exactly.
Well, the elbows up.
Be surprises, and there's a wild card for you, and that's the thing that's hard to predict. And the one thing I pointed out to Arnold a while back, all of us remember, what was it, 20 years ago when Jack Layton, I think, was the leader of the NDP, and they were the official opposition. And where did they gain most of their seats?
2011, they completely wiped out the bloc, and they had 60 or 55 seats in Quebec. That was a historic election. What they called it at the time was the orange wave.
Yeah, we potentially had that.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that too, because I think that's the opportunity for PBC is we have a natural alignment as a populist party with the workers. We're the only one who stood against the mandates. We're the only one who pushing back against foreign workers. And yet Max needs to get in front of the unions. Our message is not resonating with them. There is that, LGBTQ group that sort of has a dislike to us. Unless they get to talk to us, and then they see, we're representing them just as much. But the workers, that's a lost opportunity. There's a lot of people who don't like the leadership of the NDP and who like our stand. I mean, that should be our vote, quite honestly, not the Liberal vote.
I agree 100%.
Can I add to this, please?
Yes, go ahead, Arnold.
So back when Preston Manning first came with the Reform Party, he had something going there. And unfortunately, Stephen Harper came in as full. But right now, we're in 2025. What we have going with the People's Party, we have strong candidates like Patricia Payman and a lot of candidates throughout Canada.
Jason Levine. There's a lot of people.
We have a more stronger congregation of People's Party candidates than what Preston Manning had back then. It's up to us as our leaders to take this to the next level. And do I think we can do it? 100%. We can do it. We have to band together. And I think we have to let the CPs show who they really are. We know what the Liberals are. We know what the NP are. But we have to let the candidates, I should say the electorate of Canada know that candidates like Patricia, myself, Alan, and other people that we are here for the long haul. We're not here for tomorrow, but we are honest people that are going to fight till we die for this the ideals of the People's Party.
So Arnold, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, and let's run 26 miles. It's a long run. So thank you, Arnold. Thank you, Alan and Patricia. So we'll take a short break, and we will come back with Dr. David Speecher and Chris Erickson. So be right back.
Okay, bye.
Okay, we are back live for this election night in Canada 2025. We have Mr. Chris Erickson and Dr. David Speecher from a candidate from the PPC Hamilton Center. Mr. Speecher, who comes back from the hospital and he's with us tonight.
Oh, yes.
So we're very happy, very happy. So welcome,
Thank you.
gentlemen. Maybe, David, you have some question for our guest?
Oh, already? Wow.
Of course.
Oh,
Well,
that David.
oh, sorry, you're talking to that David. Sorry, we got two Davids here. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm like that David or this David.
Well, both of you.
Okay.
The David Speecher, you are a candidate for the Hamilton Center for the PPC. How was your campaign?
It's my first time in a campaign. I didn't expect it to be this tough and hard, and I'm like, this is busy, and I'm pulled in like 15 ways, and you're getting signatures and funds and signs set up and this and that, and it's like, wow.
So the experience was nice.
And two, I've learned to knock on doors and talk to lots of people and not even care what they think. Because in the first row, I had one lady. I went there and knocked on the door, and she's like, "Get the F off my lawn!" I'm calling the cops and stuff, and I'm like, and I've never experienced something like that because of how I talk. I don't like to.
Yes.
The knock on doors and yeah, and
That's
things.
cool.
And 5 homes down, the lady knew of my work on the vaccines, loved it, was thrilled. I'm there, supportive, and asked for a sign. So my team went to 12,000 homes in 6
That's a
weeks.
lot. That's a lot.
Yeah. I developed cellulitis and sepsis on Thursday. In my leg, it's still inflamed. It's
Yes,
swollen.
we were following when we saw on X when you started to post again coming out of the hospital. So we're very happy to have you on the show. Chris Erickson, welcome.
So I was there. So
It's a pleasure to have you. What's your take about what is happening now in Canada? Either the future of Canada or this election tonight. It's quite an historic election.
Yeah, it is. I think that, I think a lot of questions will be answered tonight just on a base level. I'm more of a, I don't like to say the term black pill, but for me, it's like, let's get it on, right? Whoever it is, we got a lot of work to do to fight off Agenda 2030. And the part of the reason why, I'll state clearly, I'm an independent, but I have a lot of PPC friends. I support PPC. I've got some conservative friends. We don't agree all the time. I used to be in politics, working for the BC legislature. I've been in politics for a long time. But over that course of the last 5 years, I've come to know a lot of people from the PPC. And even when I was a campaign manager back in 2019, I'll admit again as well, for the Liberals, I was helping a buddy out and had no idea, but I will acknowledge Mr. Speecher there. I was the Liberals in a conservative riding in Abbotsford, BC, one of the strongest conservative ridings, and very confused. Most of my work was on a micro level. So on a macro level, I started to get a vibe because we're getting chased off of lawns. We're actually having there's some younger volunteers. I'm like, yeah, we can't take them up into these areas because there's some very, very mean people. You got about 5 seconds to get off my lawn, and they grab it at 2x4, right?
Yep.
woke me up to the, wow, there's a lot of hate there. And at first you don't really realize it. As far as there's people who have very strong conservative values, but not realizing, wait a second, there's actually merit to what is
Yes.
goes, right? And so I never really went on board fully with the conservatives. But I was, again, I look at the policy, I look at the platforms. I was, as an advocate, I got into it with Harper's government. I got into it with my local premier, who was a liberal. So I've been an independent my whole life. And when Payment asked me to come on, I said, absolutely, because there's so many things that I see. My first message is, no matter what happens tonight, you guys got to keep going. You guys are the only network across the country that has the ability to bring people, the disenfranchised, together as the storm brews even further. So my prediction, as far as what we see for tonight, the thing that I hesitate on, because I would say I think it's going to be a conservative minority, but my intuition is kind of saying, okay, would a guy like Carney really put his hat in the ring that high up on the central banking globalist elitist? Would he really be in there to take a loss? Maybe. That
would be surprising, of course.
It would be, but again, if he loses tonight and we get an election in 6 months, even if Poilievre gets a minority or a majority, it's really hard to predict. But even 2029, again, it's, you slow the train down a little bit, because the last 10 years,
the train keeps running.
Exactly. It's just what speed. So Poilievre's in, and again, it's like I see it all as scripted. I see it all as staged. But I give kudos to everybody that has stepped up and put that put their skin in the game in regards to being, let's go door knocking. 12,000 is not a small number, Doctor.
It is big. It is big.
No.
David Gardner, you have a question for our guest?
Yeah. Well, you said you're a little black-pilled. Maybe you're trying to avoid feeling black-pilled, which is the doom. But I think that there's a positive aspect to being black-pilled or without hope for the future of the country, because here's the thing: it makes you think deeper about what's going on. If you look around, like I have a dumpster fire. My background is a Canadian dumpster fire. That's so I'm a black-pilled guy. But you know what? I see a positive aspect to it. It's like, yeah, we're fucked. But you know what? That makes me at least face facts. Okay.
Yep.
People want to take the white pill and have a hope for the future. That's not going to get you anywhere if you don't face facts. We're up against, well, I already said it, psychological war with our own government.
Well, gentlemen, David and David Gardner, maybe Chris, can you explain us the difference between the white pill and the black pill?
Not to medicalize the culture again here, but
or
there's a white pill and a black pill and a red pill.
What about the purple pill?
And there's a blue.
And there's a blue. Yes.
In the Matrix here now.
Because the question, I think the question that David Gardner was referring to is where we're heading now after the election. The world will continue to the planet will continue to turn, and we'll have to face reality. In fact, where will we go from now? Leighton Gray said that maybe the government will not be in office until September. Imagine practically 1 year without a government. That's practically inconceivable.
Well, if the liberals win, I think I am moving to Alberta because they're going to a
Republic.
Yep.
Well, it's interesting what you're mentioning because, but maybe the house will be very expensive in Alberta if every Canadian wants to move there.
Well, yeah.
Chris, what do you think will happen? Do you think we will be able to improve what is happening in Canada, or we still have to face very hard political challenge?
Well, I think the political challenge is there, but I think that we're now in a situation where if Carney gets in. I think it poses a lot more difficulties with just his personality type and his book. And I think that there's like a steroids component to a lot of the CBDCs and a lot of things that I think he'll be able to do unilaterally. Maybe with a minority, it might slow him down a little bit.
Yeah.
But for me, I think honestly what needs to happen, and I'll say first of all, I want to see, we need to break the bubble that goes on in Parliament. So however many PPC we get, a Libertarian, an Independent, I don't care who it is that gets in. Of course, I do align a lot with the PPC values and the policies. But I think that we kind of need to have a Conservative government to wake people up to the Uniparty. I think that Poilievre's got 6 months. If he wins, he's got 6 months to follow through, because the Liberals are going to be on him right away. And he's going to have a whole bunch of these, a lot of the Conservative support right now is first of all, they don't understand. It's very much, it's the, I've always voted blue. You know, they play this left-right paradigm perfectly, right? Most Conservatives, they resist the idea that Stephen Harper is the one that signed us up for Agenda 2030.
Yes,
he sets all this stuff up.
Yeah.
Trudeau comes in, starts implementing it. Everyone gets angry at Trudeau, and then the Conservatives put another guy up. We've been doing this since the inception of our country. It is. I don't know if it goes that far back. You can look back to Mulroney in 1993, I think it was, with Agenda 2015. But I think we need that reality check. And for me, it's obviously I don't want to see Carney in. I would love to see. I would actually love to see Max have a chance, have a seat, get in there and shake things up.
And shake things up, yes.
Yeah, but realistically, we're still stuck in this paradigm of the left-right. And so I think what will end up happening is that, first of all, most importantly, there's a lot of Canadians that just need to start healing. They've had 10 years of this. There are people that are if Poilievre wins tonight, it takes years off your life, stress, anxiousness, right?
But I think if he wins.
Yeah. And I think that we're in a situation where he's going to have 6 months. And that's why I say, for me, it's okay, good, let the healing begin. But to me, I'm back on the horse because I attack everybody equally.
Equally.
You're not looking out for the interest of Canadians. We've had a ton of trauma.
I attack them all.
5. Yeah, everyone's fair game, and they should be. Right?
My colleague Timothy Knight will be with us later, and he will wrap it up a little bit later. He always say, I hate everybody equally. So
I just trust everybody equally. It's the same thing. It's not good for the soul, but I hear you for sure.
Well, I think we have also to bring a little bit of sense of humor in the debate, because if we take ourselves too seriously, we will not be able to go through this hard time. David Spreet, you will tonight. Maybe we will follow you. We all follow the result of the election, and I hope that you will have a good word for our viewers about your campaign.
It would be nice to win, but I don't think I will. It's a NDP stronghold. It's been one for the past 35 years, and it's very difficult to bust, except I look at campaign as a major win. One, there's a big growth in myself, knocking on doors, talking to people, and two, our whole push on Axe the Vax.
Axe the
went coast to coast big, and I saw Max on Saturday saying there are people in BC and Alberta voting for us based on my push on Axe the
Vax. Exactly. There's a lot of people who reacted to that. I agree with you.
Can I make a comment here?
Yes, go ahead, David Gardner.
I like what you say there, that you're fighting even though you don't think you're going to win. And I love this because for me, I love J.R.R. Tolkien. And those people in that world, they fought also, not because they thought they were going to win, because it was fucking right. it was right to fight this evil.
Principle. Yeah.
So you're fighting on principle. You say you don't think you're going to win, but still you're fighting. So I commend you for that.
Yeah. Well, I am a PhD scientist who has tested vaccine vials of COVID myself.
Mhm.
I've seen the DNASV for the D in there, and every day I get wrote of a new vaccine injured person who feels abandoned, alone, and no one is talking about it. Our government won't even acknowledge their existence. And I've shown up to some long-term NDP supporters' homes. Husband is the vaccine injured, has heard of no one else who's that vaccine injured, because in their circle no one's talking about it, and that they see it on my card and said, because you're fighting for us, we are voting for you.
That's good. That's good.
And so mainstream media won't talk about this at all. I did a 3-minute clip on cable 14 on Friday. It was there. It was streamed out. It's on my 12,000 cards, and so I've told 12,000 people that they are not alone, and people like us are giving people like them support and hope.
That's good.
And that is a major win.
That's right. I think you're right.
Saving lives there, man.
White pill
Yes.
moment. That's a white pill there, my
Exactly.
friend. Thank you for that.
Exactly, David Garner. Chris, one last word before we go to the break.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks again for having me on. I just want to say, to kind of, I like the idea of the whole white pill thing, but no matter the results tonight, I think that it's something that I want to see. I'm hopeful to encourage everybody that's watching to get involved locally, to get involved, to not let this go. I've talked to, I was on Payman's podcast a while ago, and it's the same thing. You guys have a network in communities that you can hold barbecues. Don't let this summer, don't hang your heads. Absolutely don't hang your heads. It's not a loss if you learn. Right. And a lot of the things with grassroots movements is that you need to get in the game. You need to understand the machine. So every time you get better and better and better, your networks grow, your support networks, your volunteer networks, everything that goes into a campaign. But we have an opportunity right now as independents, libertarians, PPC, all the disenfranchised across this country that do not have a home, and they see what's going on. They see the suffering. David, amazing. To me, I want to see people need to have hope. But they shouldn't have to compromise their principles and sacrifice a piece of themselves in believing in a fake system that doesn't really look after them, or at least provide opportunity for them to grow. And so what I'm hopeful for is that we will see 2025 come alive, right? Is it going to be 6 months from now? But once, people are going to start to, as people start to realize maybe something's not right with either side, you got to be able to onboard them. Same with the, when the vaccine thing, I didn't take the shot. I'm still, yeah, I'll come back at another time, talk about that. But through that process, there were people that did take it. And so you had this vaxxed, unvaxxed thing, but there was people who took it and they're good people, thought they were doing the right thing. But you got to onboard them, right? When they finally wake up, when they see what's going on, don't say, hey, I knew, I told you so, this kind of thing. Welcome them on. So whether it's conservatives, liberals, NDP, welcome aboard to this, because we're all in. We are truly, they always like to steal taglines. We're all in this together. We've all got something to offer. We've all got skill sets. We've all got game. But we're just trying right now to kind of figure that out. And the snap election does put people in a very, very difficult situation as far as being able to organize. It's a strategy, guys. So don't hold your heads down. Hold them high. Take what you've learned from it, grow, and keep going. And
I, I do agree with what you said, and especially the word strategy. And what I think the most beautiful thing is that we're talking to each other. Canadians are talking to each other from coast to coast. So thank you a lot, Chris, David Speecher. Good luck, and we will come back after the break with Chelsea Hillier and Keith Tace. Thank you.
Take care, guys.
See you guys.
OK, we're back for the election night in Canada. La soirée des élections au Canada. Je suis obligé un peu de parler français pour attirer des auditeurs francophones. Nous sommes de retour. We are back with two new guests, Chelsea Hillier and Keith Tace. Welcome, Madam and Mr. You are... you were expected tonight, and I'm very happy to have you with us. We'll start with you, Chelsea. What are your impressions about what is happening now in Canada? Not necessarily about the election, but in general.
I honestly, I'm a generally optimistic person, and I don't feel great about the direction that we're moving in. One thing that gives me, well, actually, I'll say two things that give me hope is my own children and the PPC. The PPC has given me an amount of hope in terms of politics in this country, where we're actually giving people a choice, and people are actually able to have a voice, and people are and Canadians are understanding, I think for the first time maybe ever, well, maybe since the Reform Party, that there is a different way forward. And so I don't know, I mean, I feel like I know what this election holds, but I'm not gonna, we can talk about predictions later if we want to. But you know, we need to know that there is a way out of what we're in right now. And I want my children to know that there's a way out of what we've found ourselves in. So yeah, my children and the PBC, and some really strong people out there, my father included.
Your father who fought a lot, yes,
yeah,
of course.
Derek Sloan, who's going to be joining us here momentarily.
Yes, exactly.
And Maxime Bernier, and you know, a handful of other people who have really stood up and fought hard. So like, those are the things that give me hope for what I think is a dire situation for this country. I'm quite worried about where we're going and what Canada will look like 4 years from now.
Well, that's a good point. I think the fact that we were able to talk to each other. Keith Tace, you are from the Libertarian Party in New Brunswick, I think. Am I wrong?
Yes, that's correct.
So,
yes.
You're a neighbor of our co-host David Garner, who's in Nova Scotia. Do you know each other?
Yeah, he's been on my show at least twice, I think. Yeah.
Twice,
Good,
yeah.
good. So let's go, David Gardner. He's your guest.
well, nice to see you, buddy. How are you? Libertarian Party, man. I support libertarianism. Well, I'm an anarchist. I'll just be honest. So
Yeah.
I'm not affiliated with any party.
An anarchist with a tie.
But yeah. So what's up? How are you? What's going on?
Yeah, good to see you again. And it's awesome to see you, Chelsea.
You
Your
too.
dad's a hero. He's a hero of mine, so that's a little intimidating. Yeah, so I first got involved in politics actually with the PPC in the early days. I helped run two campaigns for the same candidate down here in southern New Brunswick. So that was my first introduction, and literally I went to pick up a sign, and I saw this 75-year-old man putting his own signs in the ground, and it just made me think, like, I need to do more. Like, this guy he's doing everything he can to try to make a difference, and I'm just here to pick up the sign. So I ended up basically being in charge of all of his signs, and we have a huge riding down here because it's all rural. So yeah, so that was my beginning, and then we kind of started the Libertarian Party just last year of New Brunswick, and it's been just a roller coaster since.
You guys have been doing a great job, I have to say. Like, I see all of your posts on X, and like, fantastic work, just as a side note.
Yeah, thank you. It's Randy's a really good friend of the guy that runs our X account too, so they get along good. And
so you need good technical director to handle those accounts. What's your take about what will happen tonight?
Tonight, I mean, it's hard to really tell. I think best case scenario, we have like a conservative minority with a couple PPC seats to keep them in line, kind of. I don't expect that. I expect probably I probably, if I had to guess, I would say a conservative majority.
Majority, wow.
That's
good. Well, that's good in a sense that we would kick out Carney out of office.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? With Pierre, it's like roll the dice, but with Carney, you know what you get. Like, his book is insane. Like, it's terrifying stuff. Long term, though, I'm optimistic. I think Canada's going through an awakening similar to the U.S. It's just a lot slower. It seems to be quite a bit slower. I'm not sure why that is. Besides,
that's the mainstream media grip on this country.
Yeah.
I have not in any way to disregard you, Keith, but I tell this story about, so last summer I was sitting out on the deck with my husband, and we were talking about politics, as we always do, of course. And I said, you know, the Liberals are going to win a majority next year, right? And he was like, well, you're insane. My husband thought I was absolutely insane when I said that. And so I gave him the reasons why I believed that. And
this is when
what's that?
I was just saying, this is when the conservatives were like high in the polls.
Yep.
Wow.
And so I gave him my reasons. I've got reasons, surrounding their lack of ability to talk about immigration, which is one. And then the other two reasons that I said it was because so what I told my husband was Trudeau will not run again. His ego can't take a loss. So he'll be gone. And that was like the Conservatives had two pillars, right? One was Trudeau must go. The other was axe the tax.
Axe the tax.
Yeah. And so I said to my husband at that time, I said, Trudeau will be gone and they'll replace him probably with Mark Carney, but who knows? Like, could be anyone, but Mark Carney likely. And then, so Trudeau will be gone already. And then whoever is put in will axe the tax. And when they did that a couple months ago, my husband looked at me and he was like, holy shit. Okay.
You have a crystal ball?
Well, you know what? I've been in politics for 25 years.
Oh, okay. So that's important because you can feel it, you can sense it, and you see the heavy tendencies.
Do you know how how I started in politics was working for my local MP when I was 15 years old, doing polling for him, like on the phone, right? Like this is before you had text polling or anything like that. You actually had to pick up the phone and call everyone and ask them
no
what they
internet
thought.
at the time.
Yeah. And so like the psychology as a Canadian voter is buried deep in my mind. Like it lives in my subconscious.
That's good.
Trust me, it's not a great place to be, okay? but it just is what it is. And so like I saw it like I and I could be wrong. I might be very wrong. But I do believe that the Liberals will win a majority this like tonight.
Again, wow. So
Yeah.
we will be more in trouble tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah.
Wow. Well,
Slightly.
David Gardner.
I'm not trying to doom and gloom, okay? I'm just that's my prediction.
No,
like I
that's
said, I could
okay.
be very wrong.
Yes, okay, that's okay. David Gardner, you have another question?
I have a comment about the Libertarian Party and one of their great innovative ideas that they've done, but I think that Pierre Poilievre is going to win for this reason. And forgive me for putting a tinfoil hat on briefly, but I believe there's a North American technate that is being built, a technological government that is coming. And we're not going to crack the seal on transhumanism that I like to talk about on my show. But my theory is that Donald Trump is the chosen candidate of the technate of the New World Order, and so is Pierre Poilievre. And I have other reasons for that, but I will not elaborate on them. But the 51st state PSYOP narrative has a big design here with this, and the elbows up, and all this other bullshit going on, all this fake PSYOP stuff. But let's talk about Keith for a second. When you were on my show, you were saying that your party had this great idea where people who donate money to your party get a freaking generator in return. Tell us a little bit about that process, because I thought that was really fascinating. A solar generator, right? And also you get your money back. So remind me of that.
Yeah, so federally, that's not possible. I tried to work that into the federal party, but they have a way to remove the value of that. So it has to be something that isn't redeemable in cash value. So it would depend on which province you're in. But in New Brunswick, so if you donate $100, right, and we give you something that's worth $80, we get a $20 donation, and you get $80 back. So you get something worth $80 for $20, right? So it's a way for libertarians to claw back some of our stolen tax money.
Yeah, and libertarianism is about shrinking the government and giving more power to people. So you get a generator, you can anyway. I just love this. That's
good. That's good.
Robin Hood.
That's good. I want to welcome Mr. Derek Sloan, the leader of the Ontario Party, who was a former member of Parliament for the Conservative Party of Canada. Welcome to the show, Derek. How are you tonight?
Hey, pretty good. Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. So, what will be the result of the election, in your opinion, for tonight?
Well, I think it's pretty likely we're going to see the Liberals win, and likely a majority.
I bet $100 on the Conservatives, 3-1.
You can go, David Gardner. You can go on Poly Market. You can bet there. So,
well,
Derek,
I've been waiting for Derek's take all night, so I'm I'm really sad to hear this. Yeah.
Well, you'll have to compose with this. So, Derek, you were a member of Parliament of the Conservative Party, so you know the beast from the inside, meaning the beast that they are practically today a mirror of the Liberal. What happened? What made you change and go provincially for the Ontario Party? Do you think the Conservative Party is not a Conservative Party anymore?
Well, listen, I fought with the Conservative Party until they felt that they wanted to part ways with me. So it's clear that they don't align with my values. And I think a lot of people have the idea that you can maybe reform the party from the inside, and maybe that's possible. But I will say that I was exactly the kind of MP that I wanted to be. I don't have any regrets. I stood up for things that I felt needed to be stood up for, and for that I was ejected from the Conservative Party. So I think that their agenda or their understanding of what, electoral strategy should be is different than mine. And so I think we're seeing the results of that in this election. I think people right now are really fired up about the Conservatives primarily because they're scared of the Liberals. But if you take the Liberals out of the equation, the question is, well, what are the Conservatives standing for?
Yes, you're right. One thing, when you were part of the Conservative Party, I think you were part of the leadership race, if I'm not wrong. And at the time, Maxime Bernier also was part of the leadership race in 2019, I think 2019. And you said it yourself. You were ejected from the party. You didn't leave the party. Like they didn't like your position. If I'm right. So how do you think? So you think it is not possible to reform a party like this?
Listen, anything is possible, but I think that we have to understand that both the Liberals and the Conservatives are. I mean, they basically do whatever they want on the party level, right? So if they want to kick someone out who's inconvenient, they'll kick them out. If they want a preferred candidate to run in a local area against the wishes of the local members, they'll do that. And we've seen examples of different pro-life or Christian candidates getting kicked out. I mean, one prominent person who was going to run this election but wasn't allowed to was Pierre Lemieux. And Pierre Lemieux was a leadership contestant. So I ran in a different leadership contest than Maxime did, but Pierre Lemieux ran against Maxime in that leadership contest. And Pierre had been an MP for a number of years. I think it's 8 or 9 years under Stephen Harper. And he was gearing up to run again this time. And at the last minute, they said, nope, we're not going to do a nomination. And they, put someone else in his place. So, this kind of thing happens frequently. And, it's clear that they don't really like social conservatives. I mean, they're happy to get your vote. They're happy to get, a donation. But if they can kind of find somebody else to run in your place or something like that, they'll gladly do it.
So run and maybe control their candidate, or that, because we saw many conservative candidates who never went to the debate in many ridings. They were they were ordered not to go. It was quite shocking because you would expect that in a local debate, you would expect that the candidate will be there and will promote the ideas of the program of the party. But we see the Conservative, they're not distancing themselves from the global agenda. We talk about the Paris Accord, mass immigration, transgenderism, Bill C-4. So maybe we will have to fight hard in the future for conservative value, because from now until we are able to wake up Canadians, it will be quite difficult. So tonight, it was an election in Ontario. It was 1 month ago, 2 months ago, if I remember.
That's right.
So the Ontario party did well, but of course we still have Doug Ford in Ontario. So will it be possible to change the system from the inside? Not only parties, but the institution, because we see that many people, they are, I would say, opportunists. They go into politics not for ideas, but they go, I will not say for money, but prestige, power. Is it possible to change, especially today, and with what is happening south of the border with Donald Trump and this Team Canada, I would say, ideology? Is it possible?
Yeah, listen, I think it is. I mean, all of us that are fighting in different ways, whether it's through podcasts or running for alternative parties, I think we're doing the right thing. It's very possible maybe the mainstream parties might be able to be reformed at some point as well. I think the more good people are involved in the process, the better. I mean, Canadians have basically generally left government to do its own thing. They say they feel that the government is relatively well run, or they have in the past, and they just kind of go on with their lives. So I think it's important that we take that responsibility and get involved. But what we're seeing, in the United States, what we're seeing in other parts of the world is positive, and we're impacted by that here in Canada, regardless of who wins. I mean, Trump is basically dictating the agenda here in Canada, anyways, regardless of who's running the country. So I'm not too concerned from that perspective. I don't think either of the leaders would have had the perspective to bring to move Canada to where it needs to go. And all of a sudden, even a Liberal leader is going to be focusing on economic development and resource development and reducing trade barriers. So that's all thanks to Trump, and we're moving in that direction whether we like it or not, and regardless who's leading.
That's good. That's good. Well, Derek, thanks a lot for your presence. Chelsea, thanks a lot. Also, Keith, it was a pleasure. David will leave us, I think, because we will go to Quebec and Ontario, which maybe Derek will be interested in, Chelsea too. So we will take a break, and we will be back with Timothy Knight and Payman Ascari, who will be the co-host for the Quebec-Ontario region. So we'll see you in a moment. Thanks you a lot, Derek.
Thank you so
Chelsea,
much, everyone.
and Keith. Good night.
Thank you very much for having us. Bye.
So we are back live on Election Night in Canada 2025, la soirée des élections au Canada 2025. And I would like to welcome Payman Ascari, who will be the co-host tonight for the Quebec and region, Quebec Ontario region. And also, I want to thank Payman because it's the brand of Inlay Terms. He's the permanent host and the creator of Inlay Terms. So, Payman, welcome again on your show.
Thank you very much, Andre. Thanks for the respect. We're paying you a lot of money, so you should respect me. You're getting hundreds of thousands of dollars for doing this.
Well, most probably the government will take 60% of taxes on that. So,
yeah, on the plus side, they're going to give us hundreds of millions of dollars because we're news now.
Yes. And I was just checking. Polls are closed in Newfoundland and Atlantic region, but we don't have any results yet. So we will welcome Brian Everett and R.B. Wintrington from Saskatchewan South. Good evening, gentlemen. How are you tonight on election night?
Good evening. Doing pretty good tonight. Looking forward to seeing some of the results here in Ontario. See where we're going to be at. It's been a good campaign, tough one, but it's been a good one.
So you met a lot of people, door knocking.
Tons of door knocking, tons of mall walking, tons of. I have a strategy. I pound in every requested yard sign, so that's one of the things that I do. So when I get asked to put in a sign, I'm always the one. The road signs are a different story. At some time this year, I took an initiative for that too, but that's how I get to meet my people most of the time during the election is sign requests, but I also get out into high traffic areas like the malls or in different busy areas of the riding and try to greet people.
That's good. Go ahead, Payman. You're the co-host.
RB, could you show us your dance moves yet again? We got a DJ in the house.
Yeah, so I was just watching the Sean Newman podcast, and they had my buddy Gordon McGill, the trucker who writes for the Newsweek, and he was famously defended the Coots convoy, and he wrote about the Freedom Convoy in American mainstream media. Got on Tucker Carlson once. He's been on my show, and I've been on his podcast, and he was on there, and they asked for his predictions, and he said, "Well, it doesn't really matter if the Liberals win or the Conservatives win. Canada loses." So we're in a good spot, and that's what I wanted to really emphasize with the PPC is we're in a good spot. People might not think that. We might even get less votes than last time, but we're in a good spot because we're sitting here laying in the woods. It doesn't matter if the Liberals win or the Conservatives win. After 2-3 years, people are going to finally wake up this time because we're the only party that's defending all the classic values that Canadians are supposed to stand for: the freedom of speech, freedom of association, bodily autonomy, all these things that are classic liberal ideas, but we're also defending the classic conservative ideas of small government, decentralized government, and giving the power back to the provinces, giving the power back to the individual sovereignty, and we're also fighting for national sovereignty. We're the best of everything, and we just have to sit back and wait for the public to finally wake up. It's going to happen eventually. We just have to wait for it.
That's a good take. That's a good take. And you're in Saskatchewan, and Brian is in Ontario, and we go from coast to coast. And it is quite interesting that it's through social media we have the opportunity to meet. There's a lot of people who are not aware of what is really Canada. What you're mentioning, Richard, the core value, conservative value. You think that the People's Party is the new Conservative Party? The real one?
It's not just the new Conservative Party, it's the new everything party. It's the new populist party. It's why we're called the People's Party of Canada. We're for the people. And so I believe that our mission is to draw the disaffected left, the former Tommy Douglas NDP guys, which is what I was. Mm-hmm. We defend family values plus the values of the working class and our economic security. That used to be a core so-called left
yes
value, and we can combine that with the way it works, because we've now seen it. Pure socialism doesn't work because you're disincentivizing the work ethic. So exactly. nation. You got to have that core worker class value that you consider left, but it has to be combined with the limited government and the empowerment of the individual, which is what I think we represent.
Yes, and that's very interesting. Brian, Richard, what about the 51st state? Do you think that it has an impact on? Do you think that it had an impact, or it will have an impact on Canadian? Through the vote and after, because we see what is happening in Alberta. What's your take about this?
It's had the impact on this election already. What the two parties, the Liberals and Conservatives, decided to do was take the focus off what was done to Canadians in the past, and they pointed. And I'm right on the border here in Sarnia. They pointed across the river and they said Orange Man bad. And it was both of those parties that took that stance. And what it did was it took away the focus of why we were really having this election, what the opportunities were for Canadians were to and I don't like to say, but judge what they've done to us over the past 5 years, all through COVID, all the bank accounts getting seized, the lockdowns, the forced vaccinations, take your jobs away. All of that stuff got molded in a narrative by the mainstream media, away to the fact that Orange Man bad, he's got the tariffs, we're going to both go against what he says and go dollar for dollar. And that's what we watched. They in my opinion, this election, they ripped off the Canadian people with propaganda. They pulled those issues that mattered and counted, like mass immigration, all of the stuff that's hurting us right now, inflation, and they used the Donald Trump narrative to get their elbows up. And they stole this election from the people, as far as I'm concerned. Get your elbows up. It looked like they were doing the chicken dance.
Exactly, like what Richard is doing.
And they didn't even get down and dirty in the issues that count. And it's a shame what went on in this election, the snap, the 30-point swing. It looked like it was designed to go this way. And from someone looking and who's interested in politics, and my third time as a candidate in Sarnia-Lambton, never have I watched the fear in the electorate in my riding of saying who you're voting for. There was barely any yard signs in the yard. Nobody wanted to face their neighbor and tell them that they were trying to go for freedom. There was bullies everywhere. The Conservatives were out acting like they own everybody's votes, and they're about to get their ass tanned tonight because we already have a red Liberal Party. We don't need a blue one. And I said it for the whole time. And if they don't, I'll be surprised. I've been wrong before, but I'll tell you what, I watched even in my riding, the Liberals gained 20 points in the polls because of as soon as the Conservatives joined Mark Carney, when Poilievre decided he would join Mark Carney, and go elbows up and dollar for dollar tariff, I watched the Conservative camp. They were in shock, and then they went with it. Instead of turning their back on them and following the PPC, there's where I thought the break would happen.
Mm-hmm.
Do it. They banned Max from the debates, and they pushed this narrative that stole the real issue from Canadians. That's what we watched, in my opinion.
Yes, in October, the Conservative had a 20-point lead. They were supposed to win a super majority. And I remember at the time when we started Cerberus at the Improv, I said, maybe Pierre Poilievre should just smile and shut up. So they would still, because I said, every time he opened his mouth with axe the tax, he was winning numbers in the polls. But then Justin Trudeau got out and the whole system collapsed, and they brought with Trump the Team Canada and elbows up. So Richard, what's your opinion about the future of Canada?
Well, yeah, you're right. I already explained my situation there, that doesn't matter if the Conservative or Liberals win, we win, because Canada might lose, but the PPC is going to be in a good, strong position to pick up the pieces, because it's obvious now that there's no difference between the Liberals and the Conservatives, except for maybe how much they're going to tax us. Basically, they're not talking about any of the key issues that the people want to talk about. Mass immigration, they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about the war in Ukraine. They don't want to talk about our complete 100% buy-in with the neocon project in the Middle East, which is because we go over there and we start bombing all these third world countries, and then we have a refugee crisis and they come pouring over the border, and it's all connected. And people don't want to talk about these important issues. And they don't want to talk about it from the working class perspective, because mass immigration hurts the working classes the most, because it drives down wages. It destroys the trade unions. It does all these horrible ramifications from that are visited on the middle class, and then and of course it's destroying our social cohesion, right? We do have a key. This whole bull crap that when Trudeau came in and said we're now a post nation state and we don't have a core identity. Well, that's
2018. Yes, I remember.
Yeah, as soon as Trump started throwing around his 51st state crap, all of a sudden, oh, wave the flags, we're all Canadian now. You know, they can't decide what they want. Anyway, I'm hoping Pierre wins a slim majority, because he governs for 2, 3, 4 years, and when nothing fundamentally changes, we will be there to pick up the pieces, because we have the message that the people want to hear, and we have solutions. All they wanted, like, did you see Pierre Poilievre's platform? The costing on that, billions and more billions of dollars that we don't have. It's
250 billions he wants to have. Yes, of course, you're right. Deborah Perrier, we welcome you tonight on the show.
Deborah.
So
hello, thank you for having me.
How are you tonight? With the after the campaign, now waiting for the results. Are you celebrating?
Well, we are celebrating already. Max is here. Many people are here already, and so far we're meeting each other, and it's very exciting, and we're all looking forward to seeing purple come up on the leaderboard. I'm telling you.
It is good. It is good.
Here's our year.
Yes, yes. So what will be your prediction for tonight?
Well, I was talking to Max, who was suggesting the fact that perhaps the Liberals were going to take the majority. I actually don't agree. I kind of think that Conservatives are going to take the majority. And I think people are going to be pleasantly surprised with who else gets in the House this time around. I know we're a baby party. I know we're very young. I know we're very inexperienced, but we've, like the gentleman said, we have the solutions. The Conservatives have the slogans. We have the solutions. And I think that people have already been aware of what we have to offer. But fear took control this time, and hopefully, if we do get 4 years of Mr. Carney, I bet you they'll be ready for the PPC in 4 years.
No, I'm not even sure it will be 4 years. Maybe it will be 4 months.
Oh,
because
I agree.
No, but if there's a Liberal government, there will be a major conflict in Canada, because Canada is starting to break, and with the policies of Trump, I don't see any leader, whether it is Carney or Pierre Poilievre, who will be able to deal with what is happening now, at least in America, and maybe we will see 1, 2, 3 candidate from the PPC in the House. That would be a good way to start to challenge those.
I agree.
I would say the Uni Party, and
Yes.
I think we are on the path of something historical. But like many Canadians, they don't see it. They don't see, because of censorship. Don't forget, a lot of candidates were censored. So, and even Max Bernier could not even be on the national
That's
debate.
right.
So, Payman, you want to add something?
Yeah, it's I just got a snapshot of the stream from a supporter, and he said, "Payman, you look like Pierre Poilievre because of It's not that I'm not interested. It's just I'm also acting as switchboard.
Your tie is purple.
Yeah, I'm here in spirit.
Yeah.
No, I like everyone's diverse opinions on what's happening. I think there's a phrase called hopium, like hope opium, where you're hoping for something. And I might have a bit of hopium because I'm hoping that there's a conservative minority, not if there's a Liberal majority, I'll start smelling toast every morning because I will. I'm going to bring up Lisa Bradburn as well, and then I'm going to share some election results. I'll let you take it, Andre.
Good. Okay. Okay. No, it's very
So before we go any further, I was going to maybe check out now, and then I'm going to go downstairs and see where all the exciting stuff is happening, and maybe I can check in again a little bit later.
No problem. You're welcome anytime, Deborah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll see you in a little bit. Maybe, who knows? Maybe we'll have Mr. Maxime Bernier on the line.
That will be a pleasure. Do big work for us, please.
I will. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Lisa Bradburn, how are you tonight? Madam Bradburn, and you are here as a candidate. So how was your campaign? How was your experience on the battleground, I would say?
Yeah, well, first, hi everyone. So nice to be here with you tonight. So I'm a first-time candidate. I've never run for a political candidacy before. So I think that there was a tremendous amount of excitement. This is our third time that the PPC has been in the Northumberland-Clark riding. And so I think for me, it was a really good foray, a really good entry point into getting my feet wet. Yes, making some mistakes. Yes, rebounding quickly, always with a smile, and just really getting out, meeting people, and having great conversations. I think really towards the midpoint and towards the end, that's when I really started to meet constituents who have a fondness for the PPC.
You said it's the first time you were running, so you did not have any experience, but were you interested into politics because 40% of the population or the voters in Canada don't vote. So were you able to reach those people?
To some degree, yeah. So what I would do is on a Saturday or Sunday, especially during the ice storm. Remember how horrible?
Yes, I remember. It was quite tragic. Yes.
Yeah. So I was one of the crazy people that would go out in my car with donuts and coffee, balloons, handouts, and literally just talk to people as they were coming in and out of the grocery stores. And so that was really my approach because, only the brave went out during that time.
Yes, exactly. But we're Canadian. We're used to we're a Nordic country, so we're used to. I think Richard can talk about this about the -25, -30 in Alberta, -45. Yeah. So you were there. So did you see people were interested in the People's Party? They were asking questions.
Yeah, they were. So I think mostly people didn't really know a lot about us. And so it was a really great way for me to talk about, the tariffs and talk about, our thoughts on Trump, more of a partnership than maybe an animosity. So that was a little bit of a different take that I think people were used to for what they've been seeing all along with the Liberals and Conservatives. Also, I think just for some, it was a bit of a shock and awe. Oh, we have the PPC here. I didn't even know that. Or just simply tell me more about your party. I don't know much about it. So just kind of relaying some of the history about who we are and where we've come from. So I was able to have some really good conversations. And then, like I said, I've had some great emails kind of within the last week of people really honing in mostly on social issues. Abortion, euthanasia.
Yes. People are not aware. People are not aware of that, and I think Payment mentioned that many times that they were trying to win one person at a time, one conversation at a time. You have a good conversation with the person, and you're able to exchange. Were you able to be part of a debate?
So I was invited unfortunately in Port Hope, which is very much a Liberal town, because we don't have any cities in my riding, just kind of, I guess, larger towns.
It's rural, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really large territory, though. But I was able to have a booth along with the other independent and the Christian candidate. So the three of us were kind of at the back. And then the main party, Green, NDP, Conservative, Liberal, they were all on a panel. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to debate. Oops, my internet's a little bit stuck there.
That's okay.
But,
We're dependent on technology.
Yeah, I do have some good news though. So I have decided to stay and continue to represent the PPC in my area, just so that
That's
people.
good.
Yes, I think it's very, very important that they have a familiar face, really continue to get to know me, and I can get to know them over the next 2 to 4 years. Really important.
That's good. That's good. Payment, do you have any results?
Yes, I do, and I just didn't want to show them while Miss Bradburn was mid-sentence.
That's
Maybe
okay.
I'll show them, and we can go Brian, RB, and then Miss Bradburn on their thoughts. It's
Yes, just go ahead. Give us some news, bad or good.
Brace yourself. I'll just say brace yourself.
Okay.
Mr. Everett, what are your thoughts?
Not surprised. Not surprised at all. Out east, a lot of these numbers are coming from the Maritimes, so it's not uncommon that we see liberal strongholds out there. So this is always, I believe, how it always starts in our country for as long as I can remember. Really, that we see the Liberals take all the Maritime provinces pretty close, and then you get into the nitty gritty, but. I think it's a bad sign for the Conservatives because this is usually a resemblance of the inner city like Toronto or Metro Toronto and in the GTA, same within Vancouver, all those areas, if they were going to make inroads, I think the Conservatives, they would have had to have made them out there. We'll see where it goes. But like I said, the Canadian public will pick a red Liberal over a blue one anytime. And that's what I'm seeing.
Payment. You're sleeping.
No. Sorry, I set up the order. RB, if we want to, can we get maybe get RB's perspective?
Richard, yes, go ahead.
What I think we're seeing, it's like we kind of figured this would happen between the Liberals and the Conservatives. And by the time the vote is over in Ontario, we'll already know who won. And once again, by the time the vote hits Saskatchewan and Alberta, our voice has basically already been called for us. It's absolutely ridiculous. But I do notice that the NDP, the Jagmeet Singh of the New Democratic Party, may be putting a nail into the coffin of what used to be the great great party of Tommy Douglas.
Douglas, yes, you're right.
It looks like he's driven it right off the cliff. He's done a Thelma and Louise routine for the New Democratic Party, because I think a lot of people who used to support them say, well, this guy has been he's been such a bitch for the Liberals. He's been a lapdog for the Liberals all this time. Why bother voting for him? If I'm going to vote for a Liberal, I might as well vote for a Liberal because the NDP don't stand out in any way. So I think that's it for Jagmeet Singh's going to have to resign. The NDP are going to be a shell of their former selves. It may take a Herculean effort to build them back to anything.
No, Jagmeet will be very happy. We'll have his pension anyway, so it's not a problem. So these are what's your
Rolex and another convertible, and he can take some more trips to Cancun. Yeah,
most probably. Lisa, what do you think about the result now?
Yeah, well, first of all, I don't like the fact that on the mainstream media we are shown as a gray color, so that really annoys me. I think that we have just as much right to be on this panel representing purple.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with NDP. That doesn't shock me at all. I do think that this is still early in the night. I'm always the glass half full kind of person. So my hope as we slowly continue through Quebec, Canada, and onwards that the Conservatives certainly pick up. I would love to see. I mean, best case scenario would be minority government, so that way hopefully we can have a re-election.
Yes, I think you're right, and it's very early in the night, and usually 20, 30, 40 years ago they were able to call the election at 8:39. Tonight I think it will be more long, and maybe we will end up with a minority government. Mm-hmm. So Payment, maybe we will take a short break and come back with some more guests. Lisa, thank you very much for being here with us tonight. Richard from Saskatoon and Brian from Ontario, thank you a lot, and we will be back in a short time for a new candidate and new guest. Thanks a lot.
Right on. Thank you
Good
so
night.
much.
Bye. Thank you.
So we're back again. Election night in Canada, la soirée des élections au Canada. Il y a beaucoup de gens sur le plateau. There's a lot of people on stage with our dear co-host Timothy Knight. Timothy, welcome back again. You were backstage watching us, spying on us, maybe. I don't know. We have also Nicolas Guérin from Quebec. And Nathan Quilliam, who is also a candidate. So welcome all to you, gentlemen. Jesse Fulton, also a candidate. So maybe, Tim, take the mic.
You want me to take the? Oh, so now I'm center.
Well, of course you are.
I feel like I'm in a special place, being able to watch so many candidates who've put so much effort into what they've managed to accomplish in this campaign. My role as an EDA CEO has been to support candidates, so I get to stand in the back line while they're out there taking the shots in the face. So credit to you guys who have the courage to do what you're doing, to put your own hard-earned money, your own reputation, your own time. Some of you are under pressure from your employer, as we've already seen. This is good work, and I'm really proud to be part of this.
So Nathan, you are in Ontario. How are you tonight?
There we go.
Okay.
Doing okay. And with respect to the employer thing, it's like it's easier just not to tell them. So I get to find out tomorrow if I still have a job.
You still have a job, but tonight you're a candidate. So you're waiting for the results. So how was your campaign?
I would say a lot of walking, putting a lot of time, not much in the way of volunteers. So it was a lot of grinding. I took like the last 10, 12 days off on vacation, and I just hammered through walking, delivering material, talking to people, knocking on doors and things like that. So it was very much a hands-on thing, dealing with blisters, things like that.
A good experience. You talk to a lot of people.
It is. And I also did get, the occasional leftist, and my particular favorite, hopefully he'll never see this, but he was all happy about coming out and owning the PPC because of something Max said on Tucker Carlson. Something, the clip show that whatever he watched indicated that Max doesn't want Indian immigrants, and he was very upset at that. So I had to, walk him through that. No such thing happened. You didn't look at the candidates for Brampton and Mississauga, which are mostly from India. as well
Exactly.
as,
That's what
exactly.
we see.
And I also had to tell them that I'm sorry to tell you this, but most of the people who signed on the dotted line there to make me a candidate were Hindu. So don't know what you're talking about, man.
That's good. That's good.
And then we went through a whole bunch of things. Like, this was after I'd already done 8 hours of walking. This was the end of the day. I'm tired. And to see his face go from happy like he's going to own me to at the end of the conversation, after I just took out, the environment A argument, environment B argument, and then we talked about Gaza, we talked about other things. He was kind of sad at the end of it, because
he's in contact with reality when you talk about those policies.
Exactly. And it was like, take a look at Grok. Take a look at ChatGPT, ask questions, do the analysis, crunch the numbers. You might not be, I'm not an environmental expert, but Grok is. Grok is an expert in medicine, an expert in environment, and an expert in genetics, an expert in medicine, expert in everything. Ask it. Get it to walk you through the process. And the whole point I got him to accept was, walk through the process. Governments lie. Politicians lie. You will never get any truth out of anything funded by the government. Therefore, stop trusting the government. And yeah, I figure if I had an extra hour, I could have got him to start handing out pamphlets for me.
that's maybe in 2029 you will have a new volunteer. You never know.
Exactly. It's sort of the case of, if you go through it. But the interesting thing was the programming. Being able to actually see the liberal programming that is instilled and imprinted on these people, and you can tell the signs, get a couple of sentences out of them, and then exactly, okay, this is their programming, and therefore you can hit these points, and then boop 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 boop, you can see their faces kind of change.
Yes.
So, but the Liberals have done an excellent job programming people and getting them to have all the same canned responses.
Well, we saw this with COVID. We saw this with Team Canada. We saw this with it's always the same modus operandi. That I think you are right, Nathan. Nicolas Guérin. Bonsoir, Nicolas. Comment ça va?
Ah, ça va bien. Bon, je suis dans. I'm in the lobby of the hotel. It's quite noisy, but
it's okay. It's okay. We need live noisy reaction. Are you celebrating?
Well, it's about to start. Max is supposed to come in soon.
Good.
I've been here for like maybe 10 minutes. So as soon as I got here, I logged in.
And how was your campaign?
Well, was tough. Like the best I can say was tough. And the best was to help others. That was enlightening.
I don't hear you.
I think you just stopped talking.
Okay. It's not a technical issue. Maybe it's my brain after 2 hours. I don't know. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Yes. Well, I did door to door, like everybody else, and most of the answers were, politics, close the door. That's it.
Yes.
Like,
there's a lot of people who are not aware of what is happening, and they're not interested. Yes.
Yeah, and the funny things is, I had really good conversation with immigrants, and I was talking about the moratorium on immigration that we're supposed to have, and they were like, oh yeah, that's a really good thing. It's really dangerous for Canada to take in so many people, and they know it, but they can't vote because they're permanent resident. They're not citizens. But they were interested compared to Quebecers. Like, Quebecers didn't want to talk or anything. And of course, I got lots of liberals and these.
In Quebec.
Yeah, well, I'm in Châteauguay, so Châteauguay is kind of like a castle for liberals there. So
yes. Yes. That's good.
So they didn't want to talk at all. Like, oh, I'm liberal, and then okay, goodbye, and they close the door, and that's it. Like, wow.
Liberal forever. Yes, I heard that. I heard it half often. Jesse Fulton, you are a candidate for the PPC, Barnaby North. How are you tonight?
No, I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you for having me on the show.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. So,
So,
how was your campaign?
it's very busy. I've been, moving around the city and riding here. You know, I got a scrutineer in the car. I got to go drop off at the polling station.
Today was busy.
Oh yeah, I had to get around and meet up with the people for these forms that I had to give them to be scrutineers during the ballot count. So that's going on right now with the advanced polling stations, and I got a gentleman with me just to give him a form, and we're gonna have to drop him off, before they start counting at the actual polling station there. But tonight, I actually wanted to address, some of the issues that our nation faces, which such as immigration, the protection of our children, and safeguarding our sovereignty from foreign interference. Issues that resonate deeply with Canadians who value freedom, fairness, and common sense. So let's first talk about immigration. Canada's current immigration policy is broken. It's not serving Canadians. Instead, it's being used as a political tool to pander to certain voting blocs. Now, the PPC believes that immigration should benefit Canada and Canadians first and foremost. And now we propose a moratorium on immigration while prioritizing economic immigrants who can contribute to our economy and integrate into our society. It's about having Western values. We got immigrants that want to be in Canada and they want to be Canadian, and then we have others that don't want to integrate into our society. Now, immigration isn't just about numbers. It's about protecting our values and ensuring newcomers embrace our principles. So the other issue I wanted to address, is the protection of our children. And it's a duty that we all share. And the issue is an alarming trend of medical interventions on minors for gender transitioning, including puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries. The PPC firmly opposes these practices on children who are not yet mature enough to make such life-altering decisions. We believe that decisions about one's body should be made with full understanding and maturity, not rushed in childhood under ideological pressure. Now, we call for a ban on these interventions for minors to protect them from irreversible harm and confusion. Our children deserve to grow up in a society that prioritizes their well-being over political agendas. Now, finally, I wanted to address foreign interference, particularly from China. Our national security must be paramount. Foreign powers should not be allowed to influence our policies or undermine our institutions. And the PPC is committed to protecting Canadian sovereignty and ensuring that our government acts in the best interests of Canadians, not foreign entities. We must stand firmly against any attempts to compromise our independence or values. So yeah, that's what I had to say. I've firmly believe in the PPC platform. Maxime Bernier, I look up to the man, and I'm really glad to represent the People's Party of Canada in my riding.
Good. Jesse, in a few words, what are your predictions for tonight?
My prediction for tonight is, in the States, you had the news saying that Kamala Harris was going to win the election.
Yes, we remember that.
Right. So anything can happen tonight. I don't think very many people are voting Liberal. There's paid people, I think, at the polls who are acting like they're going to vote. Maybe they are going to vote for Carney. But I don't think it's as many people as what the media is portraying. I believe that the PPC and the CPC are neck to neck, and the Liberals and NDP are probably tied right now.
Wow, that's great. We hope you will be right. Nathan Quillian, you have any prediction for tonight? Do you Do you think that it will be a liberal or a conservative government? Do you think that the PPC has a chance to elect some candidate? Maybe you? Maybe you in the House? Are you ready to go in the House tomorrow? Maybe not tomorrow, because maybe it will be in September. But if you're elected, you will be a new member of Parliament. So what's your prediction?
I don't know. It is too much of a toss-up. The fact of the Conservatives got Pierre Poilievre. I mean, Pierre Poilievre, realistically, I didn't think anyone could be, more of a stooge than Aaron O'Toole, but hey, they found one.
That's good. That's a good observation.
It's like, oh my God, who drops a 20-point lead? Right?
It's not possible. It's not possible.
It's like, okay, I understand. A sandwich could have beat Trudeau, hands down. I know that, right? We all there's no disputing that. But the fact is that, boom, like just quickly down, and he was not prepared. It was like you banked everything on Trudeau, and all they had to do was do the old switcheroo, and then all the Liberal people forgot about all the bad things that was ever done to them, right? It's like, wow, okay, that's wild.
That's good, and I think you're right. Dropping a 20-point lead, it is quite amazing. It is quite. I was saying in October. I said Pierre Poilievre, that when they Photoshop his muscle, I said maybe it was quite fascinating. I said now he has, he's wearing contact lenses. He has a Photoshop muscle. So I said maybe he should just smile and shut up and he will win, but he did not, and he had this tax, and everything collapsed.
No, he started smiling, but it was like a Photoshop smile, right?
Like all exactly.
All of the smiles are creepy. It's like, okay, you're smiling at that for a reason, and I don't understand. This is more like the, I just offed your parents, and you're gonna find out about it. Tee-hee-hee-hee, right? It's like,
yes. It's the take with the apple was very funny too. So
it's like, you watch the movie American Psycho. It's like that was a much more friendly smile than what Pierre's been doing.
You're right. Nicolas Guérin, what will be the result of the election in your opinion tonight?
Well, our goal was to double the score from last election. So hopefully I get beyond the 5,000 mark in my riding. That's my goal. Of course, if they elect me, I'm in.
That's good. And who do you think will win? Did you bet on them? Did you go on Polymarket to bet?
No, I don't do that. No, I'm not a betting man. I work hard. I do all I can.
You're an engineer. You're a family man. Yes, of course.
I give my best. And I spent the last week on my farm because I needed to. I was getting my 55 agricultural worker.
Yes. For your farm, yes.
And so I needed to prepare everything for them. So I had to leave a bit the politics aside. But I had borrowed time, like the time I had reserved for my farm. I had to
That's good. That's good.
From that to do campaign, so I could spend that time doing that this week.
That's good. Well, thank you a lot, Nicholas. Thank you, Nathan, for being here. It was a pleasure. Keep up the good work because Canada needs you. And maybe Payment, you have some results for us, something new, or we go to a break.
No, the only thing I'll add is I'm having a party at 7:00. Anybody who's around here, we're going to do a watch party. We'll watch the results. Hopefully it won't be a crying party with Carney getting in, but we'll see. A big thank you to all the candidates that joined, Mr. Knight, Mr. Beloche. Take it away.
Okay, so we will go for a short break, and we will come back with some more guests on election night in Canada 2025. So we are back live. Election night in Canada 2025. La soirée des élections au Canada 2025. Et ça tourne. It is turning. We're having a lot of guests. We're a little bit late in the schedule, but it's a good thing because we have a lot of ideas, a lot of people who are expressing themselves. Richard, you're back. You have some results. You have some comments.
Yeah, I'm going to try to present the screen.
I have the screen, RB. I believe is it this one?
Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
That's
Let
good.
me see
That's good.
if I can make it a little bit larger.
But you see, we're gaining on the Green Party. We're only like 100, about 400 or 500 votes behind them. We're at 0.9%, and we haven't hit on our strong areas in Ontario, Manitoba, or Saskatchewan, especially in Alberta. We're going to wipe out the Greens eventually. We're going to be ahead of the Greens. And if you can go back and look at what they have on their main page, hit that X button up there on the results. You notice that they have Liberal, Conservative, Bloc Québécois, New Democratic, and Green listed. PPC isn't listed, not even on this little 5-man or little leader. By the end of the night, we're going to have we'll have double, maybe triple the votes of the Green Party, and we will not be allowed to be on the screen, even though we'll have more.
It's not important. We work in the basement. We're working for the Foundation of Canada, and honestly, I'm quite happy. The polls are closed in Quebec, and the Bloc is at 1 seat, and maybe we will see the same thing as 2011 when the Bloc went from 35 seats to 2 seats. So that could be interesting. Tim Knight,
Actually,
Timothy, my dear
Quebec
Tim.
hasn't actually. I'm looking on the page here, and Quebec hasn't even been. They're not showing any results in Quebec yet.
That's too bad. That's too bad. You're breaking
I
my
think the
heart.
Bloc Québécois is going to hold the balance of power in a minority. You're going to see the NDP are wiped out now.
Yes. But that was the other way. That was the other way around in 2011 when the NDP practically wiped the Bloc out, and after that, maybe it is revenge. I don't know. Timothy Knight, you will be a co-host soon. What are your thoughts about what is happening now with the early results tonight?
It is typical that the Maritimes would go in the direction that we're seeing. What I do find useful to know is that the leading numbers could be leading by as little as 100 votes from one direction or another.
Right.
So it is presumptive of CBC to lay the information on screen in that fashion. Right. So once again, they're still playing the propaganda game. And this will affect liberal-minded or liberal-inclined voters westward. Right. So I am interested in seeing what the other gentlemen have said about moving into areas in Ontario that have been more responsive to the People's Party. And what I think those will be people who are responding to echoes of the Reform Party.
Yes. In Alberta, yes, you're right.
It's going to play into that. So once you start moving west of Toronto, I think you're going to see a surge in the PPC numbers, as he's mentioning regarding the Green Party. The Bloc is going to be in an interesting position because if the Bloc becomes the second opposition, right, the balance of power, the Bloc will swing whatever direction it wants to go that will gain it the best in that moment.
Okay,
right?
don't use the expression "the best interest of Quebec" because this is not
in the interest of the Bloc. In the interest of the Bloc.
Thank you.
All right. In the interest, I will correct that. In the interest of the Bloc, because where the NDP cannot help but attach itself to the Liberal Party ideologically, but the Bloc will swing back and forth.
Yes. Let me ask you a question about the outcome of the election. Majority or minority government? Usually, you're old enough. Okay, you're younger than me, but you're old enough to know that 30, 40 years ago, when there was no internet and no technology, they were always announcing the government at 8:30, 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. And now it seems like maybe because it's very slow and we will arrive in the prairies, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, which is quite blue. Maybe we will end up really with another minority government. Nothing is win. What do you think of that?
I still think you're going to have a liberal minority government. I mean, look at the
majority.
Again, no, I don't think that. I don't think either government. I don't think either party will form a majority, and I don't think it's necessary. Let's go back to Mr. Gray.
Yes,
we're in this scenario where we are effectively prorogued for upwards of a year. So if I, as a governing agent or the leader of a party or not, were able to effectively hobble an entire government, that the people thought, the wheels are still turning, things are still happening. But the truth of the matter is, it's the Prime Minister's office in collusion or cooperation with the official opposition, and then simply where required, if they need to pass something and get it written down proper, they involve the bloc and then push the bloc back and forth.
Yes. I think you're right, and maybe it is too early.
There's no need for a government. The dictatorship works.
Well, it's prorogue, and
right.
One guest earlier said how many times they prorogue the government, or they shut down the government for political reason. That's a reality. Payment, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is you use the word minority government. We don't have a minority government. The NDP is like the extreme wing of the Liberal Party. Everybody was running around. They're like, this is unconstitutional. I'm like, they're two liberal parties, liberal light, liberal extreme. And I was just looking into history. 1968, Pierre Elliott Trudeau gets in. He's liberal, but not full communist. 1972, he gets a minority government. And lo and behold, the NDP is the one that they said, all right, we'll support you, but you just blow up the government. You increase the entitlements. You grow the size of the social welfare state. It's the same thing that Trudeau Jr. did. I just didn't see it. It's a majority government as far as I'm concerned. We have serious problems in Canada.
Yes, I think you're right. And tomorrow, April 29, we will end up in the same situation that we are in right now, whether it is conservative or the liberal, because if they are a mirror of each other, the NDP and the Bloc will always play but maybe not with the conservative. Do you think that they would be able to form an alliance with the conservative?
You mean? Sorry. Go ahead, Tim.
I have to quote her. Deborah said it. The conservatives have the slogans, right? The people have the solutions. So I don't think the conservatives have any need to go off of their slogan program, right? So they're just going to, right? They will just continue the language as far as their public image is concerned to satisfy, blue voters that are in the, middle income and really upward levels of Gen X. So like, I'm 56. So, moving into the 45 plus of the middle income, that's what appeals to the conservative, the blue banner. They're just going to continue to give them slogans as far as the public is concerned. But then in the back, you're going to see more C4 action, where they just sit in the Prime Minister's office and they all agree we're just going to make a unanimous yes on this policy rather than waste our time. Yes. An example that I see where this happened is the effect of the Freedom Convoy and the pushback nationwide, with the overpass rallies and local events and whatnot. That whole effect slowed down their progress toward 2030, in my opinion.
Yes.
Right. And it has taken them this much time to try to get the rails back on track. And personally should have removed Trudeau a lot earlier than they did.
Yes, yes,
right?
yes.
But I'm wondering if they didn't keep now we're talking
until the end, so they would.
Yeah. Well, now we're asking, like, are the puppeteers really this wise?
Yes.
Right? Or are they simply in some fashion moving along with the trend just as much as we are? We're trying to identify the trend, but they're trying to set it.
Yes, yes. Richard,
Right?
Richard, I have a question for you, because you mentioned Tommy Douglas earlier, and you said maybe the NDP will disappear, maybe the bloc will have the balance of power, and maybe we would have a couple of MPs from the People's Party. That would be a very interesting situation, because if we would have presence in the House, they would be able to discuss whether they like it or not. To discuss with the bloc and discuss with the Conservative, and that would maybe change the political spectrum in the House. What do you think about what could happen if the People's Party have a couple of, especially if the NDP is losing, because it seems that they will lose.
Well, I'm a former NDP all my life. I was a Tommy Douglas guy, and now I'm supporting the People's Party of Canada. I'm not the only one. I'm not an outlier.
Yes.
Many like us who believed in freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of the economic security, all that stuff. And instead of flopping over to the Conservatives like the trained ducks are supposed to be, we said, screw that, because the Conservatives aren't offering what we're talking about. They're just pandering to their influence groups. They're as much at the behest of the globalist entities as the Liberals are, because famously Brian Mulroney signed under the Rio Accords, right? You know, and Stephen Harper, he signed under the Paris Accords. And although they like to water it down and say, well, we're not really into it that much, they're still beholden to them. They've signed on to that agenda. And no matter what you do, you have to realize that. And there's so many members of the Conservative Party, influential members like Baird and like Michelle Grenier-Rempel, who were World Economic Forum young global leaders. They can't hide that taint forever, and we will exploit that. And what I say is, between elections, we made a mistake after the last election. A lot of people got disheartened and demoralized after the Freedom Convoy, when all the premiers of the country decided, oh my God, we've gone too far. And with the stroke of the pen, they got rid of all the mandates, restrictions, and people went back to sleep, and they thought it was over. It isn't over. They're just delaying it. The next thing you know, if the Liberals get in, we might have climate change lockdowns. And if the Conservatives get in, I can guarantee you Pierre Poilievre isn't going to fire Theresa Tam. He's not going to do anything about the Canadian Food Inspection Agency trying to kill off ostriches just to make a point in BC. He's going to go along with it. He will be beholden to what Theresa Tam says. If Pierre Poilievre wanted our votes, he would have said, first thing I'm going to do is fire everybody at public health, and we're going to have a freaking inquiry into this COVID debacle, and we're going to look into the real science behind it and see if this mRNA injection is really worth it, and it's damaging so much people. He could have won this election in a landslide if he would have took a stand.
Of course, he would have if he would have taken the stand. But like you said, he had only three word slogan. Always the same thing. Yes, you're right.
Pandering to the centrist, leftist, middle, at the same time as pandering to the neocon foreign policy people who just love their wars in the Middle East, and they love their war in Ukraine because that's
exactly.
They do all their insider trading. The guy's a scumbag. I'm sorry, I do not trust Pierre Poilievre.
It's difficult.
The very first live stream I saw of Pierre Poilievre doing some kind of a press conference from his office, on his bookcase in the back, he had a folded flag of Israel prominently showing.
Yes, we saw that often. You're right.
And I was like, wait a minute, Canada first, really? And then he comes out and says, if Israel bombs Iran, it'll be the best thing for humanity. You mean starting World War III would be the best thing for humanity? Come on.
Yes,
so
I do.
We can get the old anti-war left together with the true small C conservatives who want decentralization and bodily autonomy, and join them together. We could become a real powerhouse. But we got it between these elections. We can't go back to sleep. We got to double our efforts. All the candidates running right now should be being contacted by head office and saying, we want to keep you on and we will support you whatever we can. And we want powerhouse candidates in these last election, we had Kevin Boychuk here in Saskatoon West, got 6.4% of the vote. He really had the freaking Conservatives nervous in Saskatoon West. Well, this time around, he had to, because of business troubles, he couldn't run this time. And so there was some dude named Kurt, I'm not going to say his name, but there was some guy here who said he was going to run in Saskatoon West, and I tried to get him his signatures so he'd get on the ballot. At the last minute, he pulled out. He said, "Oh, I don't want."
There's a lot of people who don't want to commit, but one day they will have to. They will have to. Richard, thanks a lot. Payment. Do you have any? Thanks a lot, and good luck for the future. Payment. Do you have any other results before we go to a short break?
Yeah, I'm gonna put the results. My buddy Trevor is here. He says he doesn't want to appear on screen, but his face is clearly visible.
Oh yes, we saw him.
RB,
We saw him.
He looked at your picture. He says, "Wow, Saskatoon looks like a war zone. There's snow on the ground."
Canada is a war zone.
Andre, I'll bring up the results.
Yes,
then,
okay. We can go to. Yeah, go ahead. Maybe a small comment about it, and we can go to a short break.
Well, I'll let you speak to the results. After this, I'll drop down as I'll be here. I'll drop down as host, and we have Mr. Matthew Pauly and Jesse Howell. They're going to make an explosive panel. So go ahead.
Excellent, and it will be the time for Tim Knight to become the co-host with me. So thanks a lot, Richard. We look at the results now. The Liberals are leading with 300,000 votes. The Conservative are at 2,034. When you look at the outcome, 52%, 40%, and it makes me very happy to see the Bloc at 0.3%, but it's not very representative. So anyway, we will take a short break, and when we come back, we will have Tim Knight as a co-host, and we will have some new candidate and guests to on our show. Be right back.
Grab a tie.
So we are live. Election night in Canada 2025. Les élections générales au Canada. Forgive me, a little bit tired, and we have to put the Goldberg variation from Glenn Gould, so because the motor is heating a lot. Timothy Knight, who's will be our co-host for the next segment with Central Canada. And we are welcoming Jesse Stephenhall from the Missing Link Live and Matthew Pauli from Toronto. How are you, gentlemen, tonight?
Very good, thank you.
So let's start with Jesse. What's your general impression of the election, or what will happen tomorrow with the future of Canada?
Well, it seems like, we've been under this oligarchy, technocratic rule for a long time, two wings of the same bird. We have, Mark Carney, who seems like he's a big globalist that, is good at selling out, the gold. When he was in the Bank of Canada, he really, did a number in the UK. So it seems like he potentially, and with, the maybe Trump support, he bailed out Jared Kushner on a big deal in
Yes, you're
66
right.
Fifth Avenue. He owed a whole bunch of money, and he tried to get Qatar to, to buy the building, but that didn't work. So Mark Carney comes in and just signs a 99-year lease, bails him out. So there's a connection with Trump. So some of that, sword waving, that we heard, I think it's more just for show. Potentially 51st state would be Mark Carney would be maybe something that,
The
could
governor,
happen.
maybe he was the governor of the Bank of Canada. Maybe he will be the governor of Canada.
Maybe so, but then you've got the globalist, on the other side as well. Part of the Agenda 30, really linked with Stephen Harper. Again, big supporters of the neocons, war in Israel. So it doesn't really seem to matter when it comes to left or right. It seems both wings of the same bird. And I actually went, I don't really like to vote because I know how rigged and corrupt it is, but I went and I voted for the PPC in Calgary here. So just to let you guys know that, I did go out and vote. And one thing I just wanted to say to you all is that, it's like put up or shut up. And you guys are actually going out there, putting your ring in the hat and trying to make a difference. And for that, I have respect, even though it's a corrupted system. As we see, not much can happen. I went for the last election. I actually put my ring in the hat, for the last election, for the National Citizens Alliance Party. So I seen what that was like. I got a few hundred votes, which I thought that was pretty cool. I got more votes than the leader of the party, but
That's good.
yeah. So I did went talk to people and seen what it was like, and I think if you really want to make a difference, you just got to do something. If you're just going to talk about it, then not much can change. But if you get involved, and if 60% of the people that don't vote actually went out and voted for someone besides the two donkeys, the left and the right, then maybe we could actually have a difference.
Yes, you're right. And the two donkeys, the Democratic Party is a donkey in the United States, and you have the Grand Old Party with the elephant. Here we have two donkeys. Yes, you're right. Matthew Pauli in Toronto, how are you tonight?
Well, I'm very good, thank you. I'm very excited to see that at least in the Maritimes they didn't go all red as we expected in previous elections. So it's good to see that we're seeing some blue out there. It certainly, I'm looking forward to seeing the Ontario results, because that's really where it's really going to happen now when we get these.
Yes,
Ontario
you're right.
results.
You're right. You're right. And so what would be, what do you think about what is happening? The campaign, all the censorship, the propaganda, arrangement, bad, the tariff. Do you think it is only a Canadian election, or it is more? It involves more, like Jesse mentioned, maybe a international situation context.
It absolutely is. I mean, Canada is now the stage of the world. Mark Carney represents the whole globalist agenda. I mean, basically, he's endorsed by the City of London, the European Continentalist bankers, the Vatican Bank. He represents Brookfield, the UN as the climate change envoy stuff. He's a board member of the World Economic Forum. I mean, he represents. He's already said, what his agenda is for Canada, net zero.
He's not hiding it. Yes.
No, exactly, and it's rather alarming that so many Canadians, there were Liberals, suddenly jumped on this bandwagon, considering that he was the one who was whispering in Trudeau's ear and suggesting that to go ahead with these things like freezing bank accounts and doubling the national debt.
Yes, it's incredible.
$230 billion in the early 2020s to pay healthy people to stay home and not work.
After shutting down their small businesses.
Creating small businesses, but only the large big boxes could stay open. I mean, the whole COVID thing, I'll try to stick to the economics here. He's devastated the economy in Canada. And if he goes ahead, he gets control in a position like a majority government position or something like that. He's going to roll out this whole net zero agenda, which will absolutely flatline Canada. I mean, we have 2 million Canadians that are basically going into food banks. By the way, I'm hearing a lot of background noise. And then we also have 50% of Canadians that are about $250 away from financial insolvency. And the problem is that with the amount of debt that we have, we're spending approximately 10 to 11 cents on every dollar in the budget on interest. And he wants to propose, creating another $130 billion of spending. So what that's going to do is result in more and more inflation. And Canadians are having trouble, feeding their families and making their interest payments for their mortgages. I mean, if they're lucky enough to have a home. So his agenda of this whole Greens thing, which again is very tenuous, if one actually looks at the entire, the UNIPCC propaganda. And I call it propaganda for a reason, because all of these scientists that are on this list, these are all people who get money from the government to do climate change research. And if you're an academe and you're not doing research, it's called publish or perish for a reason. You will not get your tenure track position. They're all, you compete for a tenure track for years and years of contracting. And eventually, if you're lucky, you become a tenure track professor. And all that time, if you don't toe the line in the narrative and do your research, which means you have to take the money from the government to do that, and that means you have to play the climate change narrative. So you get all these thousands of scientists all saying, oh, yes, climate change is, oh, yeah, CO2, which is at 0.02% of the atmosphere, is absolutely devastating. It's all man-made that's causing the problem. So anyway, this agenda is just an excuse to just derail and absolutely bankrupt the middle class in not only Canada, but all around the Western countries, so that we are dependent on government now with universal basic income. So he's going to get raised not only the 130 billion, but it's literally trillions of dollars to do this UN 2030 agenda, this net zero agenda, which, by the way, the U.S. Congress has a subcommittee investigating the GFANS organization, which he co-founded, because it violates antitrust laws.
Antitrust law, yes.
Yes. And a lot of the banks, including Canadian banks, have exited out of this GFANS thing because they're afraid of liability and getting huge fines for this, because it's actually violating antitrust laws.
But we don't have this in Canada. We don't have any antitrust law. They have one in the United States, but we don't.
Well, this has actually just come up recently. We have some severe problems in our law that need to be corrected. A couple of CSIS whistleblowers have just come out and done a big interview on this. That the amount of corruption we have in our government right now is just the most, it's sickening. I mean, look at the crime rate that we have. I mean, we have a crime rate that's higher than the United States, both violent and non-violent crime. I mean, I've never seen that in my whole life in Canada. Why is that? Well, when you allow, only 2% of containers that are coming into the country to be inspected, you're going to get a lot of black market things like fentanyl and drugs and guns. So we are like a center for money laundering. And therefore, we have organized crime gangs because they opened up this mass immigration It's the UN replacement migration. I mean,
Yes.
this is more migration than we've ever had. I mean, in Canada, and you do that to a country all at once, and you end up with what's going on in the UK and in Sweden and Germany, where the crime rate is so high and people are afraid to go around in public places. And that's what's in store if Carney gets his way. So this is a very high level agenda being carried out by the United Nations and the World Economic Forum. And part of the, of course, World Economic Forum, he's on the board of that. They want to essentially, you will own nothing and be happy. Well, how are they going to get rid of our homes? Here's how. This home equity tax he's proposing. This would mean that
Exactly. Capital gain on housing.
Sure,
Yes.
sure. You can. No, it's more than that. It's not. You see, you spend 25 years paying for your mortgage. You're saying, oh, finally, I've got it paid off, and I've got a few more years left to work, and then I can retire. Well, guess what? He's going to come in and say, all across Canada, you now have a house. Let's say it's worth, I don't know, 500,000. Well, it's gone up. It's gone up. You bought it at 300. Now it's worth 500. So you've made 200,000. He's going to say, okay, we want 50% of that. Now, not when you sell your house, but now.
Now, so it's not capital gain.
No.
They will tax you.
Correct.
First of all, it's another tax. It's only another tax.
Yeah,
on property.
It's the largest possible tax because you are living in that house, and now you have to come up with half of the increase of its value in the market, which means where are you going to come up with that $100,000? A lot of Canadians won't be able to qualify for a second mortgage because they're squeaking by, just barely meeting their downgraded expenses.
Yes.
So
there was a report. There was a report last week, I think, from the RCMP about the outcome of what would happen in Canada with major conflict. I would not go to civil war, but it was very disturbing report. And I went to read the report, and I was surprised to see that it's not based on fact, but what we see: massive immigration, the burden of the debt, and what they're proposing in the liberal program. We are facing a very dark future in Canada economically do you feel that we will face major conflict with the government?
Well, I mean, first of all, those were retired RCMP, and it's important to note that when you have retired senior RCMP officers and retired Canadian Security Intelligence officers coming out and doing large reports at the same time, telling Canadians, you must pay attention. This country is in a very bad situation if we don't have a change of our government, a change of our policies. We have such rampant corruption and rampant crime and rampant, economic consequences to what the governments are doing. That yes, you're going to have. I mean, that's the whole point.
They want to create chaos.
Want to create chaos. I mean, if you're going to the problem, reaction, solution, right? If you want to implement something like CBDCs and universal basic income, so that people are dependent on government, which means you can't do transactions unless they're cleared by the central bank, because your CBDC account goes right to the central bank. It's programmable money, and you have to have your certain social credit score, which means you better not have said anything bad about the government online. To the extent that you can go online, he's already talked about blocking major
with C63, for example.
Yes. Then so with this kind of root level control over our behaviors, it's going to create like you have no freedoms, and to get to that point, they have to create chaos in order to justify this, and that's where this whole UN 223 agenda. It's not going to be done, just peacefully, gradually. They're going to create dramatic crises. Don't forget his well, yes, and don't forget he's called Crisis Carney. In fact, there was that the Wixler, that whistleblower that used to work in the central banking and just came out a week ago and warned Canadians, if you elect this person, he's known as Crisis Carney for a reason. He constantly pumps crises to create solutions. So, for example, when he was in the UK as a central banker, he printed 42% more money in the money supply.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you create 42% more money out of thin air, all the existing money becomes devalued in purchasing power.
Printing money is inflation. Yes.
Correct. It's inflating the money supply. So the home prices, what happened was
they were artificially inflated.
Correct. You have asset bubbles in the stock market and in the real estate, right? So the way that when you pour money into an economy, it's like pouring honey onto a plate. You get a big bump in the middle as it's pouring into the plate. It's called the Cantillon effect. It's the same when you inject money into the economy from the central bank into the big banks, and then it slowly flows out to the rest of the economy. So you have to like grow crops, and then in the season that grain is used for feeding the livestock and beef, and then next year the prices. So it takes a year or two for the prices to get up. So he gets out of England, the Bank of England, or the central bank thing, and then the inflation starts spiking. We're up to 11.5% or something. Now people's mortgage, first of all, the only two things the central bank has in terms of controls is to print money and to control interest rates. So what do? The traditional economic model is when inflation starts going up, you increase the interest rate to try and slow down the economy.
Slow it down, yes.
Right. So they did that, and guess what happens? Now the mortgage payments double. So now all these people had to sell their homes in England, and I've seen reports.
Who's buying? Who's buying? You have a mark.
Apparently, Brookfield bought a lot of those homes.
Okay.
Yes.
Inside trade. Inside.
Yes.
I used to do trading. I know inside trading.
Right. So his goal to buy a whole bunch of small nuclear reactors to switch to the green energy. We're going to shut down all the natural gas plants and anything that's not green. It's got to be all solar power and wind and nuclear. So guess who owns large amounts of Westinghouse, where he's saying we're going to get these small nuclear reactors from? Brookfield.
It's Brookfield again.
Yes.
It's Brookfield again.
And he's saying that they're going to build 50,000 homes. Now this is interesting. This central banker you'd think is a capitalist, but no, he's Marxian in his ideas. If you read his book Values, it's full of Marxism. That's where the whole home equity tax comes from. He's saying, well, this is out of fairness. Rather than, print more money to pay for all of this thing, we're just going to tax people that have, accumulated and worked hard for their whole lives to get their houses. Now we're just going to take that away from them. Yes. So he's Marxian, right? And this is,
you're right.
People have no idea how dangerous and how deadly this is going to be. I mean, young people especially, who right now under 8 years or 9 years of liberal rule have lost their even hope of having a home. If he gets in, not even their parents are going to have their homes, and the children aren't going to get them either, because they'll have to be sold at a distressed rate when mortgage rates double because of all this printing all this extra money for this, ridiculous spending that only benefits the large holding companies like asset managers like Brookfield of the world, and it cannibalizes our whole economy and leaves us destitute, and therefore we can be taken over.
Yes.
Basically, and they'll roll out in terms of the bad things that are going to happen. I mean, we don't know the timing, but Catherine Austin Fitts, Fitts, is a former central banker, also the former housing director of secretary of housing and urban development under Clinton's government, and then she was a central banker, and she's now created a company called Solari. She's like gone from the dark side to the good side, and just like Ed Dowd in the States, who was a former BlackRock fund manager, who's now
got out,
and he's doing all this great work showing all the insurance data on excess all-cause mortality of people who've been vaccinated, which is we're at 22% in children now in Canada.
Yes, you're right.
And
you're right.
10 to 15% stratified in adults. We're having
it's a massive crisis.
Just that medical thing alone. Last week we had a body in front of our condominium right here in downtown Toronto for several hours, and the police had it cordoned off and everything, and it looked like it was a crime scene. So it may have been a suicide. It might have been a murder. We don't know. Then last month, by the way, this was the safest neighborhood in Toronto in 2019, and before that. Starting in 2020 and 2021, when all this stuff started happening and they rolled all these things out, and they took a hotel that was about to be demolished and just jammed it full of people that were new immigrants or people who have just been out of jail or out of halfway houses. And so the whole neighborhood started to break down, and they did this on purpose. This is what they're doing: problem, reaction, solution. So last month we had a body across the street, which was obviously a vaccine injury because the person was face planted, well-dressed, middle-aged person, face planted. And they weren't even, the EMSs were not even putting them in the recovery position because they were obviously dead.
Yes. Jesse,
sorry, guys.
Go ahead, Payman. You have something.
Sorry, I know you're going to kill me for this, Andre, but I want to jump in. Jesse, so good to see you again. Matthew, hello.
Hello.
We have some people in the stage. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Malosh. You're in charge. In the back room, we got Mr. Sloan, Mr. Arrett, We got Deborah Pereira with Haley.
Yes, I know. I know we're running late. I will just give the mic for Jesse for 2 minutes. What's your take about what Matthew Pauly said about the chaos that is created? Do you think that we will have to react fast? 1 month, 5 months, 1 year?
Well, the sooner the better. You know, the Freemasons call it ordo ab chaos, order out of chaos. So they create the chaos in order for them to come as the white knights, as the solution to the chaos that they created. So this is no new plan. They've been doing this for hundreds, maybe even thousands of years. And when you talk about the, housing, you buy a house for $250,000, and by the time you're done paying, you paid $500,000 for it.
Yes.
Now that $250,000 increase, they want $125,000. So you end up paying $625,000 for a house that was worth $250,000 when you bought it. It doesn't seem very fair, and it comes that usury is one of those things where it shouldn't even have been, interest shouldn't even have been allowed to happen on these things. Back in days, they weren't even allowed to charge interest on loans, but yet, here we are. Justin Trudeau has printed more money or spent more money than every single prime minister that's combined. So his debt combines every single other elected prime minister since the beginning of, the corporation of Canada, I guess you can say.
It's quite old. It's quite old. Yes. 1972 with the abandon of gold standard. But like you said, $400 billion in 2 years with Justin Trudeau. But Carney will beat his record if he's elected.
Yes, he will.
And maybe I don't want to predict chaos, but maybe people have to suffer to be able to see what is happening, what we're trying to do now. Many people, whistleblower, like you mentioned, Matthew Pauly, many people are coming out and they're saying, wait, we're going to heavy socialism in Canada. This is quite amazing. Jesse Stephen, thank you very much for being having visited us tonight. Matthew Pauly, same thing. It was a pleasure.
Yeah.
We will go back. We will go for a short break, and we will come back with 3 more new guests on election night in Canada. Thanks a lot for your presence.
Thank you.
Thanks for inviting us.
It was a pleasure. Oh, what a night. We are back for election night in Canada 2025. I want to apologize to our guests because we are a little bit late in the schedule, but I would like to welcome Matt Herrett tonight, and Derek Sloan, who is back with us. So Matt, how are you tonight on this maybe historic election night?
Well, I'm doing well. It's watching the show and just sort of trying to make sense of what Canada's destiny is going to be going into the coming storm, and trying to figure out how Canadians can best navigate through that. I don't have clear answers, but it's definitely going to get messy, and I know that the previous discussion was touching on a lot of that. So I think we're going to have lots to talk about today, and thank you for inviting me.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. And a lot of people know you. I know you too because I follow you since maybe 2 years on many international topics. And it's very interesting. What will be the outcome for the election tonight? And what would be the consequences for Canada? But not only for Canada, because I think there's a international context that is there. Maybe you can talk about this topic.
Sure. Right now?
Yes, of course.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that Mark Carney is one of the most dangerous human beings on the face of the earth. I say that without reserve. And in many ways, he's a much more competent version, as I see it. There are similarities to Justin Trudeau in many ways. Justin Trudeau, however, was not somebody that could be trusted to be in a room with, let's say, a Xi Jinping or Putin or anybody, because he didn't have anything of substance behind the mask of false personalities.
He doesn't have any diplomacy standing, yes.
No, he needs his teleprompter, he needs his managers, his flatterers. Otherwise, he was pretty much an empty shell. With a walking ego, who probably thought he was the best human being in the world, probably. So he believes the flatterers. Whereas Mark Carney is a much more well-trained technocrat of a very high intellectual caliber, and a very deep misanthropic soul. And it's something that I think we've seen just looking at the responsibilities that he was given, both in Canada, but then more broadly managing very, very influential positions within the machinery of the international shadow government, which still to this day, as it was hundreds of years ago, has its nerve center in the city of London.
In the city of London, yes.
Yep.
And that's interesting because I can make a parallel with Mario Draghi, who was part of Goldman Sachs, and after that he became the governor of the European Central Bank. So they're all in the same game, and they're all playing above government. How does that influence the Canadian politics, especially today, especially tonight, because we are in a general election?
Well, I think that when I look at some of the associations that Carney has maintained, especially also through his wife, who's an overlooked figure within the great game, I would look at things like the Canada 2020 think tank. As a technocratic hub run by or founded by several leading privy councillors, two of whom were heads of the task force on the North American Union. I'm referring to John Manley and Thomas Axworthy, Pierre Elliott Trudeau's former first secretary.
Yes, I remember this. I'm old enough.
Right. And Thomas Axworthy and Manley and a number of others have, being what they are and looking at the idea of the North American Union modeled as it was in 2006 when it was first put forth as an idea to solve oncoming systemic economic crises. The idea was to model it on the European Union with the idea of consolidating all of the North American economies under one shell with a deeper command and control structure and a single currency that could only be issued after a systemic breakdown would cause the current currency that's been sort of in circulation since World War II to be made null and void, possibly after some shock therapy. So yes. I think that there are certain players very high up that Carney is very much in bed with, who are trying to game the system and prepare the groundwork for offering a solution to the type of cataclysmic shock that's been baked into the blowout of the mostly speculative bubble that we've called an economy for the last number of decades.
Yes,
so
you're right.
That's something that's heavily on my mind.
Yes, you're right. Derek Sloan, what do you make of this about the fact that you have a higher hierarchy that would control or influence a lot the government, especially the Canadian government? Is it a fantasy? It seems very real because the Mark Carney is not hiding anymore his agenda, and I think Justin Trudeau was not hiding, but maybe people were not aware of what was happening. What's your opinion about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that democracy has been undermined for decades in Canada. And when I say democracy, I mean the ability for citizens to have an impact and a say in how their society functions. So there's various ways in which this has happened. Even to take politics as an example, there's not a lot of democracy in politics. So let's take a look at the average riding. You have a blue sign, you have a red sign, you have a orange sign, possibly some other colors depending on where you live. Those parties that decide who's going to be on those signs, those processes are opaque, they're undemocratic, and they are hidden from the view of Canadians. So when Mark Carney was elected prime minister, he was elected not by Canadian voters at large. He was elected purportedly by Liberal members. Now, only 120,000 votes were cast in his favor. 400,000 plus people were eligible to vote. That many apparently didn't. We don't know what happened or why. They didn't even have to have a vote. If the board of directors of the Liberal Party said, "Hey, we want Mark Carney to be the next leader," there's no way to control the internal processes of these parties. So there's a lot of ways in which democracy has been undermined, and the average Canadian doesn't realize it. They say, "Hey, so long as I get to choose between red or blue or whatever the color, I'm exercising my vote." But what they don't realize is when you elect somebody on that sign, you're not getting a representative. You are getting someone who's doing the bidding of the leader of the party. So if you're voting for Joe Smith, who's running for the Liberals, he's going to do whatever Mark Carney and his close associate advisors tell him to do. And it's the same in the Conservatives. But that's the status of our democracy in Canada.
Yeah. So while you mentioned democracy, Matt and Derek also, do we live in democracy in Canada? Especially after what you mentioned, Matthew, it seems to me that the system is completely broken. And even if we put a majority government, the power of money, central banks, the Bank of International Settlement, the bank of the bank, the central bank of the central bank, they're controlling all the economy, and those big corporations, they have infiltrated. Timothy was mentioning in one of our show that the institutions are working well, but it's the people inside that are either corrupt or opportunist. How do we still live in democracy? Can we call it like this?
Yeah, no, I think there are some residues of democracy, but it's not nearly as influential within the operating system as a whole than a lot of people are led to believe. And I think when you look at what is the mechanism by which policy, domestic and foreign, is generated that shapes so much of our lives, when we actually trace the origins and how something goes from idea to action, policy-wise, you rarely can account for it within the democratic institutions of Canada, or I would say even increasingly even of the Republic down south, but it's really bad in Canada. And for that, I think it's important to really look at institutions that we've had baked into our system for well over 150 years, such as the Privy Council, the broader Privy Council office, the Prime Minister's office is a massive bureaucratic machine that manages deputy ministers, unelected appointed deputy ministers, technocrats assigned to manage many of the offices of even politically appointed officials. There's a big machinery, and I'm not even getting at the myriad.
That's only in general. Yes, you're right.
Yeah,
And
I mean, then we have the unofficial, the big five banks that are, as you said, taking orders not from Canadians or Canadian mandates, but rather from the Bank of International Settlements.
Settlement, yes.
And the broader city of London apparatus that it represents, even though it's based in Geneva, but it is what it is.
Do you think that it is between the globalists, the idea of a global government and sovereignty of countries? We see what is happening with Donald Trump. He's trying very hard to bring back a certain level of sovereignty in the United States. Do you think Canada is in worse shape than the United States?
Yeah.
And you think it will have an impact?
Well, there's more you can do in a republic that has a more legitimate founding origin story than you can within an Privy Council managed machine like Canada is, with lieutenant governors installed again.
Yes, that's what I refer to that.
Right, giving royal assents to laws before they can become laws. So, what are these things? Who are these figures pledging fealty to when they go into their oaths of office? When they become initiated in the Order of Malta, which in the case of the Anglican system of Canada, that order is known as the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem.
Yes,
that's the same
yes.
thing. The old Crusader order that nearly every lieutenant governor has had to be a member of, going back to Confederation. So it's like, what are these things? That's something that not enough Canadians take the time to really think about, as far as the deeper, subtle history, the historic forces that are moving us along. And it's only when we do that we can begin to actually think through solution concepts, the way people like, William Lyon Mackenzie back in 1837 and Louis-Joseph Papineau were able to do to a certain degree, despite the fact that they still screwed up. They still underestimated the nature of the beast that they were up against, but they did it better than a lot of the people that are living today.
Yes, you're right. And I think when we are able to name the enemy or the antagonist, we are able to react. Derek Sloan, you were a member of parliament. How did you perceive this type of, I would say, corruption? You mentioned it earlier, corruption. Was it obvious, day-to-day life in the House of Commons and with colleagues and MPs of the opposition or in the government? Did you feel this in your experience? Did you feel it?
Well, specifically, I was never asked to join any order or anything like that, and I don't know if that's common for rank and file MPs, but I would say that in terms of our ability to affect change as individual members of parliament, it's limited. I mean, if you want to bring forward, something related to something, simple in your riding, I mean, that's no problem. But if you want to, push forward a major policy change, it's controlled from the top. So the leaders of the parties, they're sort of, consultants or people that work closely with them, they drive everything. So they drive talking points, they drive, the decisions of what you'll be arguing and putting forward in the House of Commons. So you have very little latitude, and you'll see with my own particular experience, when I started to get, and this was not my plan, but I was, doing things that were generating media attention and generating what the Conservatives viewed to be, not good media attention. I was eventually pushed out of the party. So, when you're in the House there, you are towing the line of your party. You're not towing the line of the people in your riding. If you want to talk about, put a bridge in John Street or, something like that, that's not an issue. But if you want to delve into deeper topics, you won't be able to do that.
So in the House, all the debate that you attended, you cannot go deeply like what Matthew was referring to, all those subjects that are, even if you're debating on legislation or voting on legislation. I remember many laws that failed because they prorogued the government. Many MPs, they were not reading the law, or they were voting, or they were not in the House when it was the time to vote. You're not allowed to talk about major issues that have an impact on sovereign, only on sovereignty. It seems like it is not mature enough. Am I wrong?
Well, on one point, I would say 99% of all votes are according to party line. So you really do need to vote according to your party line. There's maybe some exceptions on some bills where they may give you some latitude, but you're generally voting on party line. And no one's stopping you from standing up and saying whatever you want in the House of Commons, but your career is going to be cut very short if you say things that are viewed as conspiratorial or out there.
Controversy, yes.
Yes, if it's too controversial, you'll be penalized for it ultimately by either behind the scenes tongue lashings, or you'll be ejected from your party. And you know, we live in a country where independents don't win. They have occasionally, but generally, unless it's a very high profile situation, independents just can't win. People vote for parties, and they're not interested in the intricacies of what's going on with individual people.
So Matthew, what do you think will happen tonight? We will have a majority government, minority.
I would just like to add one thing I would point out based on what Derek just said, and I'll address what you're asking as well. In the United States case, in the case of a republic, it's very much based upon the principle of freedom of conscience. And so let's say you're a Rand Paul and you're a Republican, but your Republican Party might be run by somebody who is like a Dick Cheney, who wants to go and bomb a country that you don't want to bomb.
We do remember bomb Iran. Yes, we do remember.
Yeah, right. You can stand up and you can stand up and not be so afraid that you'll be ejected from your party. And it's something that happens much more frequently, is people standing up against the party line in a Republican system than we find examples. And like Derek said, there does seem to be some examples in Canada, but not very many. There's many more cases where somebody has a conscience, and on a big issue, when they stand for it, their career is destroyed and they're blacklisted. They're like persona non grata, and yeah, that's it. So yeah, that's an unfortunate thing. Yeah.
Sorry, Matt. I just wanted to jump in because I just wanted to comment on what you were saying. You know, part of that is actually the way in which people seek nominations in the United States. So the apparatus where somebody wants to, if they want to become like a Republican congressman or something like that, what we would call a nomination in Canada, that is administered by the state. So if the bulk of Republicans don't want Rand Paul to run as a Republican, nothing can stop him from doing that. If he, files his forms and does goes through the procedural things that he needs to do, nobody can stop him from running. If you or I were American citizens, we could run to be members of the Republican Party, whether the local Republicans liked us or not. Now, to win, obviously, is another thing altogether. You need to raise money, you need to get voted. But in this country here, if the Conservatives don't want me to seek a nomination, they can disqualify me for any reason. If they don't want me to run to be leader of the Conservative Party, they can disqualify me for almost any reason. So even if I pay the money or whatever, they can come up with some reason to kick me out. And the courts will basically not intervene. They will make sure that the parties are following their own rules. But the thing is, the parties can then just change their own rules. Like if they're somehow caught with their pants down, then they can just, legitimately change the rules so that it then works again in their favor. So there's really that is an issue in this country that is different than the United States. Which is a problem. And, in part, the United States is sort of a country that accepts more divergence of views, but the way that they're running their electoral process, it can't be hijacked as easily. So, even the parties, if they wanted, they may be cheating on their nomination. So A, they could exclude you. B, they might just cheat in terms of how they, count the votes or enable that process. It's much more open in the United States. And that's something I feel we should be implementing here.
That's a good remark, because we can remember Donald Trump in 2016. All the Republican Party was against Trump, and he won anyway because he was able to raise money, he was able to run and to win. So I think there's a very big difference between what is happening in the United States and Canada. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, no, and he had something actually to say, which was rare in the political world, that you actually had somebody who was, and his first term really won me over. I'm a little weary about some of what I'm seeing emerging around him in his second term, but I'm still hopeful. But the first term has a lot more substance, I find, behind it, that really spoke to a deep-seated yearning in a very jaded population that had only seen hypocrisy and lies and hope and change that meant nothing. And then finally, there was somebody who was consistent on issues that actually mattered, pertaining to the need to rebuild the Rust Belt, get manufacturing jobs
Yes.
back in, end the forever wars that were psychologically, spiritually draining. And so, you know, that really spoke to the deep needs of the zeitgeist. And I think restoring the nation state to something which is not just a subsidiary to the private central banking system, but something that plays an active role in society, as he did by overturning NAFTA and restoring the right to install and use protective tariffs, which every sovereign nation state, as far as I could see it, has the right and even mandate to do protective tariffs in a wise way. You could do it sloppy, you could do it bad, you could do it for the wrong reasons, but you could do it for the right reasons as well. And whenever we look at history, those were the periods when we've had the greatest explosions of affluence, of wealth, of the diminishment of imperial controls over society. So all that to say, I think that Trump has forced certain conversations that need to happen, especially in Canada. And I'm curious to see where that positively disruptive aspect is going to lead us. Hopefully we can use that. But unfortunately, I still see that decisions have been made to install Mark Carney a long time ago from institutions that don't really care about what the populations want. Though at the same time, I'm a little dismayed that the Canadian psyche as a whole, especially on the East Coast, has been relatively hypnotically infused or charged to rally around the Liberal Party as almost the party of Tim Hortons. It's like the embodiment, as far as the brand of what Mark Carney is like living into as an archetype. It's almost like he's the brand of Tim Hortons that in a time of crisis you could always go to for a comfort blanket. And, you know, big bad Trump, it gave us the crisis. The big bad American imperialists have reawoken this multi-generational trauma that Canadians seem to suffer from.
You refer to Tim Horton. Maybe it's not that true anymore, especially what we're seeing now. Well, Matthew Everett, thank you very much for coming on the show. Derek Sloan, thank you very much, and we will talk to you in the future, I hope. So we will take a short break, and we will come back with some PPC candidate. Thanks a lot, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Tim Knight, you're still here, and maybe we have some results. I don't know. Or yes, okay, no break. So let's go on and let's bring on some new PPC candidate on stage, so we can have a chat with some people from the battlefield. And where's my technician?
I think he's working in the background.
He's working in the
more candidates.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, I've been quiet for a while, so I'll share some thoughts.
Yes, go ahead. I can breathe a little bit.
Right. I'm interested in what Mr. Sloan is doing in Ontario, because I see him taking his experience at a federal level, pushing it into the provincial political arena, and that experience that he's taking, knowing how the game is played up here, and then translating it into quote unquote, Doug Ford's arena, and where we've spoken about that with Arnold Heino, for example, in the Blue Party, the opportunities that arise when people like Sloan and Heino and like-minded individuals move into the political sphere, taking the experience that they do have and say, we're not going to do this way anymore. We're going to take what does work, right, and we're going to bring this into a different level of government, and we're going to make change here. And I find that to be a very encouraging scenario. And hopefully what has happened in Ontario with the recent provincial election takes foot in other provinces, right? I know that recently one new BC provincial party has been started. It's very fledgling, and there's chatter of another one popping up as well that may include recently departed or recently ousted BC legislature MLAs. And I think that when people talk about the move toward a more Republican style or moving away from a monarchistic parliamentary system, that it is part of the pathway is through these small parties, which are, as I'd mentioned before, you have your protester, your activist, your politician, your statesman, and your diplomat. You have people who are choosing to engage in a statesman-like and diplomatic behavior, knowing we have to put our suit and tie on. It can't just be about the protest, right? So, and I find that very encouraging.
So here comes back our co-host and technical director. You want, maybe we bring all the candidate up, Payment, because I see they're waiting in line. Let's go on and let's forget the short break. And maybe Timothy Knight, you will introduce our new guest and you will take it from here.
So I'm gonna drop down, Tim. Do you want me to bring up Mr. Buckley? He's in the bottom.
You can bring Don up, and after that we can do a small transition, and we will welcome our new guests: Seal Carl, David Watson, Michael Manchin, Nick Babick, and Don Buckley will be our host. So see you later, Payment. Go ahead, Mr. Knight.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. We're going to do this intros really quickly. So each of you take 1 minute. I'll give your name. Take 1 minute, who you are, where you are, and what you're up to this evening. So we'll start with Michael Manchin first off. And if you can share who you are, where you are, and what you're up to this evening. So 1 minute.
Hi, everybody. I'm Michael Manchin. I am the People's Party candidate for the Lakeland region. I'm in Alberta. I border the Saskatchewan border all the way down Highway 16, Yellowhead to almost bouncing off Edmonton. North to Athabasca. We cover a lot of the oil patch area, right? The heavy oil capital of the world. I've worked in the oil patch most of my life. So I'm well versed with the community and what we do here. So I'm a good representative for the people, and we have a very conservative way of thinking out here, right? So we know for sure that the Liberals and NDP are not competitors in this riding. So the only competitor that I have is the Conservative, and hey, I'm more conservative than them. The only reason that people are voting Conservative in this part of the world is because the mindset that we want to get rid of the Liberals. And but they all prefer the People's Party's platform. It's better. And one day they're going to come around and say, you know what? Especially if Pierre falls on his face this time, right? It's interesting because the Conservatives didn't even come out for any of the debates this year at all, right? And I believe they'd be terrified to face me, honestly, because
they don't have nothing to say.
Yeah, I mean, they brought out their platform, a week ago, and it's 4 years of deficit, and their deficit is worse than the Liberals were 10 years ago, right? So they're more liberal than the Liberals were 10 years ago.
That's right.
But I mean, of course they couldn't announce it. Pierre ran around campaigning on the People's Party's platform, and everybody liked that. Right on. And then they hid the platform because that's not what the reality was. So I'm probably abusing my minute here. I'll let you guys have at it.
Okay.
I guess.
David Watson, it's your turn.
Hi there. I'm David Watson. I'm in Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. Much like Michael there, really we have no one here going against us except the Conservatives. He's a longtime MP in the area, and he has pretty much done nothing over the area. And even most of the Conservatives here agree and see it, but they are afraid, literally afraid, to look at someone else in many cases because they really don't want to be in a situation where the Liberals have even a chance to. Yet, in this particular riding, as well as many others in the North, they have no chance. They really have no chance at all. Their numbers are so low that it's ridiculous. Ours is a very large riding. It's the third largest in Canada, and it goes from south of Valemont in the south to the Yukon border, and from the Alberta border all the way to and including half of Prince George.
Yeah.
So it's a
Your
huge. It's a huge
territory
area.
is the size of Western. Your territory is the size of Western Europe.
It is, yeah. It is. It's crazy. Just in this campaign alone, I've put on over 8,500 kilometers in driving, and
Wow.
there was, most nights I wasn't even back home until when I wasn't staying out on the road for
Yeah.
multiple days. I wasn't back home till 11 o'clock or even later at night. My record was 1:30 in the morning getting back home.
Right.
So it's been a long campaign, and if for no other reason than I need a break, it'll be nice to have the results of this. Although I've already talked with some of the party hierarchy, and I've stated my intention to return. We were in a kind of a unique situation here in the riding because our electoral district association broke up in end of February of last year. So I've been basically on my own completely, which didn't really bother me because I just fell back a little bit on my sales background, and I did a lot of door knocking, probably well in excess of 6,000 doors. And I did a lot of that, and then I just tried to be honest with everybody. I'm not trying to tell them that they're going to get what they want just because they get someone new in there, especially someone from a party that is not in Parliament right now. But I've been trying to tell them that we need to have change. Right now, Max says it. If the Liberals win, they're going to drive us into a wall, and if the Conservatives win, well, they're going to drive us into a wall too, only a little bit slower. I've been saying for a year and a half, since October of 23 when I became the candidate, I've been saying, it's kind of like we're all riding on the same bus and we're all kind of going to the same destination. The Liberals have been the ones who are driving that bus for a long time, and what's coming up now is we may see the Liberals again, or we may see the Conservatives, but the destination is not going to change. It's the true definition of insanity. That's what's happening in this world, especially in this country. You can go back 100 years or more, and you can see it's just been flip-flopping. Every 10 years or so, you get the Liberals and then the Conservatives, and then the Liberals and then the Conservatives. Everybody, they just kind of ignore what is really taking place, and they look at things like, what did that last party give me that I liked, or what is this party who I'm thinking about voting now? What are they offering me to vote for them, instead of voting for their values and their beliefs, which is a big thing. And I've been saying it for the whole time, and Max has been saying it for quite a while as well. People need to start making a change. We need to, and that's the only way we're going to get change is if we have everybody start to vote for their values and their beliefs instead of just following a party line. It's got to happen. We need so much in this country, and we need so much in this world that without it, things are going to really, really get bad. I mean, even the Liberal Party themselves have said that with that latest 2040 futures report. They're forecasting a lot of ill. And I don't think half the people that I even talked to even heard about it, let alone read it or have it. So things have went from bad, and they're going to worse based if you look at what the votes are so far tonight. I'm hoping that we can do a lot more in this area in the West and boost our position and view of us from the public quite a bit.
That's good. Thank you very much. And you said that you're staying on as a candidate.
I am staying on as a candidate, and actually I've already started making plans, irregardless of whether I win or not tonight. I'm going to be restarting the electoral district association, And I've already got some volunteers who are interested in going into that with me. And so we're going to move on from there.
Very good. Nick Babick, Windsor, Tecumseh, Lakeshore. How was your meal? And you're muted. You are
We don't
muted,
hear
sir.
you, Nick.
There we go.
That's better.
I'm not done yet with the meal, but yes, Nick Babick, Windsor, Tecumseh, Lakeshore. You know, I'm watching the screen here, and on the bottom right-hand corner, they got Liberal Party headquarters, and it's blocking out all of the local results here in my riding, all the other ridings that are close by. It's all blocked right out because of this little. But no, I plan on staying on as a candidate, win or lose. I know Jacob Bizarre for Windsor West, he's going to do the same. Jason Henry, I'm not too sure about him, but our previous candidate, Victor Green's done a lot of damage here because he ended up going to run for the CPC party. So he got cut at the very last day. They ended up cutting him. Actually, twice they dropped him, which I thought was, you know, something else. Problem here was a lot of people talking about vote splitting. And they're, you know what, sorry, I normally would support you guys. I'd vote for you, but I'm not going to split the vote. I'm definitely voting CPC. And the thing is here, we were told that the Conservatives were tanking all three ridings, that they did not want to win whatsoever. That's quite something else. And they did not show up to any of the debates. They were not on the radio, the television. They did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and this is a phenomenon that's been happening across the country.
Yeah, and it's almost like they just don't want to win now. Pretty much. Like, I don't understand that strategy of theirs because it's a terrible strategy. And they're going to about to pay for it right here.
Yeah, and it's interesting when the coach benches the entire team.
Yes, it is. And then they had, what, 4 candidates got kicked?
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Here's some local stuff that's just popping up. PPC's on there, 3rd place for Churchill, Kiwatanuk, ASCII riding. That's actually, that's Manitoba. That's what it says right there. Yeah, like I said, I can't see the local stuff. This one here is in Kildon, St. Paul. PPC's in 3rd there. And 3 polls, 3 out of 208 polls are reporting.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know about mine. I got as many scrutineers as I could. And my main one, I'm very disappointed that she ended up leaving. And it's the main riding office poll where they opened up the advanced polling boxes and counting them. And I think she said they were done counting them. She doesn't know what the tally was, but she does know that Eric, the incumbent, was leading in that. So that's disappointing. I personally, I don't really like him. He's been here 6 years and he's done nothing.
You know, I think as long as you stay on board, maybe we seal Carl. You want to say a few words? How was your campaign?
Yes, I'm Sil Carl, Wellington, Halton Hills North. That mouthful is in Ontario.
Yes.
It's north, around Guelph. What a different campaign from 2021 this was. I also
you were running in 2021?
Yes, and I ran in 2019 as well.
Okay, so wow, so you can maybe compare.
Very different campaign. You know, we can be honest now. I saw this coming. I saw it at the door. This was a fear election. Everyone I spoke with at the door was, so we believe in everything you're saying, but sorry, we're just not going to vote for you because we don't want to split the vote. I heard that I don't know how many times, and the results aren't really surprising tonight. I'm not sure how we're going to finally break out and get our message across in such a way that we get the support that we actually deserve. We have the best policies. We have policies that speak to everyday Canadian. Why they're choosing white chocolate over the chocolate that they would rather have? I just don't get it.
It's a long process, and the fact that you're committed and you want to continue with the People's Party is it is good news. It is good news because we need it's like in a marathon. We need people who are dedicated not only for an election but to change mentality. This is quite an accomplishment.
We have quite the group here in Ontario, hardcore candidates that have run in 2019, 2021, and this year as well. We're not going anywhere. The party's not going anywhere. As a matter of fact, I was asked by a local journalist, parties, leaders come and go. What if, Maxime was to, say, I've had enough, that's it. I said, guys, don't worry about that. The party's deep. There's lots and lots of candidates that will step up and take the helm if that's where it's going. Maxime is here to stay. We all believe in Maxime and his message, and there's a very good a future for the party. Of that, I have every confidence.
Thank you all, gentlemen, the candidate for the PPC. It was a pleasure to have you on the show, and I wish you good luck for tonight. Maybe we will have somebody will be elected, and Timothy Knight, maybe you want to have the final word for this segment, because we have Don Buckley who's waiting quietly to take the place as a co-host.
Just a note of thanks for Michael, David, Sil, and Nick. What you're doing is putting your neck on the chopping block, right? And we know that, and we appreciate it. There's a line I use often as bodies throwing themselves onto the barbed wire, knowing what that will cost, and hoping that their fellow soldiers will go across that body bridge and take the territory ahead of them. And that's what you gentlemen and you ladies have been doing. And we appreciate that.
So that's good. So thanks a lot, gentlemen. Have a good night. And we'll take a short break. Payment is back. And Timothy will leave us, but also we will have Don Buckley, who's here. So we will be back in 1 minute.
Thank you for having us on.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So we are back live, election night in Canada 2025. It is past 10 in Quebec, but it is what 7 o'clock in BC. We welcome Don Buckley, who is the co-host now. Payment is here. So Don, how are you tonight?
Great.
You were
How's the
quiet,
audio?
but now you will have to pitch in.
Oh, I have so many things to say.
That's good. That's good. Maybe I will be able to shut up for a couple of minutes. Payment, do you have any results for us?
Yes, I do. First of all, Mr. O'Flynn, it's good to
Yes.
see you. Mr. John O'Flynn is a wonderful human being. He's a great teacher. He's running as a paper candidate or a ballot candidate in protest of the electoral reform in Ontario. I guess it's too late to say vote for him, but vote for him in spirit. And Mr. Buckley, it's always a pleasure to be on with you. I'll bring this puppy up. So these are just the informal results. I'll give my quick thoughts and then I'll go. I think what's happened is what I witnessed during the convoy the last few years with this coalition government. Everybody was understandably freaking out. They're saying, "Oh my God, this is unconstitutional." I said, "Not really. They're no longer hiding the fact that they're two wings of the same party." So if the Liberals win, and I hope that they don't and something happens, but if they win, the government, the country will have to come to grips with the fact that the problem is not the Liberals. This isn't an outside force like Genghis Khan invading, taking over. It's the nature of the people. We're a liberal country, and we have to decide what we do after that. I'll stop there. I'm gonna step away, but I got two PPC candidates here. If you want, I can bring them up and
Bring them up. Bring them up.
All right.
It's a party here. We have to talk about those candidates who, like Tim said, they put their head, their body in front. So
Okay,
I think it's important.
I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna take this guy down, and I'll bring Sepper. He'll be here, and you guys tell him what you need to tell him. Thank you.
No
very much.
problem. No problem. Don, what's your impression about what is happening tonight with the Liberals in leading?
Well, I can't say I'm not, or I can't say I'm shocked, right? So, in terms of everything that we've seen so far, it actually, thinking back, I'm always thinking back to 2021. So in 2021, it kind of went the same way. I was so completely surprised in 2021 with the amount of support that the Liberals had in the East, and here we are, we're seeing it again. And I didn't want to utter the words, and most of the time today when it was coming up, I would say, "What's your prediction?" When I would talk to people, and people would say conservative minority, conservative majority, liberal majority, liberal minority, and the polls or the stats here are indicating a liberal majority and a far liberal majority, such that, and here's an interesting topic too, because the whole vote splitting psychological operation that has been carried out since the beginning of this has a lot of different factors and a lot of different nuance. But if the numbers bear out the way that they're looking right now, it wouldn't make a difference if you added the conservative vote and the PPC vote together. The Liberals have it. Liberals look, according to this, are looking like they're having an unbeatable majority. And that was my call. I didn't write it down. I didn't say it. I didn't publicize it or anything. I should have wrote it on a little piece of paper and sealed it in an envelope and opened it up later, mailed it to myself, but no. So and I was kind of expecting this, and this all leads back to the same story, right? This is an Apollo 13 moment right now happening. Okay, when they just realize that there's a hole in the ship, and then they go around arguing, and then a moment of sanity comes back, and they say, "Hey, we can go off bouncing off each other, but we're still going to wind up back here with the same problem." And the problem is the fact that the Payment just alluded to it. We have an electorate in the country that is by far liberal, or by far more susceptible to control and more susceptible to media manipulation. And I'll just end with one last thing. And I raise this a lot, on X, wherever I'm at on socials. And that is, in 2021, there were 27 million eligible voters in Canada. 17 million of them voted. 10 million people in Canada did not vote in the last election. The Liberals, the popular vote in 2021 was Conservatives 5.7, Liberals 5.5, Bloc 1.3, PPC 600,000. And so the largest voting bloc by a ridiculous margin is the non-voters. The non-voters had a margin of 10 million, right? And in this game, we're playing on a chessboard here, where the two major parties own the chessboard. We are the outsiders here. And so going forward into the future, it'll be really interesting. My eye is going to be on the non-voters. My eye is going to be on the count of the non-voters this time, and which party had the biggest bump from the results from last year to the results of this year, and where were the major swings? Because I guarantee you that a lot of those non-voters came and got down to a polling station and voted for the PPC platform. I believe that.
That's a very good observation. And like you were mentioning, 34% of people did not vote. It will be interesting to see the turnout tonight, if this percentage will be lower. So, because I think it's an historic election. John O'Flynn, you are in BC, if I am not wrong.
Yes.
But you are a candidate in Ontario.
Correct. Part of the longest ballot, and I ran in September in LaSalle, Imard, Verdun in Montreal.
Yes, in the by-election, I remember. I didn't see your name, but there was a lot of independent. So how is it?
Yes, and so the experience, certainly that was an opportunity to run for a federal election. A bit of an honor. I think anytime anybody is wanting to put their name on the ballot, you're all equal on the ballot, and all should be treated with respect. And I think that the many perspectives that can be brought into the conversation, is important. And so getting 12 votes in Montreal, I don't know if it inspired me, but I said I would do it again. And it was just the one riding, Carleton, that was available. The intention was to have people running in two ridings, and possibly one of a Liberal. And but by the time Mark Carney selected his riding, it was too late for the nomination signatures to happen. And so it was to be Carleton. And 91 of us are there. And the one thing I want to talk about is student vote. 900,000 students from about 5,900 schools also voted. And those results have come out. The students gave 165 seats to the Conservative Party and about 145 to the Liberals. The People's Party got about 3.5% of the vote. About 30,000 students across the country voted for a candidate from the PPC, and it was really good for myself as a teacher to bring in candidates from North Vancouver, Capilano, and there we had every candidate. We had 6 candidates running. And so bringing in the candidates, introducing them to the students, letting the students become familiar with the different perspectives on the political spectrum, and I was lucky to have Payman, who was able to join us, and he was very engaging. He was asking questions.
He is, yes.
Oh
right.
My goodness, and by gosh, was he drawing things out of the students when he spoke to this particular class. And so every candidate that comes brings their own flair and their own flavor. I know that Isander, the candidate for North Vancouver Capilano, wasn't able to join us at our school, but certainly Payman was a great representative for your party. And yeah, so I think as an educator and as a teacher, trying to ensure students get the sort of the full range of
to initiate
viewpoints,
them into the political process. Yes.
100%, because they're going to be seeing the same people in the same party. They'll be voting in 2 years' time, my 15, 16-year-olds. But it really, and then by I being a candidate, it just kind of gave it a little bit of a twist. I made sure that, and that is the candidate, and there he is. I am so happy to see the candidate for North Vancouver Capilano.
So maybe John, introduce him for us.
Well, I don't know if I could say the name perfectly. I'd love to hear him say his name beautifully.
You hear us? Okay. Yeah. So, you have to unmute?
My name is Esan.
Okay.
Esan Arjman. Yeah, I'm riding in North Vancouver, Capilano. I'm glad to be here. I hope we met earlier, but just the circumstances, just we are meeting tonight. So I just
How was your campaign? How was your campaign?
My campaign was very engaging. It was my first time doing it. A lot of young people that they were born here, like a lot of Iranian Canadian that they're second generation. They reached out to me, and they really admired what I'm doing. I had a lot of like love and hate kind of relationship. A lot of people called me and say, "Oh, what are you doing with this part?" And all this like propaganda that they were in their mind that I had to describe to them, like what you heard is not the reality. So it was a lot of love and hate relationship. But I gotta tell you, like all these young people that are looking for a future, like they are the people that are going to determine the next election. What I saw this time around, like this is the pattern, and I wanna just tell you, like without like politically correct way of saying it, it's always in this kind of country. Like when I was living in Iran, I saw this type of elections too, creating a massive fear that regardless of what this party is offering, you have to vote for them, because if you don't vote them, these like a worse party is coming and going to destroy the whole nation and destroying your kids and everything else. So they always create this kind of fear, and then all these mainstream media, which by the way funded by this establishment, they're going to advocate and echo this kind of message. So this is something going on. It's like in third world country election, and it was very funny to me. So people, they don't vote for policies, for future, for like based on their values. People just at least in this election, they just voted because they had massive fear. Like what about the people come and take power again, and what's gonna happen? Like, when I was talking to them and just showed them the policies, I had to print two prints with me, like compared conservative with liberal and what People's Party in Canada is offering. They all admitted that yes, your policies are right. This is better, and this is what I like. But at the same time, sorry, and there are a couple of them here that are eating pizza with us. Then they like us, and they drinking beer with us. Say, oh yeah, this time around, sorry, I had to, and they can knock the door with us. That's the funny part. But the fear was so strong, the propaganda is so strong that they decided to vote for another party anyways. And they said I appreciate the honesty. So that's what they. So I don't think this was the election that really people voted based on their values, people based on the policies, people voted based on the future they're going to picture for their next generation. That was the vote. There was a lot of confusion, and again, this kind of propaganda unfortunately works. Propaganda works. That's a sad reality, especially in the countries like third world countries like Iran, when there is a state media, and here like we have CBC and there is only one voice.
Which is similar. Yes, you're right.
Yeah,
So
like same pattern, yeah.
So you enjoy your experience and you will stay. You will stay.
Absolutely. And you know what? Next time, you know what? I don't care that probably the result will be disappointing, but I'm going to plan as of tomorrow. I build up a good team. A lot of good people reached out to me, young people, very capable people, and they say they want to be part of it, and they do it just because their hearts want to do it. There's nothing really in this campaign other than working hard and just try to
Yes.
brainstorm, do something new. But yeah, we are on it. Absolutely.
John O'Flynn, you must be happy. You must be proud of this young man who's ready to fight for Canada.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, no, I'm happy to hear you speak, and thank you very much. And it takes great courage to speak, and I know that in the future that the young people will be impressed by hearing you speak, and especially on the North Shore, where we have
Yeah.
a strong Persian community. It's so
Yeah.
important that you are present. Yes.
And one more thing, but I made the conservative candidate work much harder than before. So he has started much working harder. He basically said what I said to Persian community. He created a bunch of videos with Persian subtitle. He reached out to Persian community
Oh,
to
you
explain to
so
them.
so
He
so so
validated the
he was afraid of you.
yeah. So
That's good.
yeah,
That's a good
I
challenge.
guess that's a good challenge. So that's a good thing. I made him to listen to like one community deeper, understand them, and just instead of just all repeating the empty slogans, come up with something deeper. And then this is something a lot of people, not even Persian community, Canadian community, like a Filipino community, all the British Columbian people. So I think that was a very good success. We started very late, and you know what? It's gonna go on. It's gonna go on. And I watched something on CBC. They never mentioned our party at all, but they
No.
just spent a big screen. Max Bernier defeated, big, massive, the
Oh,
whole thing.
that's
That's
always.
crazy. That shows how little they are. How
Yeah.
little they are. Oh my God, they're so sad.
Well,
So sad.
thank you for your testimony and especially for your commitment. I think it's very important for Canada and for Canadians. Dawn Buckley, you want to add something? Maybe we have some news, some new data. Maybe I can bring up the new data and you can give a little bit of let's say observation of what is happening right now. We see Carney with 160 seats, 135 for Poilievre, 24 for the Bloc, 8 for the NDP, who will be most probably the biggest loser tonight. And we have one other, and we don't even know if it is the People's Party. They hide the People's Party behind this banner. What's your thoughts about this?
This is the threat. This is the threat that the PPC is posing to the establishment. Remember, I was talking about this chessboard. Well, we're not a player on the chessboard, and we're trying to jump. We're trying to parachute down into the chessboard, and if PPC ends up getting a single seat, single seat in this election, the whole game is up. The whole game is up for them. And so they have to do like what I was just saying. They have to announce, they have to demoralize. So it's a part of a demoralization campaign. And this was actually part of the strategy that I was thinking too, is that, if there's anyone who's going to question the integrity of the election, it would be for the reason of looking back and saying, there is like Canadians, at least the Conservatives after this, are going to be significantly demoralized because there are the trending topics, and I've been watching social media pretty heavily over the last while, and the Conservatives were very, very, very much in favor of believing that they had this win, that this was locked in. Super Spreaders on X just posted exactly, he just hit the signal, which is the CPC bros We're worried about the wrong vote split. So if you take a look here, who's really splitting the vote here? It's the Bloc.
It's the Bloc. Yes, you're
It's
right.
the
You're
Bloc
right.
Québécois,
It's
right?
the
So the
Bloc.
Bloc Québécois, no one's pointing fingers and doing the crazy dance at the Bloc Québécois, when in fact, they have no interest in governing the nation, right? They make no representation about the fact that they're interested in governing the nation, and so the only utility is to act as a coalition party.
Yes,
And
you're
so
right. You're right.
that's their only utility. The same with the NDP, and so we were never in this position, right? And so when you look back on 5 years from now, or even a year from now, when we look back on this, even in a minority government situation right here, if this ends up becoming a majority government, we're in for 5 years of this, right? And so there's going to be a lot of draconian policies that are going to be coming out of this. But, at the end of the day, this will have been a masterful play by the Liberals. And what the previous gentlemen were saying, the previous candidates were saying about both the Liberals and the CPC not even showing up to debates, right? We saw it everywhere in all of these ridings. They weren't showing up for their debates. They weren't answering questions. They have no policy. This was a media campaign. This was a complete media campaign based on slogans and based on, if you go on propwatch.org and you look up the core drivers for how people are susceptible to propaganda, the bandwagon is the big one. And so the polls were based on it, and all of the whole divisiveness was based on it. In 2021, the Liberals ran the whole divisive campaign, which was, the vaccinated versus the anti-vaccinated versus the anti-vaxxers.
Yeah,
and now
very polarized. Yes.
It was very polarized, and so they had to. That was and when I saw elbows up, and when I saw the Trump tariffs, and when we saw all of this, it was just the same playbook again. And I couldn't believe I was watching it. I was watching it, and I was actually seeing it. I'm like, this is exactly what happened in 2021. This is exactly what happened.
It's a repeat. It's a repeat. And well, payment. We were talking about the outcome, and we are hitting now the prairies and BC. So do you think that Poilievre can do a comeback?
Thinking or hoping?
Both. If you.
My sister-in-law is here, and I was just talking to her. I said, like the PPC vote, my percentage was probably going to go down. And she's just like in shock. She's looking at the Conservative Party numbers. It's like, I just hope the Conservatives go up. This country cannot survive with Carney. So yes, I hope it goes up. I don't know. If anything's taught me in the last few years, hope is not a strategy.
Yes, you're right.
If I can just add one thing, Dawn said that, and Giant's here, I'll step down in a second. Dawn said that a lot of these guys didn't go to the debates, and this was like COVID all over again. I said this in one of the debates, and I think I got booed pretty heavily. I said, this is COVID all over again. It's like Russia all over again, and now we have Orange Man bad. Like this is the level of psychosis. The audience didn't like hearing that. So people don't want to hear the ugly truth, and it's kind of sad.
It's about to punch them in the face.
Let's hope so.
Well, maybe Canadians need that. Maybe they need to be hit hard to understand what is happening, because the next step will be much more hard. I think it's not a game anymore. It's becoming very serious.
Do you want? Would you like me to bring up Mr. Bandari, or should we hold off on that?
We will just go for a short break, and we'll thank John O'Flynn for his presence. It was a pleasure to meet you. Good luck. Maybe keep up the faith, and we'll go for a short break, and we will come back with Jaron Bandari after this commercial. Wow. Welcome back to Election Night in Canada 2025. So we have a new guest for the next segment of the show, Mr. Jayan Bandari. How are you?
Andre, you have an echo.
I'm very well, Andre. Thanks for having me here.
It's a pleasure. Okay, but my mic was on in the working studio. Well, we are live here, and the election night is going on very well. The Liberal are leading the Conservative Party, and maybe you will give us your first impression of what is happening right now.
Well, Andre, I joined late to the show, and you were, towards the end, you were talking about the ugly truth that Canadians will eventually face, I'm still hoping that they find sanity and that they voted for PPC. The reality is that Canada does not really have much time to correct its course. I came to Canada about 22 years back. When I arrived in Vancouver, it was one of the safest, nicest, most sophisticated cities in the world. People were extremely polite. It was extraordinarily clean city. And I don't know the details of what happened 2 or 3 days back in that rampage. But Vancouver has rapidly become a dirty, impolite, crude, crime-prone city with time. While, politically we talk a lot about housing crisis, inflation, drug addiction, my biggest problem is that Canada has brought in all kinds of ethnic conflicts to Canada. And Canadians haven't really woken up to this ugly truth. They have brought in literally millions of people from places who completely decline to assimilate or respect Western values. And this is not going to end up very well for Canada unless Canadians wake up yesterday. And I really mean yesterday, because there isn't much time left for Canada. It will go through a hardship. And unfortunately, the problem is that Canadians are very politically correct people. They are too polite sometimes. And I think that behind that compassion and tolerance, there is a kind of apathy. There's a kind of lifestyle concept going on in their mind, whereas Americans are more upfront about the truth. They are more prepared to speak the truth, and they are more prepared to listen to the truth. They are less politically correct.
Payment, Don, any comments? Any question? Well,
I can vouch for everything that Jayan was saying about Vancouver. I've been here. I've seen it. We've had. It is exactly how he was describing. I would go so far as to say that Vancouver has lost its soul. Vancouver used to be the most beautiful city on the planet. When I would travel and I would tell people that I was from Vancouver, I would always get smiles and envy and respect. And Vancouver was known to be one of the crime-free, most peaceful, loving, hip, intellectually stimulating cities, artistic, all of it. And it's all gone. That's all gone in the last 20 years. And, now it's culminated with, a pseudo terrorist attack from the other night. So what Jan is 100% correct. The change needs to happen yesterday. But as we're seeing, we're kind of up against a force that's unwilling to change, that's really interested in driving the bus in a certain direction, and we're the ones trying to climb on the bus to tell the bus driver to at least hit the brakes and slow down. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see what comes out of this. But the only way through it is together.
Yeah, and Don, I might add that today Canada is made up of more than 40% in terms of population, made up of people who are first or second generation immigrants. A significant portion of those vote on tribal basis. So as a result, all the parties are forced to pander to the tribal groups. You have to go to Gurudwara, you have to go to the temples, you have to seek votes from Eritrean on side 1, you have to seek votes of Eritrean on side B. Now, why should Canadian politicians have to pander to people who are not really a part of Canada? They have something else in their minds. They have India on their mind, they have Khalistan on their mind, they have Hinduism on their mind. Whatever they have on their minds, why should Canadian politicians who should be serving Canadians have all these crazy things in their minds which have no affiliation with Canada? Moreover, by bringing in those problems, we complicate Canada, which was actually it was a Switzerland. It was probably better than Switzerland 20 years back, has degraded itself to a situation where it now has to dabble with all these third world stupid issues, which never should have been here in Canada.
What you're mentioning is interesting, and you were mentioning a little bit earlier the way that Canada does not integrate the immigrants. Since 1967, with the first election of Pierre Trudeau, they implemented multiculturalism, and the idea was to bring immigrants who would integrate. First of all, they would speak the language, either French or English. Now it doesn't happen anymore. The path is accelerating. How can we get out of this? And it's not a question of antagonizing immigrants. But can we today, in 2025, can we bring immigrants and integrate them if they don't want to integrate? You mentioned it earlier. They comply with the group, the ethnic group. How can we break this pattern?
Well, Canadians really have to wake up to the truth of what is happening. A couple of days back, Jagmeet Singh was addressing a crowd, and he brought in his candidate from the audience. And the candidate, a white European woman, started speaking in English. The audience had no clue about that language. So Jagmeet Singh had to become a translator. Now, how can you become a voter in Canada? How can you become a citizen in Canada without speaking any of the two languages that Canada follows? People live in ghettos, they speak their own language, and their own language becomes a ghettoized language, which means that whatever language X, Hindi or Punjabi they speak is not understandable by people from their own of the homeland that they left behind. Now, my view is that it is not the job of these people to integrate, because they did not come to Canada to integrate. They came to Canada for money.
Yes, but Giant, they have Canadian citizenship.
Yeah, they have Canadian citizenship.
My wife came in 2013. She had to take an exam, and she had to prove that she was able to speak either French or English. How come they're here with a Canadian citizenship?
Well, I gave a similar exam as well, and it's such a simple exam that you don't even have to be a primary school student to pass that. They ask questions like, which country is on the south of Canada?
Yes.
The questions are so stupid that it takes you about 3 minutes to complete that test. And they still want to pass you. If you fail, they still want to pass you. So no, there's no citizenship test really.
Yes, I think you're right. Payment, you want to add something?
Yeah, sorry about that. We're having a party here for the watch party, so people are leaving, and apologies for the sound. I've come to a realization. I agree with Jayant. I've had him on my show, and immigration is a problem. There's a gentleman in the audience. His name is Self-Governed, and him and I have talked about this. I think, and this is his theory, and I agree with him, immigration is a symptom of the decline of our economy. So our housing market is imploding, and we have no industry. So they're importing immigrants. Now, Jayant is right, but after 6 debates, I'm more concerned with the infiltration of socialism in our culture, and also the destruction of our economy. I'll quickly add, after talking to a couple of people, healthcare in Canada, I thought it was a part of our culture. It's a religion to these people. Like, they say what the nurses do, it's compassion. They liken what they do to Mother Teresa. So we have a lot of problems, and I see Mark Carney and the NDP finally coming out and taking off their orange shirt and his red underneath. We have a serious problem of leftism and socialism in this country, and a symptom of that is unfettered immigration.
Oh, we hope for a wake-up call, Giant. Is it possible to do this? Knowing Canadian, you mentioned Canadian values, Canadian behavior. They're politically correct. They're kind. Are we able to react in Canada?
Well, it will likely become too late for Canadians because, and I'm talking about original Canadians, the Canadians of European ethnicity. The problem is that they are very rapidly becoming less than 50% of the population. And the swing vote already belongs to the tribal ethnicities. Look at all these people like Jagmeet Singh and all the leaders that are, a lot of leaders are elected from ghettos. They are elected on tribal basis, and then they become, second in command of Canada. I mean, Jagmeet Singh was supporting the government until now, and he was elected from a tribal place, a ghetto. And similarly, the ex-defense minister was elected from a ghetto.
Mm-hmm.
And these are ghettos which vote on the basis of tribal identity, not based on what is good for Canada. I might respond to address Payman on one issue. He mentioned socialism and leftism. Now, these are the words you use when you have grown up in Canada. I grew up in a hellhole, and I tell you, socialism would have been an improvement in that hellhole. These are petty-minded, tribal, ethnically centered people who will lynch you if you don't belong to their ethnicities and tribes. So socialism would already be an improvement on a lot of these people because they think mainly on the basis of their ethnicity and tribalism. So the situation is so bad that Canadians are not really aware of how bad the things will get. And I'll tell you, once things are starting getting bad, there's no way to bring them back to sanity.
So what you're referring to, there are two paths. The first path, like you were mentioning, socialism, but the other path is tribalism. People are in ghettos, and they're starting their ghettos are growing. They're growing, and they will become powerful, not only politically, but let's say they economically.
Well, they are already very powerful. Look at the parties. All these leaders pander to those ghettos. You watch their videos. All the party leaders go to the ghettos because they are the swing vote. And now they are not only swing vote, they are something like 40 to 45% of the votes, which pretty much means that they are the majority of the voters because they gang up to vote. They don't vote the way people of European ethnicity vote, which means that they get divided into all the parties, whereas tribal units sit down in their religious places or whatever community center they have and decide who they want to vote and where they should all go. And I have asked these people, and I said, who are you going to vote for? My taxi driver in Vancouver, for example, and his response would be, a fully mature 35-year-old guy. And his response was, whosoever my dad asks me to vote for. Now, these are the kind of people you have brought to Canada.
Wow, it's practically unbelievable to hear this.
That's not a democracy.
You're right. Well, go ahead, Bob. Don. I think you're right. We will have to question all those politicians.
That's the truth. It's the common sense reality is that compared to 10 years ago, when I immigrated my spouse here, that was a 13-month process, and there was lots of paperwork and lots of forms. And this was in terms of that, compared to what we have now with the citizen test, like you're describing, the whole point of that, the policies over the last 10 years have been changed and altered to basically take off all of the guardrails and speed everyone in. And the interesting thing about the whole immigration process is that in a country of 40 million, 2 million people is a lot of people, compared to the US, in a country of 330 million. 15 million people that they know of immigrated during the Biden campaign or the Biden presidency, and they're declaring a national emergency. So the reality is that we've done what Europe did when the Syrian war was on during the Obama regime.
2011, yes.
Yep, when they completely overran all of the European nations, Germany, France, with all of the immigrants from the Middle East. And so this has always been this long-standing agenda. And so the interesting thing that Giant brings up about the tribalist voting is something that had never occurred to me, but now it explains it. It explains why we see all of the politicians on the campaign trail, meeting with all the tribal leaders. And the reality is, no, that's not democracy. That's not a Western democracy. And so if you take a massive population body, that it's not that they don't believe in democracy, is that they don't have a training, they don't have an education into the even
they don't know what it is.
They have no concept of it. And so we imported all of the people that don't have a single concept of democracy, and then we're putting the vote in their hand in terms of to take control of their future. And so now we're all looking at each other, and we're staring at each other across the room saying, oh man, what happened? And so when you come across a platform like the PPC that says moratorium on immigration, you begin to understand why.
Yes. I can make a small parallel with Quebec, because when you talk about tribalism, French Canadian in Quebec, they have the tendency to vote for the Liberal Party or the Bloc, and they voted in 2011 for the NDP. But I see a lot of Quebecers, traditionally they vote Liberal. They don't even ask themselves why, because there's 9 million people in Quebec. 8 million people are, French Canadian that were born here, and they vote according, I'm sorry to say it, but they vote according to the tribe. And that's the existence of the Bloc. The Bloc stays there because they play on fear. They play on this, outside threat of Quebec. I think Giant is right, and we will have to be aware of what is coming in the future, especially if the Liberal are elected.
I got to step down. I'll quickly say the Bible. I'm turning into a Christian here. The Bible says a house divided cannot stand, and we've balkanized the country. I'm going to step down. I recommend you guys bring Remanded up. He'd be able to add to this.
Well, we will bring him up right now. Thanks, Payman. Enjoy your party a little bit. Come back a little bit later.
I'll come back. Don, great work. Giant, thank you very much. It's always good to be in your presence. Bye, guys.
It's a pleasure. Giant, you want to stay with us?
Absolutely. I can stay here for a while.
Okay, so I will bring another guest.
So Andre, just one thing that I have also seen European tribalism, but the tribalism of Europeans is insignificant compared to the tribalism that I am talking about. I have no problems going to Montreal and walking around complaining about Quebecois. No one is going to lynch me. The kind of tribalism I'm talking about
different.
It's a very different tribalism.
Yes, you're right. You're right. I think I see the point, and I think it is important to make sure that we do not mix concept. And but we will be facing, like you mentioned, we'll be facing ghettos. It will start to become hard. Don, you mentioned it in Vancouver. We see it in major cities, Toronto, Montreal, and I can mention, the Islamic movement is where that is present everywhere in Canada is growing, and it is a concern how we will face this type of this challenge. I don't know. It's. Do you have any idea, Dom?
Well, it's a 20-year rebuild of Canada.
One generation.
It is. It is and we have to. And I can't remember who the post was today. I like to try to credit people, but the reality is that we need time. Canada needs time to digest, the changes that have been done to it. But we're in a situation right now where the heat or the the train is about to start getting a lot faster if this happens the way that we think it's going to happen.
Yes.
So we need to definitely prepare, and we need to definitely look out for each other in a very, very big way. The interesting thing about this whole campaign and this whole platform is that these common sense ideas, just the ideas that suit the common denominator of everyone. This is the idea of the populist platform. The populist platform suits the common needs and addresses the common needs of all people. Everyone has the basic needs and the basic rights, and the right to live a life in peace and abundance, or to at least in this day and age, work for their own abundance. And so what we're faced with now is we've upsetted the finance and the monetary system in Canada so much, and we've upset the immigration system so much. Now these new ideas in the common sense platform of the PPC is starting to rise, but it is going to be a 20-year evolution.
I think you're right. It will be at least one generation. We'll take a short break, 1 minute. We will be back with Timothy Knight and The Remanded. Stay with us.
Buckle up.
Welcome back to Election Night in Canada 2025. We are here with Don Buckley, our co-host, Timothy Knight, Jayan Bandari, and we welcome a new guest, the Remanded. Maybe, how are you? Are you're still you're mute?
Working on the mic. Welcome to the show.
Am I still? Am I good now?
Yes, that's
You're
perfect.
good. We're
That's
hearing
perfect.
you. Awesome.
Yes. Go ahead. How was your election night tonight?
It's been busy. You know, I mean, for us here on, you know, in BC, it's been 6 months, you know, because we had the BC election, and then the Ontario one kind of followed that. You had Newfoundland in there, and these were just things that, for those that don't know, I mean, myself and 3 other Canadians put together a team to talk about the BC election, all the stuff that went on there. And so it's just been nonstop. And so, you know, announced spaces and all that stuff. And it's just been every day, hour on hour, listening, updating. We came up with a 300-page report and all that stuff. And it's nonstop. And so everything that happened today in the last, like 3 hours, it just flew by. We've got the team of 4. Myself, I kind of put out the stuff that the team kind of finds. We have one AI guy, technical guy that comes with all the scans and the reports and what's happening. We have a guy that's out in Alberta who actually built a national tracking website for the federal elections, and he has the previous ones in there. So he's got this whole mapping thing that he built and got ready for this election. And then we got our 4th one lady on the island there, and she's been digging through she's kind of the secretary. She digs up a lot of the social media posts. She works the elections. We kind of have that insight from like ground zero. And so wow, I mean, the DDoS attack, the cyber threats, the site's down, they've been changing the DDoS attacks and like just everything. Like, it's what an absolute whirlwind. At least that's just for me.
That's the technological part, or the technological burden we're in now. We're all dependent on technology. Don, you want to say something about?
Yeah, first of all, Remanded, I want to say thank you. Thank you for the work you did and for BC. I was in shock, and you know, when I walked into my polling center in BC, and I was faced with a Dominion tabulator and a giant ballot with barcodes and all this computer crap all over it. I was having a hard time dealing with that. And so I was really following everything that you did for the BC election. And so the team that you've put together is amazing. And so thanks very much for doing that. The back when I was in shocked disbelief in 21 when Trudeau won the election, I did a dive down into Elections Canada to try to find everything that I could in terms of their operations, and you know, to see, okay, what were we actually dealing with here. And what I came up with was that, you know, there is a paper ballot, but the paper ballot only goes so far. The paper ballot gets converted, and there's summary sheets that are they're converted to summary sheets, and then basically from there everything is on everything goes to a supervisor, which inputs it onto a laptop with a VPN connection into the Elections Canada data center, and from there it's a complete black box. No one sees in there. No one knows anything. And Election Canada transmits the results to the major news organizations, and that's how we find out who won the election. And so the Elections Canada is a branch of the Canadian government. So, you know, there's all kinds of problems with, you know, with everything, you know. And so here's the core problem that I've been coming up with in the last 5 years, since the beginning of the COVID wars in 2020. My biggest takeaway from the COVID wars was this one insane question, which is, how do you make somebody follow a law? This is, and it turns out you can't make someone follow a law, you know, no matter what you do. And so that's a big long-winded way of saying, you know, what has been your take? What was, number one, what was your prediction for this election? And and for the outcome of this election, and where are we at now?
I mean, I wanted the PPC to get 3 to 5 seats. I thought that
we still may.
Yeah, you know, like I thought
Jason
that
Levine, I think, has a shot.
Night is still young.
I thought it would have been fair, you know, just so then we wouldn't have to hear about the things the next turnaround, that no seat, you know, all the same talking points. It's just like, it just gets exhausting, especially on X and the spaces, because it's all PPC, CPC banter, and everyone just attacks each other. No leftists ever really go into the spaces. So I was hoping for, you know, the CPC majority, just so that we could get off that change. I think most people will kind of, you know, appreciate that, regardless of whether or not you're for or whatever. But there was just this lingering feeling, like it was like it's just a butterflies in the stomach, that it didn't feel like it was going to be a majority CPC, and so it was hope. So I put hope for the Conservatives, you know, an entry position for the PPC, and then and then kind of go from there. But with everything that happened with the BC election, it just I couldn't really make sense of everything and everything that happened elsewhere. It's funny that, geez, I could talk forever from this now. I was never really much political until, you know, I kind of dabbled in it. But as soon as election night happened in BC, it's been my whole life reading House of Commons, Procedures and Affairs, advisory committees. I can cite you stuff that I've never been able to done before. The BC Elections Act, Elections Canada Act. It's just like all this stuff I don't really want to know. But it's been...
Well, if I may say,
yeah.
that's a good outcome, because a lot of us, we woke up, like Jayan was saying earlier, we're waking up to the political process that we were not aware of it, even if we're mature men or mature women and we go to vote. We don't know, we really don't know the laws, we don't know the legislation. That's a good outcome, at least. In your opinion, Jayan, do you think that Canadian will become more engaged? Tim Knight is always referring to grassroots movement and local engagement. I think it's important. Do you think Canadian will be mature to be more implicated into politics?
So, Andre, based on my understanding of societies and the places I have lived in and traveled through, my view is that if you haven't woken up when things were staring right into your face, you are likely to go more asleep rather than wake up. So unfortunately, it's like that parable of frog in a boiling water. It slowly gets boiled away. And unfortunately, because of political correctness and lack of freedom of speech in Canada, people are not openly talking about it. You get cancelled if you speak anything remotely close to these things. And unfortunately, my guess is that Canadians will become more and more asleep unless they wake up today, which means that they actually bring PPC to power today. If they don't, then they will continue to be more asleep. I might actually even say that Canada does not have 20 years that you said it might have. No, Canada has, in 20 years, the Canadian population that I consider to be Canadian will be about 20 or less than 20% of the total population of Canada. So Canada will have become not only a post-nationalist state, the way Justin Trudeau likes to call it, it will become a non-Canadian state in 20 years' time.
It would seem... you're muted, Andre.
Oh, sorry. That's quite frightening, considering the younger generation who will face this big metamorphosis or mutation, if I can use the expression. It is shocking.
Yes, and I might say that they have no clue about the cultures they are importing into Canada. I mean, I'm horrified. I get sleepless nights thinking about what is happening to the West in general and Canada in particular, because Canada is ahead of the game and destroying itself. But because I have experienced, I have visually seen what that tribalism means, which is not the tribalism that you see in Europe. It's an extreme lynch-minded tribalism. You have imported those, and unfortunately, Andre, what I have seen among ghettos in Canada and in the United Kingdom is that these ghettos become intellectually inbred. And so not just biologically inbred, they become intellectually inbred because they speak their own ghettoized language, which no one understands. And secondly, their mental framework becomes very petty-minded and very narrow-minded, limited to their ghettos. So a person might have come to Canada from Punjab, and Punjabis can be a lot more open-minded because it's a big place with a lot of population, and they intermingle with those tens of millions of people. Whereas in Canada, they might be intermingling within those 200,000 people. So they become intellectually inbred. So unfortunately, this ghettoized nation is worse than the homelands that they've left behind.
So what you're saying is that I would say the future is not optimistic. The reminder that you were talking about your engagement, your commitment to politics and also to technology. We are dependent on technology. Tonight we're dependent on technology. And we saw it with the Dominion machine in 2020 with the election of Biden and Trump in the United States. Are we facing the same challenge in Canada?
I mean, that's a tough one because so a lot of people that when they bring up Dominion, they'll typically think about the States and what's going on in the States. The Dominion voting systems there are a little bit different than what we see up here, because they have the image machines, like the bigger ones where you actually use like a touch screen, or ones that don't actually use physical ballots. So one of the things that I would actually really like to see change in Canada is just public oversight. So when you think of like places like Georgia State, they actually allow public oversight. And what I mean by that, they actually allow the ballots to be published on their government website, so then people can actually do their own grassroots checks to see whether or not there's double votes, or whether or not the timestamps, through the CVR, which is the cast vote record, which was the whole thing with Mike Lindell. If anybody doesn't know about that, I won't go into it. But that's what kind of set everything off to other people who I've met through this process in the States who have published reports. And then you see what comes out of that through Tulsi Gabbard and, their government moving forward with election integrity. Where we see in Canada, though, over the course of about, I guess, let's just say 10 years, maybe 10, 12 years, is it started at the municipal level, and then it creeped up to the provincial level. And those are tabulators where they still say, it's not connected to the internet, but the Dominion website says that it has, Wi-Fi capability. And then they use the, gold standard using a pencil. The big issue through a FOIA request through our Alberta guy in our team received with it parts that were confidential that were redacted. I read through the 450-page Dominion voting systems.
That's good.
Yeah, basically the manual. And it's just like, holy crap. So what the connection here is that's different between what's going on in the States and in Canada is that the Canadian electoral bodies, BC, Alberta, and Ontario, they do not retain or use the cast vote record data. They don't retain it. So that's one of the big things that happened in BC, that we're going into this electronic age, but we're not retaining this data. What is the CVR? The CVR is the timestamp, the batch number, the tabulator, that ballot was scanned. So even if you had an independent investigation, and for those that didn't know, this is what John Rustad, the official opposition of the BC Conservatives, pitched back in December. And then David Eby, the now premier and BC NDP, came and said, oh, we'll just do an independent review, no investigation. We haven't seen that independent review. Nobody talks about it anymore. But even if you did do an independent investigation, you would not have the digital data to what every tabulator saw and read from you putting your ballot in. You would never know that, you know, the 6 days that went on for initial count, which is the 19th to, well, the morning of the 26th, you would never know when a new ballot had illegally put in there. The one image that is on the Dominion Voting Systems auditing and adjudication progress, a fail-safe, an election integrity and transparency feature that it had was this CVR auditing feature, which if you were to put in ballots manually, it would flag it. It would tell you what batch, what tabulator, and basically all the nitty-gritty details. That is huge. And so for these electoral bodies to say, hey, we're not going to use this, we're going to zero out and do logical testing, and we're not going to retain this data, so then there's no way for an independent investigation to say, hey, where are these extra ballots that are not there, can now not be done. And I hope that made sense.
Yes, that makes sense. And if I summarize what you said, you know, they're erasing the evidence of the crime, meaning that through the process, I will not say that they manipulate the process, but they can play with it. That's quite far from the intention of what would be Election Canada. Tim, maybe, you know, you can react to what Remanded said about the process, the integrity of the process.
In a digital age, it's too easy to decentralize, right? So individual stations should be counting by hand right there and then published to a live online site right there, right then. And that way there is no trail in between the paper that's been marked and what's sitting on a live monitor for the public to view. Nothing in between. When you gold brick the hell out of it by creating make work projects that intentionally obfuscate the integrity of the process. You strip all that middle ground out, strip out all the bloat that is intended to hide what you're really up to. So you have people who are counting by, you got one box. How many are you going to fit into one box? 500-600 individual ballots? Pull them out, mark them, demand that an equal number of representatives from each party have scrutineers on hand. You completely fill the public's right to know where that piece of paper came from and where it's going to go. Eliminate everything in the middle, to decentralize it entirely. So the moment it becomes centralized, start asking questions.
Centralized or and can be manipulated much
That's
more
right. Well, it
easily.
does because now you have unelected individuals who are literally working on mandates given to them by other unelected individuals, or et cetera, et cetera. The more obfuscated it becomes, the harder it is to find the truth. And by the time you have to read a 450-page manual, nobody you talk to is going to listen beyond your 1 minute synopsis. Nobody. And that's intentional.
That's interesting because
millions.
Yes, exactly. We can refer to what happened with Kerry Lake in Arizona in 2020, when she was in court for about 2 years because she wanted to invalidate some manipulation. And they did the same thing in 2024 in the election. So it's quite easy to disturb the process when it is when it is centralized. You bring all the data, and after that you can aggregate them. And you know what they say, it's not important how people vote, it's how you count them.
we spent tens of millions of dollars implementing this technical system, and then they turn off the one control ahead of time that would actually make it, give them the ability to audit. So, if when you're spending that kind of money to bring in a system to add 10,000 more new variables and complexities over and above the paper system that, you had, I mean, we're counting 40 million, we're counting 30 million votes in a single day.
30 million votes, yes. Well,
right?
not in BC in the last election, they took 1 month.
They took a month to count what 2 million, 5 million, 6 million votes. So it's like what Ramanand was saying was like this key bit of information here is that the CVR, this record that they should have turned on and kept with the system, which was the whole point of having the system, they opted out of it, and so you have to question that motive.
Yeah.
So the only option that was
who authorized that?
Sorry, Tim, go ahead.
Who authorized that?
Well, it's always the same problem with accountability. Somebody authorizes it, and there's a glitch, or there's a failure. Nobody's accountable for the decision. So it's part of what Jayant was talking about. The cultural aspect, but also the technical or bureaucratic aspect of the institution. We see it now. And we have not a lot of leverage to be able to change this situation, unless what you mentioned all the time, Tim. Grassroots movement being involved locally, questioning people who are in office.
I wanted to make a comment on the grassroots thing because I'm reassessing my support for populism based on Jayant's observations. So I have a small statement. Populism assumes the tribes will abandon their tribalism in favor of a shared codex, and they will not, because they are tribes, right? So the European model of populism even will not convert those immigrants who are here and have on arrival established themselves into ghettos. They will not convert. And then that moves over to what Don was saying. This is now a 20-year process. The only way out of that for the reduced European population now is to strengthen laws that prevent new immigrants from getting into bureaucracies and positions of elected and unelected power where they would shore up their tribal strength in the country. There is no easy process through that.
I agree with you, but you know what? I will ask you, the four of you, what about the wild card? What about the 51st state? What about what Donald Trump is doing now? What's your take about this? Jayant, Tim, and the remanded, and Don. Do you think it can help maybe save Canada or integrate it?
Well, looks like we're going to be tasking.
My fear is that if Canada becomes the 51st state, Trump would never have won. Democratic Party would be in power today with Canada as the 51st state. So I think we are all better off with Canada as a separate country.
Yeah.
Well, the U.S. certainly is, from the looks of it.
Well, I think you're right, Jay, in the sense that if they would have had all the 41 million Canadian with 65 or 70% of the population that would vote for the Democrat, Trump would not have won. Of course, the remanded. What's your take on that?
I mean, I like Canada.
I like Canada too.
Right?
You know,
don't we all?
I don't think countries around the globe would accept that. You know, not that it's really up to them, but I just think there's too many other alliances, agreements, contracts, and just, I mean, how the world would view that, you know. But maybe maybe that doesn't matter. I don't know. It seems rather complex. I mean, a lot of people are talking about, you know, the whole succession of, you know, Alberta going down that road. If we had a liberal majority, and then you would kind of, then it might open that 51st state window of opportunity, and Quebec would follow suit. You know, it's all that talk. But I mean, we're looking at, you know, that's not tomorrow. I mean, there's
No.
like referendums. There's, you know, people are saying, you know, 10, 20 years down the road, depending on how, you know, the transfer payments and all that stuff, equalization payment. It's like, it's such a, it's not just, I don't think it's like a one answer thing, but because it's just so much is intertwined into it.
You're right. You're right. The legal process through the Constitution, it can be a very long process. And we know in Canada that it's very hard to work with the Constitution. Don?
Yeah, well, what Ramandan's saying is right on the money. There's no leaving Canada. See, this was, I could have left. We all looked for the reasons to stay or go or to keep Canada or not. And the trending topics on X right now are, if you guys have been following on X right now, you'll see just a plethora of different takes and stuff. The Americans are all thinking that Canadians are just number one, you know, proving themselves to be retarded.
I would have been more politically correct than you.
Yeah, so it's really quite remarkable what's happening. I live in the deepest leftist city, you know, in the country, like right in the middle of it. And I was never going to leave. This was not about leaving for me. This was about, you know, buckling down and figuring out what we're going to rebuild. Because from this standpoint, Canada, whatever becomes, we're in this incredible inflection point in history right now, and I don't know who realizes it or not. But the reality is the fall of Canada, or the inversion, or whatever we're going to call this, of what Canada is going through right now. What I'm expecting to see is Canadians will eventually turn around, and there will be the spirit and the frequency that formed the trucker convoy will rise again. And there will be a form of Canada that rises again, and people will start to remember what the true value of being Canadian is, and what the true value, and we'll start our actual national identity, I believe, will start to reform. I won't say reform as in change, but recreate, and it will, and we'll rise out of this. There will be some hardship, but Canada will actually be saved. And then what I think will happen is that we'll actually stand and we'll set an example for the world. The truckers did it because they stood up to the establishment in a way that the establishment was not prepared to see.
That's a very good observation. You're right.
What they did was they said, no, enough is enough, and we're going to come down there and explain it to you. And that's what the truckers did back in February 2022. And so that spirit of the founders of Canada and the original settlers of Canada, that spirit exists today. And I know it exists amongst a lot of people, including a lot of the immigrants that came here. And what's happened since the COVID wars of 2020 only made people stronger and more resilient and ready to, you know, do whatever it takes to uphold their principles, which is why the PPC is where it is right now, with the on the evolutionary upward trending track that it's on right now. So, you know, I'm excited to see what happens for the future.
That's good. That's a good take. As long as we have hope and we are ready to fight. Tim.
I've
stunned him
hard into Mr. Bandari's camp. I'm sliding really hard into Mr. Bandari's camp. I live downtown in my small town, which is about an hour or so east of Vancouver, and I've seen the demographic of the town in the last 5 years, and I live in the core of downtown, and I've seen the demographic shift in the last 2 years more dramatically than I've seen in any part of Canada that I've ever lived in, and I've lived from coast to coast, north to south. And it is unsettling when a neighborhood, I used to live on a street that I called the event horizon. So you're not exactly in the black hole, but you're right next to it. So occasionally, right, the homeless and the druggies and the psychos screaming at 2 o'clock in the morning at the moon, occasionally they were up and down on the street, but relatively harmless. They don't come by anymore. The new demographic run that street. Right? They're moving into the apartments above the mom and pop shops. The mom and pop shops are closing because they can no longer afford the rent, and new demographic are moving in because those buildings were owned by second, third generation of that demographic. And there's so this you talk about an inflection. I think I'm moving to the word inversion.
Yeah.
Right. There's an inversion where you go from Eurocentric downtown core, and that's not just who shops there, but who lives there, who works there, who owns it. And that inversion is increasingly an immigrant demographic. And I wouldn't even say the word immigrant, migrant.
Migrant, that's
Migrant.
a very good
Demographic.
distinction that you're making.
Right. And I've seen particular Canadian brand stores increasingly hire from a particular demographic intentionally. And it's because, and a lot of people aren't saying this, the federal government is subsidizing it.
Yes.
Right? There's a similar problem on the American border down toward Texas, New Mexico, etc., where a lot of people are saying, oh, they're coming up here and they're taking our jobs. And my thought is, he's getting paid under the table because his American boss is paying him under the table. So your own influencers, right, your own business people, your own commerce, your own pillars of the community are undermining the structure of their own community to save a nickel.
Yes.
And they're satisfied to throw their own tribe, Europeans, under the bus to make a nickel, and they are profiting off of the migrant population that's coming in. Right? You look at, I'm going to say the Brampton. You look at the problem, right?
Yes.
You look at the problem in Brampton, which is very, very plain. It's clear to me that the caste system is alive and well, and young foreign workers and young foreign students are completely being turned into indentured servants.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
Right. And the local governments and the police force and employment standards are doing nothing at all to address the issue. And if we permit this to continue, that not only are our own, the Canadians who are here going to suffer, but you're actually adding injury and insult to young people from other countries who bought a bill of goods and came over here thinking it would be better, only to be treated no better than the Irish were 300 years ago when they came to the Americas.
Yes. Tim, that's a very good observation. Don, Jayan, the remanded, you're welcome to stay. We'll take just a short break, and after that, we will just check the result, and we have a new guest at the payments desk, so we can talk with him in about 2 minutes. We'll be back.
Very good.
Oh, that was a tough night. Election night in Canada 2025. And I'm with Don Buckley, Timothy Knight, the Remanded, and a new guest who's sitting at the desk of PM Ascari. So maybe you tell us your name and where you were a PPC candidate, I suppose.
Yes, I was. My name is Sepper Hakagat, and I was the PPC candidate for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Well, so I suppose Don and Timothy know you because you're from BC.
I know everybody from BC.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I'm familiar.
How was your campaign?
It went well. I'm actually looking at the results. I think I'm at 3%.
That's good. That's good.
It was a snap election, but I was campaigning pretty hard. Final stretch. I mean, this morning I was speaking to some constituents, some business owners, getting the word out. But it paid off. It seemed to be paying off.
That's good. And you're happy with your experience?
Everything went very fast, but I think so. Yeah.
Don, Tim, any comments? Any question for our guest?
What was the word on the street? You were door knocking. You were out meeting people.
Yeah. So I think most of the hesitancy came from the Conservative members. They were very scared of vote splitting. They were very scared of the Liberals winning. So I think
their greatest fears came true.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hopefully the night's still young. Let's just say.
Night's still young in BC. Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, was there? Did you get any of the great stories? Did you get any of the great stories about why people are switching, or why people are voting for you, or why people are voting for PPC?
People weren't feeling that the Conservative Party was the Conservative Party anymore. I mean, what's a policy that gets you excited was a question that I was asking them, and no person that was voting for the Conservative Party could answer that. They were just saying, we don't want the Liberals to win. We don't want the Liberals to win, but they actually had no single policy that they could point to say, well, this is the thing that I'm excited about. Whether it's stopping mass immigration or curbing it or anything, they couldn't point to anything. It was just fear of the Liberals winning again. So that was interesting to me.
Tim?
Yeah.
You're still thinking, Tim?
I'm always thinking. It's the curse of the Irish. We're always thinking. We're just never coming to any real conclusions.
But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Tim.
No, you're the candidate. This is your night.
Sure. So on Tim's point, actually, the DEI I think is a lot of what's kind of pointing people to hire more foreign workers rather than people that were born here. It's like, are you a visible minority? Or that's a checkbox in the hiring forms. Are you a visible minority?
Yeah.
And that's wrong. That's immoral. I think that's something that shouldn't happen. I was finding myself agreeing with Tim a lot. So.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because I'm in favor of young people from other countries coming and participating in the Canadian experience. Come and enjoy to participate in our schools and workforce experience and whatnot, and go through the proper channels if you decide that you want to make Canada your home. But there's so much corruption all around this process, and one of my big beefs is when local business owners take advantage of weaknesses in wage laws or subsidies that favor DEI policies and whatnot, and are satisfied to throw their own relatives under the bus to save a nickel, right? And then you go back to the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. And sure enough, we talk about the elite at the top, but we've got people in our our upper middle business class that are absolutely benefiting from taking advantage of these things, and they're satisfied to throw their own grandchildren under the bus. And I don't care what anybody says, they're not all boomers, right? The majority of people who are signing these laws in place are my generation, the older edge of Gen X, right? The majority of people in Canadian politics are in their 50s and early 60s. We are the older edge of Gen X, and we are the ones who have, the business acumen, the education, the cultural knowledge, the awareness, the quote unquote compassion, etc. We know how to play the game because we're Gen X. We're in between. We're children of the 80s. We know how to play the game. We were here with MTV. We know how this works, right? And so we take advantage and we strike for the sake of a dollar. A lot of my complaint is actually directed at those who are historically European and born in Canada, in that you have committed a life of largesse and bourgeois living to rot your moral and intellectual core. So Maxime Bernier is right, and that the Conservative Party in Canada has fallen to a state where it was morally and intellectually corrupt. And if you're satisfied to be corrupt for personal gain or financial advantage, you don't belong in leadership. Canada represents an opportunity for the next generation, like yourself, to say we want integrity back in the process, right? So that you'll look at Dominion voting or these voting systems, you'll go, wow, this thing is 450 pages thick. We're going to get rid of 460 pages of it because it's all, and go back to processes that include integrity. You must restore integrity to the process, and any agent or agency who is not willing to engage with integrity, you need to strip them out of the system entirely.
Sepper, you it was your first campaign.
Yes, it was.
So you will stay on board.
Yes, I hope so. I hope so.
Well,
there's 437 people that want you to.
Yeah. Yes, and don't forget one thing. You step in, and you will be more involved because when you wake up, you cannot go back to sleep. So even if you're not running, I suppose you will be more aware of what would be Canadian politics today.
I am encouraged that your generation is stepping up to the plate like this.
Yes.
It is very encouraging.
Yes.
Because you will see things in ways that we don't. Right? I have a habit of running into a wall and saying this is a wall, and I'll just run bonk, bonk, bonk. That's as far as I can go. But your generation will see things differently. And that's good.
Also, Gen Z seems to be moving towards more conservative views as well. They're very sick of all the woke stuff, all the trans stuff, and they're just rejecting it all out.
Good.
So that's encouraging as well. Yeah.
That's good. Well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me.
It was a pleasure, and keep up the good work. The night is not over. We'll take a short break, and what we will do after with Tim and Don, we will look at the results and try to comment what is happening right now live. So be back in 1 minute. Okay, we're back. We're back again with Don, Tim, and Richard from Saskatoon is joining us, and we are seeing the results now. And wow, in about 45 minutes, it has changed. It's practically a tie. Will we go into playoff or extra? What? How you call this?
Overtime.
Sorry. Thank you for the. Are we going to go into overtime? It's great. It's great. What's your take about it?
The dreaded BC NDP rearing its head as the clock turns west.
Well, what that shows me is you add the Liberal 156 and Jagmeet's 11, you've got 167. That's 5 short of majority. So we have a thing here where the Bloc Québécois could join the Conservative, and then they could ask for a no confidence vote, and we could have another election in 3 months.
In $1 billion per election. That's what. But anyway, Carney is spending $250 billion, so I think that will not change nothing. Don, what do you think of this?
I'll just say, payment your background noises.
Payment mute until you need to speak. Your party is overwhelming us.
Yeah. Payment's victory party is starting to heat up there.
The party is here. The party. We have 3,000 viewers. The party
I think
is here.
just found the vodka.
I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see the other vote. So the whole vote splitting argument is what's really gonna be the big outcome of this from the psychological program of the vote splitting. But I can say there's a lot of, like I was saying before on social media, there's a lot of sad faces. There's a lot of sad faces trending on Twitter.
We're drinking
right now.
heavily over at the Sean Newman podcast.
Yeah. There's Canada's definitely taken a hard look in the mirror tonight. A hard look in the mirror.
Canada or the Conservative?
Well, it's isn't it all of us? So like the Liberals.
Yes, no, I agree with you.
Yeah, the Liberals would actually just be, oh yeah, okay, yeah, we won, elbows up, and whereas everyone else is gonna say, take a look at themselves and say, okay, what happened?
The Conservatives are.
What do we do now?
Well, I guess that strategy of the Conservatives to pander to the center left and never to, take a stand against anything controversial really worked out well for them, didn't it?
Right.
Yeah, who can liberal harder? Is it the Liberals or the Conservatives? Can the Conservatives out-liberal the Liberals? Or
and then this whole Operation Cactus thing where they went after us PPC guys, tooth and nail, hammer and tong. They just destroyed us on social media. You vote-splitting bastards! How dare you? Oh, Pierre Poilievre is going to save us. We managed nothing in this election. 0.8%. Are you kidding me? We lost 800,000 votes this time. They killed us off, and it still didn't matter. So we got to stay strong, and we got to start pointing this stuff out and become and stick with our values, stick with our principles, and keep coming out the other end of this. Because if you look at what's going on, the NDP are almost destroyed. They are no longer a factor. They're not going to help the Liberals this time. The Bloc Québécois shouldn't be allowed to run in a federal election because all they do is run candidates in Quebec. That should be stopped right now. It's just an absolute joke.
Well, it is, the Bloc. It is a joke since 1994. So,
and the joke is on them.
Yes, you're right.
The PPC got killed in Quebec. You want to know why the PPC got killed in Quebec? Because we are actually representing national unity. We're daring to say the hard things that Quebec doesn't like, but we don't want the transfer payments anymore. We want radical decentralization. We're everything that the Parti Québécois and the Bloc Québécois hate, because we want this country to stay together, and they don't.
Yes, I do agree with you, and I'm from Quebec. I can talk about it a lot. Payment. Any reaction about this without the noise in the back, if it is possible.
Yeah, sorry about that. There's a lot of people here. The sound is bouncing off the roof. What I will say is that this is very bad for the Conservatives because they can't really say that the PPC split the vote. And I don't know what they're going to do. This is the worst possible case because if the Bloc forms a government with the Conservatives, they have to keep Pierre. At least if they have to get rid of Pierre. They have to recognize that they've messed up badly and their strategy is not working, and that's the only way they'll get forward. The PPC, we're going to regroup and we'll figure out what we did wrong and we'll try to reform for the next election. But this is really bad for the Conservatives, and I have a feeling that tomorrow, all of the people RB was talking about that was attacking us, the Operation Cactus, they're going to go away. They're like, holy crap! Like we have to own this mistake.
They won't own this.
Well, honestly, I agree with Tim.
They won't own this.
Well, there's no way they can pin it on us.
That's what they couldn't pin it on us before. What stopped them? Right? Just sheer amygdala rage. I mean, that's all that's moving here. I have a question: is what is the movement? So the block is at 25. What were they previous?
I think it's about the same thing. I think they lost.
So they're the catalyst, right? So in the chemical forming, right, in the chemical process, the catalyst makes the thing happen but doesn't change. Is that correct?
I posted what happened. What was the House before the election and after?
Yeah.
And what I see now is that the Conservatives took a lot of seats. So they took it from the bloc, and essentially, like Richard mentioned earlier, they took it from the NDP. The NDP is collapsing.
So how did the Conservatives get voters from the NDP when we just spent the whole night saying that the NDP is wedded at the hip to the Liberals?
Well, when you look at the Conservative 149 and the Bloc 25, you really think that a right? Okay, I will be politically correct. A right-wing party or a centrist party like the Conservative will align with the Bloc Québécois, who's far left. How can you have a coalition with those two?
It's boggles the mind.
But then again, Andre, you're talking about left-right paradigms that really don't work in some places, like Quebec. No. NDP. Remember when Jack Layton was with the NDP, and they swept Quebec because they're middle-class working values, right? And the Bloc Québécois pander to that middle-class working values too. And they swing back and forth in Quebec between, well, we want to separate, or maybe we'll stay in, or whatever. I really think with that young, charismatic leader of the Parti Québécois, after this, you'll see a real push for separation in Quebec. Because they're not down with the mass immigration. They're not down with this DEI stuff. So you're going to see a big upheaval in Quebec politics coming up.
There's an election in 2026, and the Parti Québécois is in the lead. But the Parti Québécois is a globalist party, like the Bloc, who will always align with the Liberals. To me, I always see the Bloc as the regional branch of the Liberal Party. So, but I do agree with you. We will face some very big challenge politically, not only in the federal at the federal level, but at the provincial level. You're right. But now 156, 149, the night is not over.
No, and you can guarantee, because I've been keeping one eye on the Sean Newman podcast where all the conservative people, the Clyde do somethings and the Marty up norths, they look like they're about to have a group Harry Carey session. They are not happy.
It's sad, but
I think there's going to be a big push for the independence movement in Alberta now, and I'm seeing it in the comments. It's time to separate. We've had enough.
Fleury.
Yes, that's
Theo Fleury just posted. When's the Alberta referendum vote?
Exactly.
Yes, but there was a I think it was a reminder who referred to the long process of a referendum, a constitution, reform of the constitution. We know how it works in Canada. Nobody agrees on the constitution because we're all fighting with each other. How we will be able to reunite and maybe if Alberta decides to leave, it will create a real constitutional crisis in Canada. What do you think that could happen?
Oh yeah, that's coming. I really do think that's coming, because I think we finally reached that boiling point with this election, and I'm glad this is happening the way it is, because we're reaching that boiling point. When will Canadians have enough of this? apparently there's a lot of NPCs in this country, non-playing characters that just they watch their CBC and they just check the box of the people they're told to vote for. It's unbelievable, and that's out east, of course. But once you hit the Manitoba-Saskatchewan border, we think differently out here. We're more independent-minded.
Yes,
and I'm telling you, the Alberta separatist movement is going to just take off.
I don't know if somebody has the turnout, because you see, we look at what, 5, 6, maybe 7 million voters out of, I think it is 20, close to 27. We still have a lot of ballots to count, and only 45 elected in Liberal, but 111 leading. So it can change.
I've done some quick math in my head, and the non-voters this time are going to still be around 35%.
So it did not change.
Not as bad as last time. It was 40% non-voters last
Yes,
time. But now it's about 35%. But that's still 35% of the people who don't even give a damn to go to the ballot box.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
I know. This was the election that was the end all elections. This was a cataclysmic election, the most consequential election of our lives. You must get out and vote. And 35% of the people still said,
don't even go. Yes.
No.
Don?
So a couple of things. Yeah, a couple of things. This is the message that I was saying in the very, very beginning. You know, like we're the PPC is playing on a chessboard where all of the other players not only own all of the other pieces, but they own the entire board as well. So we're fighting against the owners of the board, and we're fighting against the other players on the board. And so the owners of the board are the forces that are even above all of the political parties. We've had conversation after conversation about how the CPC and the Liberal caucus. Derek Sloan was talking about it. We've had so many, like during COVID, all of these scenarios where a member of caucus was ejected from caucus because he disaligned with, the party vote, or he didn't vote along the party line, or he spoke out about something and he was canceled and ejected. We're not just in this party system. We're talking about a small group of people that are controlling the party, and these same group of people are in bed with the media and making all the decisions that fund the media. So like the playing board itself is completely, it's nigh impenetrable. And then you take a look at the 37% of Canadians, which is close to 10 million. Okay.
Yes, it's a lot.
Last election it was 10
people.
million, right? And so none of the party platforms, well, maybe the PPC platform could have been good enough to get out there, to get in front of all of these non-voters, to get them down to the polling booth, in order to make that happen. But none of them still could be swayed to get down to the polling booth. And this is a quick little quiet segue too about all of the campaigning that Maxime Bernier did in the US. Okay. Everything that he did
with Tucker
on
Carlson,
all of the with InfoWars, with Tucker, with every single podcast that he went on in the US was exactly the right idea, and he should stay in Beauce for whatever comes up for the indefinite future. I think, and he should actually continue doing exactly what he's doing, because the whole trajectory is going to be everyone in Canada looking at themselves saying, okay, now what? And worried about everything. Now, all of the conservative people who feared that the Liberals were all of the PPC people that voted Conservatives out of fear about what the Liberals are going to do. Well, now your fears are going to come true, and now you get to see what happens because you acted out of fear. One of the last things I'll just drop, a couple of wins for me. Don Davies and Peter Julian, the NDPs from Vancouver Kingsway and New Westminster, have looking like they're going to be losing their seats, which is fantastic, because I had some combats with them on Twitter that I didn't actually like. New Westminster is actually turning conservative, and then Vancouver Kingsway is going liberal. So, and it may very well look like Jagmeet Singh will lose his riding in Burnaby Central.
And so will Pierre.
And well, we don't know. I'm going to go back and check Carleton again because there's some bits that came out. He was losing, but out of when 7 out of 400 polls had been checked in. So we need to keep an eye on
early in the
Carleton.
night for him. Yes.
Yeah, but Carleton is the riding where they have 91 candidates, right? So that's to be taken with a grain of salt. Jagmeet Singh.
Right
is
now,
at
Pierre is still trailing. He's down 51.8% to 44.8% with 85 of the 266 reported. He's not been ahead at all during the whole night.
What's the Conservatives going to do without Milhouse?
Well, could you imagine? A minority Conservative government without Pierre Poilievre? He would lose his right. What about Mike Carney? Is he winning?
Michelle Rempel rises.
What about
Mark Carney is destroyed. Mark Carney has already been elected, and he led by 30.1%. Now you're trying to tell me that they parachuted this freaking globalist Dracula bastard in there, and he won by 30% without any shenanigans going on? Come on.
Well, some people
they would have voted for whoever Liberal was there.
That's what. Yes, thanks, Don. That's a very good comment. That's what I wanted to say. And I think that the Conservatives are still 4 or 5 seats behind the Liberal. It is still possible for them to win, or at least to have a tie. What do you think, Tim?
In a month we'll know the votes. In a month,
in a real month. Segue, perfect segue to remanded.
Yeah.
So there's some things that I've been wanting to bring up that people probably have no clue of. Where should I start?
Yes.
Okay. So the stuff that I've been looking at during the stream is the registration. People want to talk about all the shenanigans, pens, pencils, boxes, stickers, whatever. I mean, you do you. I want to track data, and that comes down to registration. When we go back to 2003, and I know it's going back far. When we go back to 2003, we look at the Elections Canada and Elections BC doing a combined study on the registry. And when we go back that far, what came out of that was Elections BC had 2.11 million in their registry with the sources that they use. Elections Canada had 2.57 million. So that's like a huge gap. And when they combined their resources to have a combined registry, it actually increased by about 250,000. So they actually noticed that when they did combined registries, they would have 250,000 more registered voters in the federal elections. So that was about 2.77 million that it came to. Now, when that study came through, a couple things changed. They actually brought up to legislative change in the fact that they would integrate automated registration, and they would do away with signature verification. So people not be aware of that. Skip ahead to 2019. There's actually a lot of stuff in between there, but we won't get into it. 2019, there was I don't even know what to call it. There was this bit on non-citizens being on the registry, and there was 103,000 non-citizens, basically illegal registrations on the registry going into the 2019 federal election. It escalated to 112,000, and there was basically in that statement that they had put out, they said they'll think about whether or not they want to follow up with it. They only had 30% of the registry was digital, and so there was no follow-up. 6 years later, where's the follow-up? Did any additional, because we saw it escalate by 8,000 votes, were there found to be any non-citizens voting occur in the 2019 election? Did that happen in the 2020 election? is that happening in the 2025 election, where there's a discrepancy? And this is something I was just looking at through an email and correspondence with Elections Canada. There's a difference in registry of 165,000 between Elections BC and Elections Canada within BC voters. And so one of the interesting things is that when we look at Quebec, I'll just tab out here. When we look at Quebec, they don't actually have the same discrepancy when it comes to eligible electors and registered electors. And so it seems like they actually control their registry better than the entire country, because their coverage is about 97.4%. New Brunswick is actually pretty good, and sorry to not go for too long, but they're basically within 1,200 votes between eligible and registered voters. And so it's just one of those things that you kind of track, and there's a lot of stuff that we've been picking up on. We Shareware, our secretary, did a mega thread on just social media posts where we're like, this guy, this American non-citizen, ended up getting a voter ID card, and he's not even eligible to vote. And some of those things popped up in the Ontario provincial election, and so it's just like one of those things that's just happening. And just thought it would be kind of a teaser for this one.
Yes, I do agree with you, and we're always concerned about the integrity of the vote. We're all citizens, so and when we think about foreign temporary workers or students, and I still remember I think it was in 2011, before the second election of Barack Obama in United States, the presidential election. Obama answered a question from an illegal immigrant in the United States who said, "But I'm concerned because." President Obama, if I go to vote, maybe they will arrest me and they will deport me. And she was not allowed to vote. And Barack Obama at the time, he said, you can go to vote, there will be no problem. Says, wait, you're violating the Constitution. Only American citizens can vote. So we are facing a major crisis, whether it is cultural, economical, political, and also with technology and the values. I think Richard was mentioning earlier the Canadian value. How do we rebuild that?
The whole question of Canadian value. This reminds me of Levine's podcast from a few weeks back when the separatists were on. And Jeffrey Rath was on, and he was explaining in great detail about the whole reasoning behind the titles honor, the honorable for an MP, and the right honorable for the prime minister.
Yes.
Based on the whole parliamentary system, if you do anything to dishonor yourself, you're immediately expected to resign. And so, like, to my earlier comment, like based on again, I'm coining the phrase COVID wars from 2020 onward. In the beginning of the COVID wars, or throughout the COVID wars, the question came back to me and is, how do you make someone follow the law? We've got institutions failing. We've got rights being trampled. We've got the charter rights, being trampled. We've got all of these people in positions of power completely shirking their duty and shirking their responsibility and intentionally doing criminal acts. How do you make somebody follow the law? One of the other takeaways there, based on what Remanded was just saying, the numbers that he was talking about, again, going back to 2021, the popular vote difference between the CPC and the Liberals in 2021 was 200,000 votes. So there was 5.7 million Conservative and 5.5 million Liberal, and that's a difference of 200,000. So a 200,000 vote, discrepancy in Canada is enough to have a very, very big effect.
A very big effect, yeah. So that's quite important. That's quite important. It's significant. Tim, any thoughts?
The PPC has talked, not extensively, but has talked about election reform, and largely though in moving away from a first past the post system, but I don't think that's the essence of the conversation here. I think the essence of the conversation goes back to what Ramandit was saying. Do we have a basic system where one citizen gets one vote and it is trackable in the shortest number of steps possible to a national registry that is defensible in a court of law?
And if we don't,
then what?
And it's self-evident that we don't. Why aren't massive alarm bells being rung? Like when you have a system where Quebec has an accuracy, that a system between the registrations with that level of accuracy, and then BC and the others don't, and everyone's just okay with it. It's okay. How is it that they're willing to just throw away the votes of all of these constituents like they don't mean anything?
I'm reminded of the 200,000 mail-in votes that showed up at Elections Canada one full quarter after the 2021 election. And they just put out a little public notice that says, "Oh, we found 200,000 that came in late and we destroyed them."
And we by mistake we forgot to count them, and now they're gone.
Yeah.
Well, somebody said earlier, they were saying, okay, we will have an independent audit, and but no accountability. There's nothing that you can find something, you can find some discrepancy, but one news will just chase another, so they will forget them and they will not publish it.
And this is at all layers of government.
Yes, it's everywhere. It's
all
everywhere.
layers of government.
Yes.
And so if we're looking at solutions-based, approach to this, we need to remove bloat, not just by removing, stripping down the number of bodies working in a department, right? But we also need to reduce bloat that's been added to our legislation, bloat that's been added to our bureaucratic process, our policies, our programs. Strip that down as much as humanly possible. Well, this is okay. So I forget who said it. As little government as we can tolerate, right? Strip it down and strip it down and strip it down and strip it down, right? I know one of the things when I write, I come back to it and I look at it and go, okay, Tim, strip out all the adverbs, strip out all the adjectives, find the essence, right? And we have to, and that I think that's where we are. And the existing governments are not going to do that because this is their make work project, and it protects. This is their fortress.
Yes,
this is their chessboard.
I can bring down the result, and you can see where we are standing now. It still did not change. Whoop, the block.
Hold on, the CBC's got a different projection there under.
Okay, you want to bring it up?
No, if you maybe give it that one a refresh. Which site is this one?
It's the web page of payment. And payment is gone.
Yeah, it's a refresh. It's gone. Okay.
So my technical director is gone.
Yeah, I can blow this up. I can share it.
I can share.
If you share,
I can share from here. If you take that down, I can share what I have right here.
Okay, I will take it down.
Let's bring up something fresh.
Go ahead, Richard.
Okay,
it will help us.
Here's the share the screen. Share the screen. Boom, 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 boom. Now you have to select it.
Yes, that's this one.
Yeah.
No, it's that's the same one.
I was payments.
No, you're bringing up the wrong panel.
If you look at the bottom, you'll see right beside me.
Okay, I just see it now. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Where is it? Yes, you're right. Sorry.
Okay. I'm going to show all the results. As you can see, the Liberals are elected or leading in 136. The Bloc Québécois, the Conservative 119, Bloc Québécois 20. 63, 149, 123. It's the New Democrats and the Liberals.
Only seven. Wow.
Wow.
So the New Democrats and the Liberal together are only 170, and you need 172 for majority. So we have a
That's
Liberal
projected
majority
too.
happening. And
Yes,
the
New
you're right.
Democrats sitting on 3 right now, not 7. They're leading in 4.
The elected. Then there's
Yep.
leading, and so the total.
Yeah.
So the total is 163 for the Liberals, 149 for the Conservatives, 23 for the Bloc Québécois, 7 for the New Democrats. Elizabeth May won her riding again. That old drunk grandma keeps conning that riding she's in to electing her for that sweet frickin' MP pay that she does nothing to anyway. But look at us. We're at 109.
This is what was the number of vote in 2021? They said 850.
It was 600. It was like 6,500.
What happened? What happened? And we were seeing on social media everywhere how they were supposed to be purple wave and what happened?
No, I was telling everybody this was going to happen because the Conservative Operation Cactus went into overdrive.
Okay.
They completely slaughtered us on social media. I was trying to tell people every time a PPC guy poked his head up, Shadow Davis and Anita Christian and Clyde do something. All these conservative these Pierre Poilievre fanboys, pleb the truck driver. They were just destroying us. How dare you split the vote up? Maxime Bernier is a grifter, and he's only doing this for his 6-digit salary, and he's always in Florida. And he only shows up for. They just were merciless. They
Sounds like
killed
Frank
us.
Vaughan.
They killed us.
Well, something like this, and what you're mentioning, Richard. Let's say 750,000 vote less that goes to the Conservative. They still lose.
Yeah, still
they still lose.
The vote splitting thing was never a thing.
It was never a thing. It was never a thing.
I mean, if you really want to talk about vote splitting, you put the New Democrats and Liberals together, and they own this country forever.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
Decided to join up.
I would say, with the complicity of the Bloc.
Of course. And so we're in deep trouble. And like I said, I can see Alberta going the separatist movement in Alberta is going to grow after this, unless
housing crisis in Alberta.
Unless what I'm thinking, the Bloc Québécois and the Conservatives get together and they do a no confidence motion in Parliament when they do finally, and then we're going to have another election in October.
Well, that's a possibility. But you saw how the Bloc and how the NDP were playing with this. This wild card of an unconfident vote that they are always bringing up, but they never used
playing.
it. They never used it, and they kept the country in the dark for practically 2 years.
Good news. There's some good news. I'm beating the Greens by 3 votes in Saskatchewan.
That's good.
Yes.
And
look at my vote percentage, 0.7%. The last time in Saskatoon South, when it was Saskatoon Grasswood, my buddy Mark Friesen ran then, back when we had the Freedom Move behind him, and he got 5.4% of the vote. I got 0.7.
What about the leaders, Pierre Poilievre, Jack Meets?
Okay, I'll show you that.
You said earlier you will be our technician, Richard.
Here's Pierre Poilievre. With 120 of 266 polls reporting, Pierre Poilievre
is 6%.
He's down by 2,000 votes to Bruce Fanjoy, which is a great name, Fanjoy. Fanjoy is going to beat Poilievre in Ontario, Carleton.
Wow. Scroll that list too in Carleton.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of freaking candidates. Look at this.
That list. If you look at the interference there, right? Look at all of those independent candidates. Right? Those candidates were there for the sole purpose of getting Pierre Poilievre out of his seat.
Okay, I'm going to count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
There
11,
was like 91 or something.
12 candidates got 0 votes.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
So
9. 10,
my
11,
question is, what returning officer looked at this list and didn't think something was up?
Right.
Well, what's going on here? I mean, how could they even allow this?
Right?
We saw
some of these names even real. Like this guy's name, Sebastian Corino. Are you telling me that's even a real name? Look out here with the
Rhino Party.
How about
this several time with
Benjamin Teichman, Yogo Shimada, Hakeem Sharif, Leanie Painshad, Joseph Ma. I mean, and they all got 0 votes. But still, the fact is, our electoral system is a joke if they allow 91 candidates on the ballot.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
If you do add up all these other guys, you end up.
If you show up Jack Meat Sink or the other leader.
Yes, we have to see Jagmeet.
Okay, here we go. Here's Jagmeet. Jagmeet finished
Oh,
third.
It is finished. It is finished. Wow.
Wade Chang, the Liberal, comes in. The Conservative James Yan. Was there ever white? Are white guys allowed in Burnaby Central? What the hell?
Richard's doing okay.
Jagmeet Singh finished third, and Richard Farbridge got 228.1% of the vote. Good job, Richard.
What about the bloc, Yves Blanchard?
Oh, he did okay.
He
he's
won.
elected.
Yes, he won. Yes.
He won by 10,000 votes over.
Wow. Yes.
15%.
Not surprised. Oh, we see the PPC.
13.
500 votes.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's not bad.
Me.
What about Payman Ascari?
Okay. No. Abort.
I'd like to see Max's numbers.
Yes, that's a good idea.
You want to see Max? Are you sure? Okay. I'm warning you. Maxime 5.8%.
5.8%. He kept his lead. I was watching the polls, and he was always the polls were rising in Quebec 5, 6, 7%. So according to what I saw.
But the Conservatives just rolled that election. Look at they won.
Yes, what you were mentioning earlier.
Bring up my riding. It's everybody got wiped out, even the Conservative guy.
Okay. I'll zoom out.
BC.
Oh, sorry guys. Hold on.
Go ahead. You are our technician.
I got X out of here, and then we'll go over here to.
That's a nice
red one. The red one. The red district is Payman's.
This one here, West Vancouver.
Yes, exactly.
Payman, you got 123 votes. You're at 0.5%, but only 130 of 231 polls reported. The Liberals took that one.
Richard, go back and show us the map of Canada. What you were seeing, just to see the color. Look at that. Look at it. What is happening? We have 3 or 4. We have 4 big spots of red, and we have the center that is completely blue, and the light blue it is the bloc. This is the state of Canada right now. It's incredible, and you have a little bit of NDP in BC. So it's quite interesting to see what is happening. And yes, okay, but. I'm shocked, but I'm not shocked. You were referring to maybe what will happen with the referendum in Alberta.
And right here, I just wanted to point this out. Last election in Moose Jaw Lake, Center Lanigan, our guy Che Craik, he got like 14% of the vote. He was our strongest candidate in Saskatchewan. This time, he only got 3%, and he had a strong ground game. He did tons of events. He hosted Max when he came here. He had a whole bunch of meet and greets. He got a lot of interest. He had his signs everywhere. He still only got 3%. And Tolmie, who did nothing. Fraser Tolmie, the Conservative, did nothing. He didn't do any debates. He just stayed at home, whacking his pee-pee, and he got 74% of the vote for doing nothing. That's how pervasive this woke mind virus is in this country, where people, these non-playing characters, NPCs, they just sit at home and do what they're told. And when they hear something like vote splitting, they panic. And they vote out of fear, and it's sad to see. And I'm sorry to show that, Shay, if you're watching, but you deserve better, because he was our strongest candidate here in Saskatchewan.
Can you go back to my writing?
Okay.
So the sound of their panic sounds like. Bah!
Yeah.
So I just like to point out something. The Green, the NDP, and myself, obviously, and the Rhino candidate, complete wipeout in comparison to even Keith Roy. So as bad as it is for myself, Rosenberg, NDP, and Green, Keith Roy, like, this was his election to win, and he lost it here. Like, that is horrible.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, and like I was trolling the Sean Newman podcasts, and I wrote in big block letters, well, I guess that strategy of Pierre Poilievre pandering to the liberal left to gain the centrist vote sure backfired, and I wonder how that PPC vote splitting thing is going to look like going forward.
Right.
Payman, did Keith Roy was he at any of the debates with you?
Look, man, he was, and I'm not going to trash talk the guy. He came to 3 out of the 6 debates. It's just like the debates that he showed up to, like people would boo him, they were heckling him, they were asking him questions about liberal policies like abortion. I don't think this is a matter of him being lazy. I feel bad for him, actually. I think the conservative headquarters, they kind of failed, and it's what RB is saying. They figured they could pander to the left. They threw that poor guy under the bus. Keith Roy is exactly like me. He's never run for politics. He's a real estate agent, and they brought him on board, and they said, you'll do fine, and then he just got steamrolled.
And Elizabeth May won her seat. But you know what's really sad, everybody? I'm just going to take you up to the top again, and we have to look at this, and we have to own this. Last time we destroyed the Green Party. This time they beat us by a big whopping margin. We are basically 750,000 votes down from where we were.
Down, yes, that's a
700 down instead of 800 up.
Yeah, it's a wake-up call. Between elections, we can't go to sleep anymore. We have to stay in touch with our candidates who ran and try to get them to run again. And
we cannot go to sleep, Richard, but we will also have to do a postmortem. What went wrong? Not only the Conservative. We have to look at ourselves too. It's not only
because we were trying to tell people that we have the best principles, we have the best values, and we're voting for them, and we're not sticking by them, and we're not going to compromise. I don't mind that vision, but and I know Chelsea Hillier, and I love her, and we get along, and we both agree that we need is a stronger PPC headquarters. We need a stronger ground game in between elections. We need to start working on the ground, meeting people. And I love Max, but the whole idea of going on all these podcasts and everything is great to raise awareness in the United States, but Americans can't vote for us.
Yeah, and I'm not that sure that a lot of Canadians were watching.
Exactly, and then the other thing is too, these independent conservative podcasts like Sean Newman, like Clyde Do Something, like Mr. Sunshine Baby, like all these guys like Frank Vaughn, they all got the Operation Cactus memo, and they ganged up on us and they destroyed us.
Yes, I agree with you, but you know, you go down 750,000 votes. Even if the PPC would have won another 750,000 votes, we would still have been at 3, 4, maybe 4 or 5%, maybe one candidate. But you know, we have to think about strategy. I was saying this since many months now. What was the strategy of the PPC to be able to reach to people? A lot of people are dedicated, but there was no strategic plan, no business plan, no marketing plan.
Can I jump in, Andre?
That's something important that we will have to discuss eventually.
I 100% agree with Andre, and I'll add to it. The party needs to clearly identify its vision. It needs to identify what demographics it wants to go after. I think it should go after the youth. And this is what Andre is talking about when he says a strategy. I think headquarters needs to, we need a shakeup at headquarters. They need to take responsibility for this. This isn't my fault. This isn't RB's fault. We worked our asses off. It is partly because of the vote split and Clyde Do Something. And we'll deal with those people. I'm looking at Remanded right now. He is a model citizen. Jason James of the Brave New Normal podcast, model citizen. Don Buckley, model citizen. All the other ones, we don't want to shame them, but you know, it's time to get serious. We need adults in the room, and if people are so thin-skinned and so easily manipulated that they buy into this vote split argument, we need to distance ourselves. And RB, another thing, I agree with you 100%. We need to up our ground game, and I realize this now, and I will start next week. We need to become leaders in the community. That means, you know, talk to different activist groups, meet with them regularly, town hall events, city council meetings, things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree with you, Payment. But like you mentioned, you know, we discussed this for many months. We need a vision. We need a vision for Canada, and the People's Party, needs to build a vision, and it needs to implement this vision and a strategy to do it. What was the strategy now? It was quite they could move the strategy slowly. Maybe the communication was not good, and I think we work in silo. So we have to be able to build with a good vision of what would be Canada. Tim.
Now I'm going to speak as a Electoral District Association CEO. I have been with the party since 2019, and I have been in the executive of the Electoral District Association for three elections now, working with directly and indirectly 9 candidates in these 3 elections. The performance, each successive performance of each of the 3 candidates that we have had oversight for has improved every single time. This campaign for the 3 candidates that we support has been exemplary, above board, and in every level, very professional and on par with the big 3. My postpartum moving forward is the People's Party of Canada executive needs a game plan. They need a business plan. They need a marketing plan. They need to train and raise up candidates. They need to train and raise up associations. The current model of fix it if you find it broken is not working. We cannot go another 3 years and 11 months relying on Max. We need to break the cult of personality idea. There are 343 candidates who need to be elevated as much as the party leader. We were way too quiet. We lost the momentum of 2021. And we lost the momentum. And the executive has a real opportunity to take advantage of the lessons learned here and actually deliver an actual plan, actual training, and actually take leadership and permit the ground to do the work as opposed to autocratic execution.
Well, there's one thing that you're mentioning, Tim. It is important, and you mentioned that the party started with a protestation movement to activism, and was the party mature enough to merge or to mutate into a political party?
In 2019, the party was acting as politician/statesman, trying to move in and act and behave with that level of civic engagement. Still seeking an identity after the 2019 election, they found opportunity to in the COVID wars to identify as activists. And so they grabbed the activist identity and ran with that, which had steam, largely built on what the convoy and the environment surrounding that had created. After which it had gotten itself into the public eye enough that it should have moved back into a politician/statesman behavior, and it did not. So the activism and the knee-jerkism and the clickbaitism needed to be left in the past and now step into the maturity of being statesman and act like a business. And it did not. And it has cost us.
Yes. Dom, any comments?
Oh, yeah.
I hope.
There's a couple of things. So from my experience of the past 5 years since the beginning of the COVID wars has been that during the last 5 years, a lot of organizations were created. Okay, a lot of freedom groups, a lot of things that were created that were all very, very reactive to the problem at hand, and that were created as a response to an existing problem.
Yeah.
And then what I came to realize through all of that was that only things that are created endure. And what I mean by that is that things that are created out of a reaction to something isn't something that's actually really created. In order to really create something, you have to start with a vision. You have to have a vision for something better. And I always fall back on the Buckminster Fuller quote, is that you never change an existing system by fighting it. You build a new system, and that makes the old system obsolete. So the idea that that's one concept, is that after the PPC has had a couple of elections now, and now it's able to take a look in the mirror and say, okay, what do we have? And then what do we have now that is based on reaction? And then what do we have that's based on something that we actually truly want to create? Because if the PPC were to get together and to form that vision and create something that all of Canada can get behind, that's when you start to see the 10 million non-voters become voters. That's when you start to see, when you actually create a vision that's truly courageous and has true power across the entire country, people will come who you never realized would come before, because you're building something that is actually so substantially better than everything else. And then that was just the other segue to the fact that the analogy to the chessboard is that at this particular stage, we're fighting. What we're fighting is we're fighting. We've all come to the realization that we're fighting this entrenched identity ideology in Canada, where people will just vote for who they're told to vote for. We saw this example where Carney was elected, with no one having done any research, because he was the guy in the seat. He was the guy in the Liberal seat. And it made it even easier for them to vote for Carney because he was the, potential prime minister. So the reality is that we're dealing with, voters that don't research, and they have to, I don't want to use the word manipulate, but the two-party entrenched system is more than willing to do whatever it takes to manipulate this body of voters that can be manipulated. So the playing field is not something that, a party with integrity, truth, authenticity, and honesty can compete on. And so we have to create our own playing field. That's the reality. Because if we can't get onto the playing field, we need to create our own, and we need to create our own stadium, and it has to be done with vision. And this is not for the faint of heart, which is why I keep saying that this is a 20-year mission. It's like it's going to take real visionaries, real Renaissance people that have real courage and the ability and the willingness to do whatever it takes. Like I was saying on other podcasts, it's like the founders of the US, when it came time for them to revolt against the British, they lost everything. The American founders, they lost their lives, they lost their fortunes. They were ready to put everything on the line to create some new system that had never been done before, which is what they were trying to build. And so this is the inflection point where Canada is. And does PPC have the means, and does PPC have the will to do that? Because no other parties do. Every other party is absolutely content to keep the status quo going.
Richard?
I've used the idea.
I want to say that he was talking about the COVID wars. That's when I became involved with the PPC, when I started protesting against COVID, the COVID tyranny. And I lost my job. I got 8 tickets from the Saskatchewan province for $50,000. I am still paying it off now. I have a Give, Send, Go and all that stuff. I have my podcast, and I've been fighting tooth and nail this whole time. And you know what happened? After the Freedom Convoy was successful in getting the premiers of this country to all drop their mandates, restrictions, all the people that were supporting us went back to sleep because they thought it was over. And guess what? It's not over. So the climate change lockdowns are just around the corner with Mark Carney. You know what also is? Pierre Poilievre will not say a word if that happens. If Theresa Tam, if he managed to have gained a slim majority and was governing, and Theresa Tam said there's now a bird flu pandemic and you got a lockdown, Pierre would have said, you betcha, and his wife would have been tweeting to everybody, stay the F home. I mean, people got to wake up, and we got to reach these people and say, you can't go back to sleep. Look what happens when you go back to sleep. We had the momentum. We had it all. We had it all in the grasp of our hands, but everybody went back to sleep. And all the freedom movement people started fighting against each other. Chris Barton, Tamara Lich, and Pat King are just in it they're being paid by somebody. And we let them infiltrate us through Operation Cactus. We let it get under our skins, and we started fighting against each other. instead of uniting and staying the course. And we have to get back to that. I mean, I don't know how we do it. I'm going to be preaching it. I'm not going away. I'm going to stay in Saskatoon South. I've got a superstar candidate ready for Saskatoon West next time. And we're going to keep old Jackson Boot in Saskatoon University. What we got to do is we got to fill all those seats this time. We got to be ready with the ground game. We got to have people ready for all those seats. We didn't have a candidate in Saskatoon West this time. That's 6.4. Last time in Saskatoon West, Kevin Boychuk got 6.4% of the vote. That's 2,000 votes we lost this time. We didn't have anybody in 2 rural ridings in this province. 2 rural ridings where we get a lot of support from the rural people. So that's another 1,000 votes we lost. We have to get back. We got to get our head back in the game and realize that every vote matters. And we have to reconnect with the base. We have to reach out to them and say, come back and support us, Freedom Movement Convoy. You see what happens. Pierre Poilievre doesn't care about you. He threw you under the bus once. He'll throw you under the bus again. But at the same time, we can't do what Maxime did because it turned a lot of people off going on these podcasts in the United States and slagging off Pierre all the time. And everybody says, why is he slagging off Pierre? Why doesn't he ever talk about the Liberals? Well, because everybody knows the Liberals are evil. We're trying to get people to understand that the Conservatives are also evil. They may be lesser evil, but they're still evil. But we got to rein that back. We want to say it so bad. But to get people back to our side, we have to be more diplomatic, like Don was saying, and have our own vision, like Andre is saying. And like Timothy, we have to get our organization under. We got to be more organized and more professional. PPC headquarters. On down the line, it's time. We got to get serious and be like be like the adults in the room. Thanks, guys. I got a boogie. I love everything you guys have done tonight. It was a wonderful experience. And Payman, tell Payman.
We will tell Payman, Richard. Yeah. It was a pleasure to have you also.
And I hope to have you all on my podcast sometime soon and in future dates. Thank you so much.
You know what's interesting? It is that because we met and we worked together like this, we will be able to, first of all, I say a post-mortem of what happened, but then we will have to rebuild on what I would say the ruins, because we still have faith. We still have faith.
You know, it's interesting. The Roman Empire wasn't built in a day, as they say. The Rome wasn't built in a day. There were times during the Roman Republic where things were dire. The Carthaginian wars and everything, where they were just hanging by bootstrap, and Hannibal was coming over the Alps with the elephants. But guess what? If you keep fighting, you can win this. If you have your heart in the right place.
You're right. The Miranda, do you want to have the last word before we go to a break?
Yeah, I think that was great points by Don Tim. I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. That was a lot of stuff that those were a lot of points that I heard throughout the last couple of months. Was what do you stand for coming off of the COVID and the convoy? Who are you? Like those type of things. And back in early fall, I think it was September, I actually went through all of the parties, the big parties, the Greens, NDP, Liberal, Conservative, and PPC, and I went through all their social media platforms, pulled out all of their followerships, where they had accounts, what was their average rate of responses, how many videos you posted a day, what was your rate, were you getting the wake up morning group, were you getting those on lunch at the evening, and then were you getting those in the evening when they just got back home and they're sitting on their phone? And so these are the things that I was mentioning to Pam, and I was just like scrolling through the PPC website, and it's just like and I gave him a list, and I was like, here's a list of the candidates that are new or have been here for a bit, and they don't have the exposure. So if you're going to go out there and be like, we are X, Y, Z, here are our policies, and those are the main things I heard was policy. We have the best policies, but where's your posting on policies? When you go door-to-door knocking and you get such and such that's I don't know what, 21 years old, and it's just like and they ask, okay, I'll message you, how do I get in contact if I wanted to volunteer, what platform are you on? You best be damn ready to say I'm on all of them. You want to be on X? I'm on X. On Instagram, I'm going to be on Instagram. And then we look at the demographics. Facebook, boomers,
yes,
X,
exactly.
X,
you have TikTok, you have
Instagram. They all end up having their own demographic that you can actually capture. Jagmeet Singh Jagmeet Singh ended up actually dropping on X, but a lot of people don't realize that he actually trends on TikTok. And a lot of the things that people are mention about the Liberals is their messaging. And this is what happened back with, and I'll try to wrap this up quickly. The NDP during the BC election was on point with their messaging. They trended on X. Every morning around 10 o'clock, they had their base, put out their points of messaging, and when you opened your X app, it was NDP. Every frickin' morning, NDP. And it's like, where's the BC cons trending? Like, you should be trending. And you can do this. This is something, if you are an well-organized HQ, get your volunteers on board, get your candidates on board, and just in that, let's say you have 500 candidates and volunteers all together, you can make your own trend just by yourselves and putting that out. And that's what happened in the Liberals back in February when the whole Trump thing kicked off.
Yeah,
Tim and I,
I was doing that locally for the 3 candidates in our catchment, so that we were managing their online marketing. And then what I would do is a blog or an event notice or a social media post or an email campaign, and of course all topically related, but then I would change the time of day for the type of information I wanted them to read. Right, so then like blogs would go out at 8 o'clock in the morning, or social media would be timed for like 2 hours after that. And so I was specifically timing it to take advantage of what you said is, do I want somebody who's finished supper and they're sitting down to watch their show and the phone is beside them? What do I want them to read about us? And we use that model ourselves here during this campaign.
Tim, and you remember, Tim, we had this so many times, this conversation with Payment about how do we reach the population, the demography on TikTok, on Instagram, on X, and why the volunteer were not trained. My feeling is that they did not have the skill, not that they were not good in technology, but to have a marketing plan. It's not just being on TikTok, like the remanded pointed out. We have to have a strategy to reach people and to reach them all the time, because you create habit with people. They will go and they will see your name, they will see the policy, they will see you interact with them. Volunteering, you were mentioning preparing the candidate, but you have to prepare also the team. And this should be part of a marketing plan and a strategy to.
The remanded speaks exactly to what anybody who's a leader or an influencer or a company on social media knows, that these are models that work. They are models that work. And in my vision, I see the PPC operating as a national business or a national brand. And so it would have a marketing department whose specific task is to go through the PMO newsletters every morning and to pull the juicy out, and then make a bulk of, this is what we're going to say on X, and this is what we'll say on Instagram, this is what we'll say on Facebook, and then push that out at headquarters level. And then your provincial coordinators will push that down the line, and then they push it down the line until you create this cascading trickle-down effect, where by the time you're at noon, information that was pushed out at 6 a.m. automatically by headquarters has been repeated and repeated and repeated and repeated multiple times down. And you've got 343 candidates and 343 associations. Well, so about 800 points of contact before noon, not to mention all of their circles, right? So you could completely ignore MSN, right? You could completely ignore the legacy media. You could completely ignore podcasting by throwing out 30-second bits in a TikTok fashion that reach a particular demographic and do the job. The long-form engagement has its value, but it is not necessary on a day-to-day basis to activate people and to, at the very least, get them curious. I don't have to sit down and talk for 20 minutes about a policy. I only need to hit the high points and say, is this important? You ask questions, right? And you ask open questions. You don't tell people, this is also sales 101. You don't get people to tell you yes or no. You want to engage. You say, is this important to you? Really? Yes. What about this? You got like 10 seconds left. What about, and if you go to this website, you'll learn more about that.
You're
Done.
right.
And you do that for 3.5 years. You build up your associations, you build up the candidates, and that communication model itself will completely circumvent the mainstream media.
The
You don't
message
need
is
to go to
there.
the States. You don't need to go to the States because you'll be using Canadians to do the work for you. And you're building trust, consistency, right? You're building relationships, you're building trust, and it goes back to what Buckley says, something totally new.
Yes, you're right. The message is there, and we have to follow up with this message.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you for your presence. It was a pleasure to hear you, especially with all your skill and what you did in the last few months. Dawn, Tim, we will take a break, and maybe we will come back with either a debate or a conclusion, whether you're up to it or not. So we will see you in 4 minutes with a conclusion.
Very good.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back now. Election night in Canada 2025. I'm with Don Buckley and Timothy Knight. So we have on the schedule, we were supposed to have a debate, but maybe we do have a debate because we should have a debate about maybe what will be the next government of Canada. Do you think that the Liberal will win? They will hold on to their lead? What will happen with the Conservative Party, especially if Mr. Poilievre loses seats? What about you, Don?
Well, it was interesting. There's a lot of talk. A lot of the trending talk is about the next vote of non-confidence. That's for sure. on X.
Thanks for mentioning this.
Like the reality is that, you know, we covered it a couple of times, you know, this evening, is that there's so many different ways that a non-confidence could go, but you know, like just like what I think it was you, Tim, that was saying this. You know, it was the threat of the non-confidence vote, and Canada's or Canadian politicians' ability to enact, to talk, but actually do nothing is legendary.
Yep.
Apparently.
Yep.
So,
Leading up to Joe Rogue, how many times did the cons threaten non-confidence?
and the only time there was a super extreme, I'll call it quick and decisive government action from Ottawa was when 1,000 trucks rolled into their city. They had no problem acting decisively, quickly, and with the volatility of action or the violence of action back then, you know, when their livelihoods and their way of life was threatened and their reality was threatened. But, you know, I go back to question period, and I'll say it, and I'll keep saying this over and over again. April 21st, 2021. Question period was the famous question period where Pierre Poilievre and most of the other CPC caucus who was reporting in on question period that day stood up in Parliament and complained that the Liberal government wasn't getting vaccines fast enough so that the Canadian people could comply with the tyranny faster and better so that they could reopen Canada. And so the signal in there is that of all of it wasn't just that they had an opportunity to stand up for what was right and didn't do it. But the reality was that was the party line, and that was the narrative coming from the CPC leadership. And the CPC leadership said, do this, and everyone did it like good little students. And they all stood up in question period and said, Mr. Speaker, why aren't they getting the vaccines fast enough so that Canadians can comply harder with the tyranny? And so what we're left with, and that was one of the defining moments, to the point where I had to go back on the Parliament video and get it, and I got it. And that moment was the moment where you have to realize that the party leadership are the ones controlling the party. And that's a very, very small group of people. Unelected, who knows? Party donors, bankers, you know? And so we're now in a situation where before you had the Liberal government pushing all those tyrannical measures. And it's well known that Carney was all doing the financial advice and giving the financial advice and making public recommendations on National Post and the other publications to say freeze their bank accounts, follow the money for the outrageous, you know, trucker convoy. And then the CPC that was saying, no, you're not being tyrannical good enough. So in terms of talk and doing very little, unfortunately the big parties are there.
And historically, conservatives are better tyrants than liberals.
Very much.
Yeah.
Payment. Maybe you want to add something.
The only thing I'll add is that Don Buckley is an amazing co-host. you should do this professionally.
Yes. But about what Don was talking about, the COVID crisis, and after that we saw what happened with the Emergency Act. That it seems that it was increasing every 3 to 6 months. And you mentioned something important, Don, the compliance. People, they have to comply to be part of the game. Major parties, they have to comply. That's the burden of a candidate for a major party. Either you comply or you're kicked out. I think Derek Sloan mentioned it earlier.
Derek mentioned this. We had people testify to this.
Yeah. Yes, it's not
provincial level too.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. But you'll even find it in the municipality.
Yeah.
Well, it's at all level of power.
Well, and to me that says this is part of human nature, and those who are Machiavellian enough and clever enough to use it are the ones who will succeed. And the naive optimist, right, who believes in the beneficence of man, will go under the wheels first.
Trying to hold up the vehicle.
Right. Yeah. Right. Thinking if I only, well, no, it's not if you only.
If I only push harder.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, it's if I only held up my bags in front of the tank in Tiananmen Square, right? The times when that type of thing happens in history is infinitesimal. As the idea that we can stand up in Canada with goodness and light and win is not close to enough. We have to reach into the shadow, right? Do some Jungian self-reflection, and in Peterson's words, right? Be dangerous, right? And in Scripture, it's self-discipline, right? So it's where it says the meek shall inherit the earth. In the original Old English, where meek refers to an ox's power, right? Under control. It knows what it's capable of, but it serves its master. And our shrewdness, our cunning, our cleverness, our ability to motivate people, our ability to move in and around this miasma of darkness is in part predicated on our ability to recognize our power to be dangerous. And if we sit praying for a miracle, the miracle won't come, because I'm the miracle, you're the miracle, you're the miracle, you're the miracle, right? If you can't say that you're going to be someone's hands and feet, if you don't recognize that the hands have to do the work, the feet have to do the walking, right? And so the candidates have been hands and feet. The candidates have reached into the darkness when they come out of a debate wrecked, because somebody shredded them mercilessly and left them in a purple heap on the floor, right? So the candidates and other people involved in the party who are putting themselves out there, they need regular citizens to stand up and say, if you're my champion, then I'm putting my money behind you. Right.
One thing that you mentioned, Tim, is important, is that people have to commit and to engage, and maybe the positive outcome of this election now for Canadian will be that maybe not a lot of people will wake up, but enough to initiate a new movement, like Don was mentioning earlier. The movement from the Freedom Convoy, and when they started to raise against tyranny, if the tyranny comes back fast after this election, or the heavy tendency, this movement, we will have to be able to initiate it again for the future of Canada. What's the take of the future of Canada? Let's say in the next 6 months and 1 year with the minority government. What do you think about this?
Well, that reminds me of the British who were using their handy dandy little saws to run around the neighborhood and cut down the 15-minute city cameras that were all sectioning them off.
The blade, how
Blade
they call
runners.
them? The blade runners. Yes, I remember that.
So, and that was post COVID wars,
Right.
so so we're seeing, we've all recognized, we're all smart enough to recognize that there is this globalist pattern being played amongst all the Commonwealth countries. Like everyone got a different flavor of tyranny, between ourselves and UK and Australia and US. And so, it's looking very much like the next big, tyrannical push is that Canada is going to be the testing ground for the climate issue, right? Which is why, Carney was parachuted in. And so, based on what I've learned from the COVID wars, I'm not standing for any kind of tyrannical measure anymore. I will never be masked. I will never be, whatever they actually intend to try, I will fight to the very fiber of my being. And so many more people I know for a fact will absolutely say, no way. There's no way I'm taking part in this.
There's a lot of people, like you mentioned, though. There's a lot of people who are not talking publicly, but they think about it and they say, okay, I'm not a public person. I will not express myself on social media, but they in private conversation, they say never again. They were burned.
And I'll try to say the last thing I wanted to point out was that in World War II, the Canadians had the reputation for being the biggest, baddest, most ruthless killers in World War II.
The original stormtroopers.
Right. There's that stormtrooper story, because the wind, the cold couldn't take them down. And, the whole time, the thing that what we saw during the trucker convoy was we saw just the tiniest little spark of that rising.
Yes.
Which was why so much momentum was gained, and why the highways were lined with people and the overpasses were lined with people, and the sandwiches showed up and the fuel showed up and everything that they needed showed up in whatever format it showed, because that spark is available and it's waiting to be relit. And there is this and the poem of the man who just wanted to be left alone, right? And what happens when you push and push and push the person to the greatest? The Canadians are the most peaceful and the most tolerant people on the face of the planet until you push them to the edge. And then when you push them to the edge, all bets are off. It's like, okay, I'm ready to give whatever I need in order to go into this fight. And I have no illusion that this is the road that they're trying to put us down, and it's not going to work, because there's enough of us that are just going to say, no, not this time. Try it. Make me.
like Clint Eastwood was saying, make my day.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, make my day. Payment.
You don't have enough prisons.
Yes, you're right. About the future of Canada, what do you think? 6 months, 1 year.
I was talking to a lot of people, and I think it's going to be hinging on Alberta. It depends on what they do now.
Yes.
I don't think this is one of those things. Yes, Don?
You should see X right now. You should see the Alberta independence trending all over X right now.
Oh, that will be interesting.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. I have no illusions. It's not like tomorrow morning 51% will vote, but it's going to move that way. And I'm looking to see what Donald Trump does. I think he's going to extend an olive branch to Danielle Smith, which will give her leverage. Again, they're not going to join the U.S. They're not going to turn into a republic tomorrow, but she's going to use that as a leverage against Carney, and Alberta will move into its orbit. I don't have the same faith for British Columbia. I think there's still a lot of NDP here. Scott Moe of Saskatchewan will go wherever his boss Danielle Smith goes. I don't know about Manitoba.
Oh, that's his boss. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
she's got the balls. He's got nothing. And we'll see what happens. As for me, I'm going to take a week off. Come on Monday, I'll figure out a way to start campaigning again for the next election. I'm not giving up that easy.
Which maybe this election maybe will come maybe sooner than what we think. We never know. Maybe it will not be 4 years. And
October. I did say an October election. This might not be the way I wanted it to happen.
Yes, I know. I know you were always saying, I hope it will be in 2026 and blah, blah, blah. And
I wanted it in 2026 because
I do remember that.
I wanted to do more work with the ground. I mean, as CEO of a local association, we have a unique opportunity to be here year round. And I really wanted to develop that. And like I did the math, right? If a district can get 1,000 active members, you can probably win an election. Period. Nationwide. Yeah. All of our districts are effectively the same size, right? So if you can get 1,000 active members, you can probably win an election. And so that was my goal, was to develop relationships and to build key individuals and work on infrastructure and expand on the association and build a relationship in the community, to go out there and to buy the flags and to buy the canopies and to begin to attend civic events, not necessarily as the candidate if you don't have one, but you are a franchise of the organization. And that's my mindset. So, my hope was, if it wasn't until 26, I had plenty of time to work on developing that. So then the candidate would be going into good ground. Right.
Yes, but Tim, you're talking about the future of the People's Party. What about Canada? What about Canada? What will happen within 6 months? Because with Trump will not wait.
So in the last 3 years, 3 years and 11 months, the People's Party of Canada lost 7/8 of its vote. So we have to build that back first.
Build back better?
No. No.
Those three word slogan.
So what do I think about what's going to happen with Canada? I think Canada will just go back to sleep.
Well,
Canada will just go back to sleep. You got.
Not that sure, because we will be in a very big trouble if Carney is elected or is prime minister and he impose a carbon tax again.
You're only in trouble.
Thank you, super spreaders.
You're only in trouble if you're awake. You're only in trouble, right? This is
okay.
Brave New World. This is Soma, and so the next thing that will be a salve to heal our little boo-boo called the Conservatives lost the election. So
they did.
The Parliament will throw out free little, to soften the blow, and everybody will get their dose of Soma, and everything will go back the way it was. Right. So I'm more after listening. I've listened to Jament a few times now, and I'm finding myself blending Jamin stuff with what Don is saying and thinking the new thing is going to be entirely unpleasant if the tribal issue cannot be overcome by a populist movement.
Yes, I do agree with you. Right? Payment, you want to add something or a private conversation?
I'm here with a good friend of mine, Richard. He's a hardcore, rough and tough Alberta conservative.
So introduce him to us.
You want to say hello, Richard? You got to come closer.
Good.
Hello, gentlemen.
So how are you tonight?
Hello, gentlemen. You got the right idea. However, Canada, in my view, is a turnaround. and you're just too soon.
Too soon. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. You gotta. Everything that happens in Canada usually happens 5 to 10 years after the United States. So the Americans did the turnaround, and I thought that the election in the United States was basically the communists versus the Christians. And
That's a good point. That's a good point. Very good point.
Yeah, and surprise, surprise. What does Donald Trump and Mr. Putin have in common?
You can, if you open on that, we will have a 2 hour discussion. Go ahead. That's very interesting.
Yeah, the two of them collect Bibles, and talking to Americans because I do business there, and the Americans view the Trump election as the anti-woke election. And so we live here in BC, and this place doesn't get any more woke than this. So
come to Quebec. Come to Quebec. You will see it's not better.
Tu parlais, monsieur. J'ai compris. Yeah, no. Quebec, Andre, is the problem, and Max Bernier was the only one who called it. And the problem with Mr. Trump and Canada is a 4-letter word, and it's called milk, M-I-L-K.
Yes, the dairy system. Yeah, the management system.
And so
hearing
Mr.
a lot
Carney,
about that.
Pardon?
I'm hearing a lot about that.
Yeah, well, you just wait. And then there was because as I've said to Payman, in my business career, I've done about 100 million in trade internationally. So a lot of that with the United States. I've traded with Britain. I've traded with India. I've traded with Australia. I've traded with Japan. I've traded most of it with the United States. I went to university in the United States. And the game is the cheaters in trade between our two nations are the Canadians. Real simple. We're the scuzzballs trying to cheating, and Trump just called it all. And there's the softwood lumber thing, the milk, egg, butter, chicken, all of this bullshit that goes on. And the only one called it out was Max Bernier. He was the only one who said, okay, this is bullshit, and he's a Quebecer. And he called it. And until they fix that thing, Mr. Trump will not put up with your Canadian bullshit. Period.
No, I think I do agree with you, and you're right. And I think Trump is a businessman. So what will happen is that he will push the new Canadian government, and it will not go. It will go fast. It will not take months, in my opinion. Tim?
It won't take months to crush the car industry in Southern Ontario, will it? Right? It won't take months to make aluminum the most expensive metal on the planet if it's crossing the American border. It won't take months. It'll take minutes, because while you look at this from a bureaucratic and administrative process. If I say I'm going to do a thing by such and such a date, knowing I'm going to delay it, I'm still going to put into place the thing, the paperwork, the policy, the people. I'm still going to have it all in place. I'm going to put it all in place, have the trigger ready, so that anybody comes and actually bothers to look, they'll say, "Yeah, he can actually make it happen," and then I hold back. And he's done that 3 times now. It will not be a year. It will not be a dollar for dollar fight. It will be a matter of months, and he'll use the UAW to crush Southern Ontario.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right, Don.
That's it.
what do you think about what would be the strategy of the new Canadian government toward the strategy of Donald Trump?
Well, if the last 6 to 8 weeks is any indicator, they'll keep using whatever they can, whatever machinations that they can use to keep the trade war going. They'll keep it going to give them cover to do the stuff that they really want to get done all behind the scenes. If we're going to be looking at the next 6 months of look at the monkey. So we're, it's going to be all about Trump, and it's going to be all about the wars and all of it. Right. And maybe Ukraine's coming back too. Who knows? Right. But, the climate thing was his whole modus operandi. Everything is about the climate credits and, sucking out whatever is left out of the capital, out of Canada. And it doesn't matter what they have to do in order to do it. And it doesn't matter who they have to hurt, and it doesn't matter who they bankrupt, and it doesn't matter what economy that they torch and they bring down. We just have to we have to prepare for the fact that all of that might be coming. And, like it was said in the very, very beginning of this call, and I think it was during, Matt Everett and Derek Sloan were on.
I think so.
But it was
Don't go away, Payman.
And it was that Canada and China were the only two nations that opposed, that did counter tariffs, and that didn't want to work with the US.
Yes, you're right.
And so the Liberals always need their enemy. And so we'll see more of that. And if there's another election or a non-confidence vote, a new enemy is going to have to arise. But, we're going to see more circus theatrics in question period until then.
So, gentlemen, do we wrap up the show? Do we continue? What's your take about it?
Let's just have a look at the final total.
So the final total, do you have them, Don? Maybe you share your screen?
Yeah, I can just put up what's on the screen here. So, but here's an interesting take. Here, okay, I'll load this up.
Because the last time I looked, I think the Liberal were at 167 and 147 for the Conservative, 23 for the Bloc, 7 for the NDP, 1 for Elizabeth May again.
May.
She must make some really good moonshine.
Well, she will be again in the House for 4 years. But do we know if Jack Meetsing won, and do we know if Pierre Poilievre won?
Oh, this isn't working for me. I won't be able to do it without a reset. But
because I don't have. Wait a second, where payment is gone. Mr. Ascari, if you hear us.
Jagmeet is in second place, 18% versus the Conservative at 39%.
Can you share your screen, Tim?
Well, I don't. Let me.
Well, one thing that I'll just point out while we're working out the details here is that the latest the CBC feed is just continuously refreshing every 20 seconds.
Yeah.
They have so the Liberals are sitting at a projection of 166 with a 172 needing for a majority.
The 172, yes, that's what I wanted to know.
Conservative sitting at 146 projected, and Bloc 23 projected. So the Bloc, okay, so with the NDP coalition, the Liberals could have a majority by 1 seat projected right now.
Oh, with the NDP,
they would have to, if the 166 plus the New Democrats 7 and then Green Party 1, Okay, so they're sitting at 173 or 174. The Conservative and Bloc, if they form a coalition, then they're getting up to only 169.
So they're short of three.
So they're short 3, and so it looks like that's how it's going to unfold. But here's the real signal here, is that the popular vote count. So we're sitting right now 75,400 polls total in Canada. 71,600 reported in. Okay, so we're just shy. So we're about 3,800 polls shy out of 75,000 polls. The popular votes are sitting at 7.4 million, 7.1 million for Conservative, 1.1 million Bloc, just over 1 million NDP, and Green at 200,000. Guys, we're talking about less than 10 million Canadian voters voted in this election so far, which
so
is
there's still a lot. There's still a lot of ballots.
but we're at 95% of the polls reporting in here, and we're sitting at a popular vote in Canada total. Sorry, not 10 million, 20 million, not even
20 million,
like
20 million,
like 16 million. So we're sitting at 14 and a half, 15, a little over 16 million Canadians have voted in this election. And so and compared that to 2021, where there was 17 million that voted. Even with a smaller, and for sure now we've got more than 27 million eligible voters than what we had in 2021. So
yeah, and considering that 4 years later we have massive immigration, so you integrate some new citizens, so you should have had more voters.
Yes, we should have way more, especially since Romanid was talking all about the automated voting registration, right? So I mean, you pretty much have to opt out, otherwise you're going to be registered. So we're sitting at a total of less. We're sitting at a worse turnout than 2021 at the peak of COVID tyranny.
Considering the demography, yes, you're right.
Yeah, and this is shocking to me.
Richard was pointing earlier that the turnout, was about 34-35%. But what you're mentioning now, it's even worse than 2021.
Then what's happening psychologically? People are checking out.
People are checking out, or the youth is, and every demographic. People are checking out. It could very likely be like people are literally checking out. Like maybe people have died. Maybe who knows?
Well,
but I mean,
of the 5 million migrants that have come in, how many of them are permitted to vote?
Probably not very many.
Right.
Probably.
Right. So yes, we are at a 40 million population, kind of, sort of, but really we're still 35 million if the new migrants don't yet have the right to vote.
Well, usually when you want to have a Canadian citizenship, it is 5 years.
7 years. That's right.
It is 5 years. So from 2021, the people.
Yes, but that's if we took all 5 million in at the end of the last election, and we did not.
No, we did not. You're right. You're right.
We use the word trickle in, but it's more like a flood.
Yes.
We can't attribute the Liberal win to migrants who are paying back permission to come to Canada with a Liberal vote, because we know we have had those conversations. Like you said, though, with 5 years, we're on the cusp of that type of thing becoming a phenomena. It will certainly be a phenomena provincially, because there are municipally, like in BC, we have municipal elections next year, right? So you're going to start seeing that effect in municipal elections around the country. So my thought is, of those who are checking out, and you're right, not every demographic behaves the same way, right? And so of those who are checking out, I think that the most suspect ones are the older Gen X and the boomers. And the boomers of that group, I would suggest that it's people who are in some type of assisted living scenario where they've basically been abandoned by the system. And they
Yes, you're right.
They aren't able to vote, right?
Well, that's a very good. I would say that's a very good conclusion for the election, at least for this election now. And it seems that what Don was saying, it seems that it will be a liberal minority government because there's still what six, 7 seats
Yes.
away from a majority, and the conservative will not recover from that loss, because even Pierre Poilievre, I'm not even sure he will win in this riding. You can imagine that. If Pierre Poilievre does not win, it means that they will go through a leadership race. They will have to reform and restructure the party, because they will have to at least analyze what happened.
So then the task for the People's Party of Canada is to reinvigorate that which was lost and maintain the course.
Do you think you Tim and Don? Do you think that many voters for the Conservative Party might shift to the People's Party after what we saw?
Not unless we can actually see the problem. The problem now is that the numbers bear out that 849.93 was what the People's Party had in 2021.
Yes,
and so if we're under 200K with this turnout, that's gonna behave the same way as the vote splitting argument. Right, it's going to look like we lost support even when everyone was, fearful and left the PPC, and they voted out of fear. And so there has to be a real rally and a real platform and a real something. And the interesting thing is that as time goes by, while the PPC brings the plane back into the hangar and starts doing the upgrades and the refits and designing a new plane if necessary, what's going to happen is everyone is going to be witness to the next agenda that's going to come rolling in with this. Now, if we are sitting here looking at a liberal minority government, right, which we could very well, then all they've got is the new Democratic Party in order to give them their majority. Now we know how that goes. As long as they get their dental planner or whatever is their plan this time,
they will vote. They will vote for it.
They're fine, yes. But yes. They've also lost their Jagmeet Singh. So there is this where. So there's going to be some.
He resigned.
He's out. He lost.
He's
his
out.
Seat.
He lost his seat.
Yeah, it's confirmed he lost his seat. He's way in third place.
He lost his seats, but he still has his pension.
Yeah, which I congratulated him for on X a little while ago. I congratulated him on still having his pension. So, anyways, but to just wrap up that point, there's a 6-month runway here where we get to see how everything unfolds and we get to see how the dust settles, and there will actually be a little bit of cover, because no one can really complain about the PPC for the next 6 months, but by the same token, you can't ask everyone to start supporting the PPC either, because we lost in terms of a turnout.
Right. And now the argument will be, you can't win a vote. The PPC is dead.
Right. Even though we might very well, outpace the Green Party. So we'll see how the stats end up.
That's a bitter victory.
I would take it. I'd be more than happy with that. If we beat the Green Party, to me, that is the victory of the election. If one PPC gets a seat, that's even a greater victory That's that's the game
Oh,
over.
if one PPC candidate were to get a seat, then we would be saved from Carney declaring the PPC a terrorist organization and freezing all of the bank accounts.
Yes, that's correct.
We're not far. We're not far from that. Maybe we will see. Gentlemen, maybe we take a short break and we come for the conclusion.
Yep.
So I will see you back in 3 minutes.
Very good.
So we're back for the last segment of Election Night in Canada 2025. I'm with Don Buckley and Timothy Knight. I would like to start with some thanks for all the viewers that were here, all the guests, all the great commentators. We had the extraordinary people with a lot of knowledge to share. And I think we enjoyed the night. Don, you liked it. Tim, what's your impression?
I want to do something like this again, but not real soon.
Tomorrow night?
No, that's hashtag too soon.
Yeah. Yes.
This is extraordinary. I don't know that in the Canadian blog sphere, I suppose, that I don't think this has been done quite this way before. I'd like to see us do similar things, maybe not on an 8-hour scale, that bring voices like Don's and Remanded and RB and Hillier, and that bring multiple voices back together, because sometimes you enjoy going down the rabbit hole and sometimes you want to stay at a solution-based level, and we have a very, I don't want to use the word eclectic, but a varied mix of voices and professions and interests and whatnot. And I think it's important to bring that more together than it has been, to break the cults of personality, which have been, that's one of my pet peeves. You mentioned the wide range of small protest groups that popped up nationwide, and even during the convoy, not the convoy specifically, because I think that's separate phenomena, but small groups and then wrestling among each other for power, and there's this, because welcome to conservative mindset, right? I'm the boss of me, and we need to move away from that and have more of a, I don't want to say collective mind, but more of room to share the soapbox. And I think events like this allow people to do that, because you're sitting here knowing you've got 10 minutes, right? That type of thing, or knowing you're going to get
Yes.
5 minutes. So you have to shrink that. You have to crystallize your view that you've been preaching on your own podcast for a year solid. So you've said the same thing 18 different ways, 3 days a week. So now with opportunities like this are to crystallize that and to bring it to a new audience in a manner that will attract them to your message as well. And things like this can do that.
Don?
Yeah. Yeah, the show is it was a great format, and all of the contributors, like you say, were just fantastic. So, and it was good to see a real balance. And I think actually that would be my keyword, my buzzword now going forward for the next 12 months is balance, because as we're taking a look at the next 20 years, and it was Payman's guest there at the end, who really nailed it there with the 5 to 10 years following the US.
Yes.
Right. I've seen that my whole life. I've seen that very true my whole life, that we're I would say closer to 10, that we're actually closer to 10 years following the US.
Yeah.
And so we're too early. And
Didn't we say the same thing about the UK regarding Soji?
Right.
We just finished saying the same thing about the UK regarding Soji.
Yeah. So that gives us time. So that gives us time to perfect and really build a substantive party, and it also gives us time to look at, the system itself, because I think really, if you take a look at the 27 million voted from 2021 eligible, 17 million voted, and we're sitting here at the same thing now, and we all thought this was a life or death, election.
The election of a lifetime, the most important one in history.
And the real takeaway is that it's not, and no one cares.
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, the playing field is a lot different than what we really think it is, because it's really about this control and propaganda machine coming out of Ottawa. Is what is really what we're dealing with here. And so everyone in Alberta and everyone who's talking about republics and independence and all this kind of stuff, a lot of this stuff has to be given the commensurate amount of time to percolate and for ideas to form. Because if you really look at it from the right perspective, we're in a renaissance right now.
Yes.
We're in the beginning of a renaissance, just like in Europe. And one of the points too that I was reminded of is that in Romania fought to get out of their communist takeover, and it came to practically bloodshed, where they actually had to go into their parliament and actually remove
Nicolae Ceausescu, of course, yeah.
And then 20 years later, 40, not even 40 years later,
35 years later,
35 years later, the EU has just tossed out their election results.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So look at how the shifts, look at how the global shift changes over time. Canada hasn't really had a shift like that. In 74, when they took us off when they joined the central bank, the whole Rothschild banking system, right?
Yes.
And and we went on to the debt-based system. We haven't had a reckoning. And so we're entering that reckoning now. And the fundamental thing that I keep saying all over the social media to nobody is that, this election, yes, it seems like the most important election, but not a single party in the whole election is talking about the real issue with the monetary policy of Canada. Not a single party is talking about the debt and the inflation in a way that says, to even breathe a whiff of moving Canada back to an asset-based currency, back to a sound monetary policy. will actually get you
Yeah.
in a really big doo-doo. And
Yeah,
so
we absolutely have the resource base to do so.
Right.
Ourselves.
You're
So
right. You're right.
a lot of things have to happen in the next 2 to 5 years. And so just being adaptive and taking a leadership position on all of it, and figuring out where your skills are and who's got the right skills to bring, and to create a team, to create the best possible dream team that you can with the best possible minds who know their business, is the key to actually having an election in 2030, or whenever the next election is, and making a serious show of it, as well as putting together that information team. Like the digital media team and the social media team can't be understated.
No,
maybe we'll do a show like this earlier than you think. Maybe in October.
Well, it's as the PPC begins to think more like a business, more like a brand with a national product, then it will begin to behave in a way that resonates with the consumer, who responds well to typical business, right? Business psychology. And to date, we don't have a political party that engages with the general public the same way that corporations do. And this is one of the reasons why corporations are so effective in influencing governments, because they are bringing governments tools that political parties don't natively have. And if the People's Party of Canada can adapt those skills and then build them within itself without the interference of agents and agencies from outside, then perhaps it can, like a star fortress, right, protect itself from outside interference and outside influence, the cactuses, etc., as it lifts itself up. But it has to bring in capable people who know what they're doing and are given the ability to do it.
And there are some Canadians who can do it.
Oh,
They
there are
have to get
hundreds.
out. They have to get out.
There are hundreds of Canadians who are fit to the task.
Yes.
Hundreds of them. Hundreds of them.
We saw it during COVID. We saw the best of Canada rise to the top during COVID. The other big picture item to pay attention to is that the mission itself can seem dramatically overwhelming and demoralizing, because there are so many different problems across the entire spectrum of all of society.
Yeah.
And so there has to be this, and the bulk and the 80% of the electorate has no idea that that's even the reality, and so it's like, you want to be able to put a party together, or put a platform, or put a solution together that can solve all of these things, but then trying to convince everyone that they even need to be solved is another issue in itself.
Well, then maybe that's something we haven't found the pain point yet.
Right. And so again, it's balance, but it's having the leadership, and it's having the team with the right vision to be able to say, okay, these are the issues right now. These are the fundamental issues that we need to address now in order to stop the bleeding. But we have to be able to convince everyone that we need to have, that this is a generational job, and that it's going to take a generation to do this. And you have to side with us, and you have to teach your kids. And there's going to have, and that's otherwise that's just it. Otherwise it's like, you might as well pack it in. But the whole way to wrap the whole thing is that you have to be able to have the vision to see what needs fixing. And I'm afraid it's the financial system, and no one knows it. Carney knows it. And all of those guys, they know it full well. They know exactly where all of the money is and where all of the movements are going. And it was Catherine, and I'm reminded, okay, and I'll make this last point, is that Catherine Austin Fitz was just recently on the Shannon Joy show. And she was talking about in the US how how the pension funds in the U.S. were buying bonds from the government. Okay. And so the government was, and then what was happening is the government, and so they would get the central bank would send the government, all the money. The money would disappear out the back door. And then what would happen is the Americans would end up having to pay, for those bonds to the pension funds to get their pension. So they ended up funding. So the Americans are funding their own pension, because of the theft and because of the massive kleptocracy that's going on and has been going on in the U.S. for generations, right? And so
at least two, at least 40 years.
And so, and so we got onto our central bank thanks to Pierre Senior in 74 or 73 or whenever it was, and we've been hemorrhaging money and value from Canada the whole entire time. And we're sitting on a gold mine of resources that we can't capitalize because we're drowning in our own debt. And so it's like there is a reckoning in store.
Well,
so
one thing that you mentioned, I think is important, and the debt, but also the fact that we can identify the problem. When we name the problem, when we identify the problem, and I would say when we identify the enemy, we're able to fight them. We're able to find real strategy and real solution. But like you said, it takes time, it takes patience, dedication, faith, maybe. Faith. I think the guest of payment, the last speaker, when he said it's Christian again globalist or again communism. So that I think that's something that we will have to pay attention to, because it's not only economical. It has to be a little bit more deeper than that, especially when we think about the globalists. So, gentlemen, maybe it's time to say goodbye. I was hoping that payment would go back, but I think we lost him in translation. And I want to thank you, Don. Yes, I want to thank you, Don, for your support. It was a very great honor for me to work with you.
Likewise, thanks, gentlemen. It's been
it's only a beginning. It's only a beginning. Tim, we know each other. We work on servers at the Improv every Friday with Payman Ascari. And I would like to thank also all the viewers who were patient enough to follow us and to listen to us for practically more than 8 hours now. And also, I would like to thank Payman is back. So I'll bring him on stage.
There he is.
Where is he, Mr. Ascari? Yes, Mr. Ascari, we're about to close the show.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I was kind of missing in action. This is my good friend Jan Schneider here. He's a genius. We'll get him on the show at some point.
Yeah,
you did a fantastic job, Andre. I'd like to thank you. I don't. It's 2 a.m. where you are. You did even
Still
without
alive.
today. Timothy, Tim will back me up on this. The amount of work you've done to make this a reality. Thank you so much. And Dawn,
that was a pleasure. That was a pleasure.
Yeah.
So until next time, I want to remind everybody that it is in lay terms, the show of Payman Ascari, who's a creator and the permanent host. And I want to thank you, Payman, for giving me the opportunity to host this event. We thought it was an historic event. Maybe it is not. Maybe future will tell us. So
well, it wasn't a historic election, so
maybe in October, just for you, Tim. In October, another election.
That'd make me happy. Yeah, but I could be in Belize then, or Paraguay.
I'll pull some strings. We'll make an election happen.
Good. Tim, Dawn, a last word.
Yeah, hug your family. The way they're busy destroying the family, the way around it, fix your family, strengthen your family.
Rest and be in balance. This is a long road.
Yeah. Find your balance. It's very important. And
that's good. Payman, I leave you the last word.
Have a good time all the time. Always eat the worm. There's better days ahead.
Spoken like a true politician.
He's not even elected. Okay, thank you, gentlemen, and have a good night.
Good night.
Andre, I think you have the honors of hitting the end stream button. You've done all the work.
Okay, I'll do it. Good night.